Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Road America here in Wisconsin. We are very close to Elkhart Lake, which is, since the early 50s, been holding fantastic races in many different categories. In fact, TransAm have been coming here since the inception of the series back in '66, and we continue that tradition here today, and we will be featuring our TA and production classes later today, but we've also got a host of other races, including our first race of the day, which is the International GT race for mainly Porsches, and they've already had two feature races, but coming up is the Enduro race, which is a 1 hour Enduro race, and it involves all the teams that have been involved so far. It's been dominated so far in the first two feature races by Tom Pank, and we're expecting more of the same. Coming up, though, later, we'll have the likes of Andretti, Dyson, and Menard in the TA, and we've got a host of other single-seater and other races to come. Beautiful day here. We had some rain over the weekend, but as you can see, these puffy clouds and Elkhart Lake in the distance. An absolutely beautiful setting for a motor race. Without further ado, let me introduce my cohort and partner in crime, Ben Sissel, who will be with us all day long, both in the pit lane and here in the booth. Ben, what's the latest down there?
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here at the grid. This is now just made this change. The IGT 60-minute Enduro, but also PSSA, the Prototype Sprint Series Association Enduro. I'm sure it's going to be a split start. I'm not sure who's going out first, but this is obviously a PSSA car. Last year's champion, Ron Fletcher, in the Batman Batmobile. Then we've got Tom Pank up here. Let me explain these 1 hour Enduros. There is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop in the Enduro. They have to come in, they can refuel, they can change tires, they can change drivers. But it's right when they come into pit lane, there's a timing line, and when they leave pit lane. So if Tom Pank goes out at 4:59, he could be penalized. He's looking to go out right at 5 minutes or 5:01. That's the goal. So there's a lot of strategy to this. There's also a lot of strategy when to pit. He's going to want to pit under yellow, which makes for some very interesting race in pit lane and do some pit reporting, because that's kind of the race here with these PSSA cars and IGT. I'm not seeing Butch Leitzinger or Juan Gonzalez here. They should be in P2. But then we have Lucas Pank coming out here. Lucas Pank is going to be running this car. Usually with the Panks, the cars look similar. There is no driver change. They're going to do the full hour unless one of them might go out with a mechanical. Then we might see a change of drivers there. Mr. Russell here and Mosley are in the PSSA cars. Looks like they're getting buckled in. I don't think there's going to be a driver change there. And then we've got Musafar Ghafarov here, who had really good showings yesterday. He's getting buckled in. I did speak to the crews before the race about an hour ago, and the only drivers in this group that I know for sure that are doing a driver change is the Juan Gonzalez Butch Leitzinger car. So we're going to get a feel of that. Troy Peterson, I don't believe, is doing a driver change, but he's out here with us. Tom Ballister, who had a great showing this whole weekend, but this is the only car that I can for sure tell you we're planning for a driver change. Let me talk to Leo here real quick. So, Leo, I believe you're the only car I know of, but there is going to be a driver change. So Juan is starting and then Butch in it?
Yep. We're still testing. We're doing some changing on the car. That's why we're running them back.
Butch is not driving?
No, Butch is not driving.
So no... Not the 81X that he was in yesterday, because they're doing a lot of testing. Is that right?
Yeah, we're just testing this car. It's a brand new car, and we're doing some changes.
Okay, awesome. Well, have fun out there, Juan. Then James Hammond back here. And I'm not sure, but I don't think... James Hammond, you're not putting anybody in the car, are you? He's nodding no. And then we've got the Stuttgart Cup cars. They got kind of left out yesterday, so I want to show the Stuttgart Cup cars because they're beautiful cars. So happy to have them here. This is Wes Wood. You can see from Wood Financial. Beautiful car, the WRR, the number 41. Then Bob Wyson, but you're not driving this car? Not today, he says. So it's only Bob Wyson here. Then we go back here to the 85 Ross Poole. Beautiful car here. And the Stuttgart, you'll be able to tell them the Caymans and the Stuttgart have this yellow banner on top of the windshields that makes them a little bit different from the red Mission banners that we see. Then we come back here, David Hampton, who we'll also see in the TA XGT SGT GT race today. But David Hampton from Bend, Oregon is going to be running this in the Stuttgart Cup. He's giving me a thumbs up. I don't think he's got another driver. And then the last one is the 38, Richard Manis. But check this out. Look at this wrap with the rivets in there. You can't see this, but you can actually feel the rivets. There's a texture to each one of these rivets. Really cool design on that wrap. So that is Rick Manis in the Stuttgart Cup. I believe we're about 1 minute from grid. So, Johnny, I'm going to be in pit lane listening to your announcing for this IGT 60-minute Enduro. I'm sending it back up to you.
Pop in anytime you like, Ben. I'm sure there's going to be something to talk about, for sure. And obviously with the odd driver change and the potential of something in an hour race causing somebody to come in, we'll be hearing from you. So, yeah, thank you for that walk through the grid. And it's going to be interesting to see it's going to make it a little bit more interesting with the PSSA cars out there. And just so you know, we've got, 10 of those. Led by Ron Fletcher, Zach Mosley, Dario Kosiagi, Kang Iliosi, James French, Clay Keel, Phil Newsom, Harry Colson, Judd Miller, who was involved in an accident in yesterday's race, but A-OK, Chris Hinojosa, and Russell Allen. And here's our onboard with Juan Gonzalez, Hammond taking off. And this is the third race, the third feature race. And you can see the wind's pretty high up and or pretty strong at the moment. But as you can see, it's set fair in terms of the weather itself. But so far the weekend has been dominated by that day glow green of Tom Pank and Lucas, his son, right there behind him. And as Ben mentioned, they're not expecting to do a driver change in this 1 hour enduro race. And the strategy is when to come in. And, of course, they try or hope that they're going to get a caution of some sort that would allow them to use that time to not waste time in the pits. Because you've got to come up the hill, take the pit lane, and then come back out again. You're going to lose a lot of time. It's a 4-mile track here at Road America. Beautiful day here. We've been racing here since the early 50s. And it is a storied track with many of the great, in fact, every great driver that's ever driven at the highest level professionally has at some point or other taken on Road America. Although I may add, none of them have ever said they've mastered it. This is the run down from the Sargento Bridge to Turn 5. It's pretty much flat out through here, through the woods. And you come under this bridge, and from there on in, you are flat out. Real cheese people. This is Wisconsin, after all. RVs parked up on either side, and we're on board with Ross Poole at the moment. And we'll get some nice onboard shots. And I love this longitudinal, basically it's a G-force measurement. So as they brake and go from side to side, you'll see that measurement as we go on board. And like Ben was pointing out, the yellow stickers on the top are the Stuttgart Cup, and then the GT3, Mission Foods GT3 Championship, are effectively the other cars in there. I love it. Mission Foods now sponsoring motorsport, from bikes to drag racing to IndyCar. And we're on board here with the 277 of Troy Peterson, who had a good race yesterday and was in the lead for a while. And again, we'll get throttle and brake from him, and the gears that he's in, and even the lap time as well as the speed. But yeah, I did note, I've just had the bios come through from Juan Gonzalez from Dallas, Texas, and he says, businessman, tortilla maker. It's a little bit of an understatement, seeing he owns Mission Foods, but yes. Yeah, it's a good definition. He does make tortillas, but I'm sure they've got other people to do that now. Through the carousel, the famous carousel, before leading on to, again, more iconic corners like the kink coming up right here. It's a little right-hand kink that's flat out. There it is. Kettle Bottoms is next, and that's where our stationary camera is, the Corvette, leading us through. And as you can see, the car's going from side to side to basically get some mechanical grip and heat into those tires, and pumping the brakes as well to make sure the brakes are working sufficiently. And this is the best illustration of high above the Road America course into Canada Corner. You can see how tight Canada is in that right-hander. It's a very tricky corner, and I hope we stay on board each and every time we come through there, because it really is quite an exciting corner, one of the overtaking possibilities, before you rise up to this left-hand crest, which is kind of blind, before diving down to turn 14, and my friend Ron at turn 14 doing the business. And a massively important corner, because this is the corner, the last corner at Road America, that leads up the hill, and you'll see in a moment as the Corvette starts to climb that hill just how steep it is. But that's just the first part of this. Once you come under the bridge and past where I'm sat at the moment in the commentary position on the left-hand side in the grandstand, there you see it. And once they breach the crest of the hill, then there's still a long way to go down to the first corner, which is a very fast fourth gear right-hander. But again, a good opportunity for an overtake. Well, like I said, Tom Pank won both Feature Race 1 and Feature Race 2 by some quite big margin. But we had some great battles, actually. Gaforov and Peterson were in a good battle. Then we had Ballister and Gonzalez and Hammond all fighting against each other for third place. Robert Wisen is also involved in that. And it'll be interesting to see how David Hampton goes. He starts 13 in his Cayenne Club Sport. And he'll also be racing in the production classes in GT for TA later today. Here is your Batman Bamille. I've always wanted to see a Batmobile racing. But a bit of a small field for the PSSA, and but it was interesting to see how competitive they are. Very different cars, of course. These, though, prototypes, so prototype sports cars. And it seems to me like the Porsche's the obvious. We've got one BMW right at the back there. We've also got a BMW as well. And here we go, out of 5, up the hill to the Corvette bridge, under there, and this one of the trickiest corners on the track. Very tight left-hander, easy to get that wrong and run wide. great onboard shots. We can watch the hands doing the work, which is what we like to see. And we just heard Butch Leitzinger, who was here yesterday, will not be taking part with Juan Gonzalez. Robert Wisen in the orange, black, and white GT3 number 27. Raced in NASA and PCA in the past, but now here in IGT. Troy Peterson, who we're just on board with the Royal Pet team. He's a PCA national champion. He's also won several corner awards, so there you go. Nice to read the profiles of what they've been up to. So he's done PCA, NASA, and SCCA, and is the business owner of Royal Pet Incorporated, hence the team, Royal Pet. So down the back of the track, second lap of asking. We should be going racing next, and I can see the lights on the Corvette are off. James Jim Hammond from Naples, Florida. Definitely one of the favorites for TLM USA. You can see it on the license plate. And been racing 17 years, Jim Hammond. And he's a regular to IGT. And the 2010 SCCA T2 divisional champion. Perfect conditions for racing. And one of the new members to IGT, and we were talking to Ken Fengler, who might be joining me later, Mustafa Gafurov from Minneapolis, coming into the season. He's done the 24 Hours of Sebring with PCA and the 24-hour Road Atlanta PCA race as well. But it's his first year in IGT, so he's showing so far as we go back on board and they get ready to go racing. Here we go. The green flag waves and away go the Panks. Line astern, Tom and Lucas. Peterson looking for a way past in the grey and red. Hammond jinks out to the inside. Good clean start. And on board with Peterson in, what, third place? No, he got second. Second place now, Peterson, so he did make it through. Nicely done. And he's got ahead of Lucas Pank and now goes in pursuit of Tom Pank as they go through the forest for the first time and down to turn 5. Heavy braking here and a lot of overtaking expected, and often happens right here, certainly on the inside. Hammond looking to the outside. And everybody nicely through there as the USAF Stuttgart Cup competitor at the back of this one for now. Fourth gear, and now, like I said, you can see the G-forces acting on them as they brake and go from side to side, coming through the Speedville Bridge and into the carousel. Now watch the G-force acting on him to the left. That means basically he's being pushed, his body is being pushed to the left as the car tries to navigate the corner. Back on board with Peterson in fifth gear through the kink, flat out through here, over 150 miles an hour. And Lucas Pank trying to recover and coming alongside Peterson there. So he may just try to force a move. Meanwhile, the battle in the Stuttgart Cup also hotting up nicely. Into Canada corner for the first time. And the drone just misses out on that tree section, but you don't miss anything because they pop right out into turn 13, which is a relatively simple corner, and then turn 14, very important to get the drive up the hill as we go back on board with Peterson down the main straight. Good clean start. So Pank under pressure early on. Now, he absolutely rolled away yesterday, but he's not having it as easy. And, of course, this is a different race in many ways because they've got they've got Pank in the 42 in second, but actually it's Peterson right there that we're on board with now. He's in second, got ahead of Lucas. There's Lucas. Oh, no, he did get ahead. Well, there we go. So Pank is back in second place, so he did make that move. Just missed it down the back straight there. He was trying to make an attempt. And so it is the Panks that lead the way. But Tom Pank and then Lucas and then Peterson back to third. Ballister. Gaforov in fifth. Hammond. And here is Hampton. And down in 11th at the moment. Bringing up the rear. And it's always good to see the hands working. That's where the work is done. And here come the PSSAs in their own little battle. In fact, they're all three together, as you can see, and they've decided to combine them, given that there were so few entries for them. They had a bigger entry yesterday, but today they've decided to combine with IGT. 6th gear, flat out for Peterson, still in third. And there he is, Canada corner. And here's that kink left-hander that I talk of. It's a blind crest over there. And Adam Andretti was telling me yesterday that's one of his favourite corners. He really enjoys it. The 888 is Gaforov, who I just mentioned, from Florida. So he's attempting to make a move here into turn one, comes up the inside. This will be a classic Road America overtake. He can't quite do it, though, this time. Lined himself up nicely, but couldn't quite get it done. And the 188 of Ballister holding him off nicely. And it's been a good weekend for Ballister, too. He's been in the fight for positions throughout this weekend. Under the Sargento Bridge. And then flat out down towards turn 5. No change in the PSSA prototype race, as all three still battling away. Out of 5 and under the Corvette bridge they come. And now Tom Pank starting to stretch his legs a little bit. He's got away from Lucas by a second or so. And I'm glad to say that my good friend Ken Fengler has come up into the booth. And I will make sure he has these profiles as well, because we are delighted. We've got some nice little info. Gonzalez tells me he's a tortilla maker, which I thought was interesting, because I don't think he actually makes the tortillas, but...
$1 company.
Yeah,
and
no
he's
kidding.
there making the tortillas. Yeah, he's running the stand down at the beach, okay? There's the taco stand down here at Road America.
What did you learn, Ken? Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you much. No, it's a spectacular day here at Road America. I have to say, I'm headed home this afternoon to Fort Lauderdale, and although it's a beautiful place, it's actually very warm. So I'm enjoying this last-ditch effort of clear, crisp weather, almost fall-like, and enjoying it. Yeah. So, and on track, we've got some hot racing going on, and father-son team. Pank and Pank, sounds like a law firm, could be.
Pank and Pank.
Is, running out front, but good racing throughout, as we have had the first 2 sprint races. But
I've got a logo for them, Pank and Pank making bank.
There we go. I said, as I always say, Tom's got to keep it in the tank, okay?
There you go.
But,
hey, listen, while I got you here, we don't often do the endurance race, so why don't we start with the format? We mentioned that not many have got a second driver, but just explain how the Enduro versus the sprint race.
Right. Yes, there's some specific rules, and you got to pay attention, okay? First off, there is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop, okay? That has to take place, and it needs to take place before your 5-minute stop has to be completed with 15 minutes left in the race. So it means at the 40-minute mark, of a 60-minute race, you better be in pit lane if you haven't done so yet.
Can you do it before that?
Absolutely. Okay. You can pit at any time. You can do one lap. Pits do not close unless there is a problem obstructing pit lane itself, okay? We've never had that, fortunately, and that means there is no pit lane's not closed, but yes, anytime. Now, the other thing, and this comes where the pro driver, and it creates a slight disadvantage for the pro driver because these guys will play a double yellow. If hopefully we don't have one, but if we do, everybody will immediately take their 5-minute stop under the double yellow. Under the double yellow, yes. But if you need to make a driver change and had planned to put a driver change in, and it's usually a pro or a coach going in, there's minimum drive time for the driver of record, the sportsman driver. He has to drive 30 minutes. So if the double yellow comes out after the 30-minute mark or beyond, they've got the luck of the draw. If it comes out before then, they're kind of screwed, okay? They're going to have to make a decision whether they're going to stay with that driver or wait and do a quick change later, okay? Now, they can make more than one stop if they have to. For example, you could do an in and out if you found you had a small mechanical problem and you didn't want to take your full 5-minute stop. You're going to wait for a yellow possibly. You certainly can do that. So that's basically it. But the luck of the draw of when the yellow comes out and where you are, especially on a track like this, where you are when the yellow comes out. If you got word from your crew on the radio that, hey, the double yellow's coming out and you have not passed the pit lane entrance, you might as well go for it and get in.
Talk about going for it. Gaforov's finally done that turn 1 turn. Oh, he's got a little wide doing it. He's lost out. He's been lining that up for the last couple of laps, and I thought he was going to make that easily, but he didn't quite pull it off. He'll try again, I'm sure.
Yeah, Tommy staying there, the giant killer. Doing well, I believe.
Whoa, Lucas!
Dad got back in front of him.
Yeah.
Speaking of using all the track, Dad's way out there.
Yep.
Lucas staying tight and needy.
Been a good race, actually. Lucas clocked onto the back of Tom early on, and he's been that way since since we started. So 15 minutes he's kept with him, and we've seen Tom totally dominate proceedings in the last day or so as we go back on board with third place Peterson. Yeah,
I said this morning, I'm really impressed with how Lucas has come on. He's just...
How old is he?
Lucas must be about 24 now. Yeah, he's a couple of years out of college. Came to us as a total greenhorn rookie and made some mistakes along the way, but he spends a lot of sim time, and you can tell. I mean, he just shows up at a track and he's dialed in, he's steady Eddie, he's calm in the car. Obviously, he didn't get his personality traits from his dad, okay, who's just an excitable boy. Matter of fact, Tom is affectionately known as my ADD poster child, okay, all right, but Lucas is just not that. He's calm in the car, he's very calculated, and he's become such a good driver.
Yeah, it's interesting. You were talking about the double yellows, and all the time you were talking about it, I was thinking, but these guys are so competent, there's not really a lot of chance of a double yellow.
Well, every once in a while it goes wrong, and it doesn't have to be a driver error. It can be a mechanical where a car's in a place where they deem they need to get safety crews out there and put the pace car out. So, it can be a number of things. It doesn't have to be, an issue where it is a driver error, so to speak.
Well, you see the gap to third place as they dive into Cube 3, Turn 1. And this battle, though, is continuing between Ballister and Gaforov. Now, he's got Nico Jamin as a second driver, but are we expecting a change in that pit stop?
I don't know. That was a last-minute ad, so I think I think that's one of those that depends on when and if a double yellow comes out.
Okay.
And, if they run to the 40-minute mark, they will just come in and do it as well everybody else is. So at that point, if they'd like to, they sure can.
We've got 43 minutes left in this race, so plenty of time to make moves as we see the 55 of Chris Hinojosa in the Revolution 500. And we've got 3 of the PSSA as we go back on board. I love these onboards. They're so clear and really give you an instant understanding of what they're going through as he turns through turn 3 and heads towards the Sargento Bridge. 4th gear. this Ross Poole, and then down to 5. So holding their own against certainly the Stuttgart Cup entries, the PSSA. I don't suppose it's very often that you do get to race with the PSSA guys.
Yeah.
And they are, Hossa, Ross Poole, just ahead of him in the Cayenne Club Sport, in the 85, in 12th place overall. Back on board with 3rd place, Troy Peterson. Had a good run yesterday.
Yeah, he's cleared himself from the fight between Tommy Ballister back there behind him, but so he's got clear sailing. It's he's probably in a good place where he'd like to be. Not quite catching up on the tail of the Banks, but has an equal distance between him, his teammate, and Tommy Ballister. Looks like he's gotten by Tommy, cleared him.
Ken, I've asked you this yesterday, but let's, we've always got a new audience tuning in. Talk a little bit about who you attract to this series and a little bit about the history, because, 10 years or so?
Yeah, we're on year 11, and, we were, I kiddingly say we were an overnight success. It just wasn't last night. As we like every series, we were new on the scene. There are plenty of places that customers and drivers can choose to run, preparers, and there's lots of different series out there to run. We're a sportsman series presented on a professional platform. From our social media to our podium presentations, everything done in a professional manner. In that respect, the cars are presented in a very professional manner. The preparers that do these cars are the same teams that do many cars through other sanctioning bodies, whether it's IMSA and one of the Porsche series, same teams that prepare them, which is much needed because cars are sophisticated, they're complicated, and gone are the days where you're just going to go out there and tune the carburetor, throw the timing light on it, and away we go. Do a little chassis setup and alignment. These are very lots of technology built into these cars.
Well, 40 minutes to go, and let's head down to Ben Sissel, because there is activity in the pit lane. Batman has come in. Gotham must have called. Let's find out.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. You can see here we've got Jason filling up Ron Fletcher's car. Caleb put on his fire suit really quick to hold the fire extinguisher. They're doing everything by the rules. They have to have full fire equipment on with the gloves and the fire extinguisher. Ron Fletcher is out of the car, which is per the rules. The driver has to get out of the rules. I did see them remove the rear cover, and according to their Facebook last night, they had to do some late night work getting this car up and running. But this looks like Ron Fletcher, who was out front of PSSA, this is going to be his 5-minute pit stop, which makes it very interesting. There are a lot of rules to these pit stops, especially if they are refueling. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
And as you can see, Ron Fletcher in deep conversation there with his coach or his engineer. I'm not sure. I think it's actually his other driver. But, just having a quick chat there and keeping away from the fuel, quite rightly. And he'll be back in the car very soon. But that is his choice of coming in early and taking his pit stop. So they too are under that same rule. Good-looking cars, aren't they?
Yeah. Yep.
Gap between the Banks now up to 2 seconds, so Tom has recovered well, having had the pressure from the youngster. I would have thought it's a good relationship when you go out with your dad racing.
Yeah, as we said, we were in Indy at Father's Day 2 weeks ago, and we had 8 sets of father-sons racing with us.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I don't think you would have put that in the Guinness book.
We actually have. We did a email blast, one of our social media blasts out to our customers the week prior, and listed all the father-sons that we've had run with us, and I believe there was about 16 sets of them that have run with International GT.
Now that was an interesting pit stop because he didn't stop for fuel and he just came in and went back out again. So,
yeah, which they can do.
Okay, no change, and so back out goes the 55 of Hinojosa. And here's your Stuttgart Cup. Why don't you explain also how the format works? You've got the GT3 and the Stuttgart Cup here this weekend.
Yes.
There's also a Maranello Cup, but tell us what those are.
Yeah, pretty simple deal. In the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy, it is what I consider old school 911 based cars. Okay, whatever the designation, 991, 993, 996. We've had 991.2. All the new generations. To me, it's 911 based cars. It's that chassis setup.
Love it. They've gone all in, haven't they, on the Batman theme?
They certainly have. Yes, exactly. I guess it was
Strapping Ron Fletcher in.
Better than the Joker.
Carry on. Sorry.
But and then the Stuttgart Cup is open to Caymans and other German manufacturers. We had AMGs, which would fall under the Stuttgart Cup banner and can compete because you had
a BMW on the.
Yes, I was surprised they weren't running the rest of the weekend. They ran on test day with us, and I kind of thought they were going to run with us. Also would be in Stuttgart Cup. Mission Foods GT3 Cup is the only one that is brand and model specific. Okay. Just as the Stuttgart Cup is more broad, and we do welcome them, and we're not just a Porsche Ferrari series, we are open to other brands. For example, the Maranello Cup, which we've had numerous Ferraris in, we've had Lambos, okay. In the Stuttgart Cup, we've had Audis, AMGs, and so
a few R8s out there.
Yes, exactly. So it's a much broader spectrum for the championship. They gain championship points, and but it is still because on any given Saturday, I remember years ago, and I get it, the pure numbers of Mazdas that were run and they said on any race weekend they had the numbers, but I would say probably followed close behind had to be a darn Porsche. I mean, everywhere you go, you see them, and they built a huge customer base, not only retail but in racing, and their engineering, their reliability, and their service to their customer has been really key to, and that's been a problem with some of the other manufacturers. We've had teams that have wanted to run other cars, and the parts availability or support has been such when teams get frustrated and move back to, let's say, a Porsche, just because they don't want to, they don't have the support they feel they need.
What I like about the IGT Championship also is it is got that relaxed feel. I mean, if you tuned in and you just came across this, you'd think, oh, is this IMSA? But no, but the level of driver is such that any one of these drivers could be in one of the IMSA classes for sure. But what you find is that you do get professionals like Butch Leisinger and Pippa Mann and many others who come and use this to coach gentleman drivers to be better and get closer to being a professional driver.
That's the great thing about motorsports. I read an article, and years ago we were doing this, and my longtime friend and business partner Derek Bell, says, when Derek was out there teaching people, said, where do you get the chance of a 5-time Le Mans winner, 2-time World Endurance Champion in the car next to you, working with you, and only in motorsport. Only in motorsport does that happen. It doesn't happen in football.
I mean, what a legend.
It doesn't happen in baseball.
No.
It hardly even happens in golf unless you pay a lot of money.
I can assure you that if you went on the soccer pitch today, you wouldn't find Lionel Messi on the sidelines going, hey, why don't you try this?
Yeah, exactly.
No, Derek Bell, absolute legend. I think how many times winner of Le Mans?
5-time Le Mans.
5-time Le Mans.
Brilliant. Yeah, right.
Great guy.
So, and not taking anything away from it, Butch's resume is huge. He's such a humble, low-key guy, and many of these drivers that do. The thing with International GT, as you mentioned, in sports car racing, and I was involved in IMSA many, many years ago for lots of years, but in sports car racing, it is there are varying talents throughout the field, okay, and really in many types of races, there's the front runners, the middle pack, and the guys at the back, and you even see that in open wheel racing, maybe not so much, well, you even do see it in Formula One, but it's in all types of racing that you're going to have this variation and a differentiation of level of talent on the grid. As I say, though, we see them on the way up and we see them on the way back down because we've had numerous guys. Right now, we'd like to wish all those teams and drivers that there are numerous ones that have competed over the past couple weeks in other series and have done well started in International GT or came up.
Off goes one of the PSSAs. We're right on board just at the perfect time.
Yep. That was a spin, and I don't think it's to win.
Nope.
But, it's great to see at this level, the varying people that come out.
I mean, you mentioned that. I was recently at the Miami Grand Prix and covering the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, and David Twatty was there.
Yes, David was there. Scott Blinn was there. Yeah, Scott won our championship a couple of years ago. He's been out in 2 other series. He's promised to come back, but I get texts from him every now and then. Said, Ken, I really miss the IGT Paddock. They've gone on, and that's where we maybe try and be a bit different. That the camaraderie and sharing of information. We were at Lime Rock last year, and we had a guy come out. We had a local kid who was very fast, there's a guy there who was capable but was not getting it right. He went up and said, "Hey, let me show you something here," and he showed him, and he was off and running. And he didn't have to do that. It was a competitor of his. He went up and he showed him, and he said, here's where you're getting it wrong, and he set him right, and off he went.
I think that's the overlying positive, if that's the right word, of the whole of the Pirelli Holdings motorsport empire, if it were, from SVRA to Formula 4 to Formula Regional. And, of course, TransAm, is that you've got that paddock where people are friendly, people are working together for 3 or 4 days, each and every race meeting. And they do swap stories. It's a very family-orientated paddock. And you're right. It doesn't matter whether you're Brent Cruz and you're the champion and you're only 16, or you're Adam Andretti and you've been around the houses and part of the royal family of racing here in America. Everybody's got something as an input, and the likes of Rafa Matos, and here Troy Peterson and many others, all happy and willing to, invest time in other people.
Yeah, there's a new battle that's come up. Mr. Peterson has to step it up now.
Well, this is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Yeah, Gaforov right behind him. They're teammates, are they?
Yes, they are. Out of Goldcrest. Great team that has supported International GT here this weekend.
Well, Gaforov trying to make a move, and he made a move earlier at this corner, but he then went wide, so I think he's going to think wisely to it. Peterson's tough competitor, Troy Peterson, and now they've got a bit of traffic, so that might be where Gaforov makes an advantage, but no, they both got round him from the Stuttgart Cup.
Good awareness, thank you much.
Yep. And another pit stop for PSSA.
That was our spinner.
Yeah, that was the man that spun in 55.
I mentioned Goldcrest. Shout out to Bob and Steve, the Goldcrest principals. That maybe they're sitting in their living room just watching the telecast and watching their customers go around because they're not here this weekend.
Okay.
But most likely not. They're probably at another racetrack supporting some other customers.
Chris Hinosa is the PSSA driver in the Revolution 500, who is making his pit stop and refueling. And we're getting closer now. 30 minutes in, we're getting now down to when we'll start to see some pit stops. And that's where it becomes a strategy, isn't it? It's when to pit, how the traffic works. Though with this relatively sparse field and this long 4-mile track, I don't think traffic's going to be an issue this weekend.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think that will be the problem. Timing the pit stop, if you're trying to get it down to the last possible second, which I don't think is a wise choice to do, because if you get out, you could be short on a pit stop on getting in pretty easily. I mean, if you didn't get the word on your radio or whatever, you may find yourself with 20 seconds left to get to the pits, and you may not have that time.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Yeah, we'll see. Let's head down the pit lane. Ben Sissel's got the latest.
Yeah, well, I'm here down in the pits, and this is kind of a different way to do it. Somebody came over the wall to fill up, but the driver, Hinojosa, is actually got out of the car, but because he's fully dressed, he became the fire extinguisher person, which is kind of a neat way to do it, but looks like they're, but he thought they were done, but he's putting in more gas, so Chris is going to have to come back, grab the fire extinguisher. But that is a pretty good way to do it if he doesn't have enough crew in the pit lane. I did hear, Jonathan, that his last name is Hinojosa. We were talking about that yesterday. Now, Ken, I don't know what the strategy is as I see the first IGT car coming in, but it seems like the IGT cars are waiting a while. We're going to run up there. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Ben, I can tell you what strategy is. They're waiting. Honestly, that's the first of but they could wait a minute. They're at the 20. They're in early for a driver change. Okay, they're at 29 minutes, so they're a minute early. So unless they stay in an extra minute, which is not good, they're not going to be able to do that.
So we'll see some rule breaking.
Yes, it is.
Always fun.
Just by bit, yeah. So we'll see what goes on.
What you in Hinojosa, you were pointing at something. What were you worried about?
I was looking at the visor just to make sure it was all the way down.
Good man. Ever working.
Yes.
So here we go.
Yep.
This is Gafferoff in the 888 is out, and there is a driver change. Yeah.
Yep.
So
no, actually, I looked at and they were okay. So they're good to go on a driver change.
So this should be Nico Jamin.
Yep. So he will go out at the 35-minute mark. And yes, driver change, and they were within the limit, so they're all good there. The other cars will wait until the 40-minute. You know, they've got about 10 minutes to play to see if that, track doesn't go double yellow. But they're not.
Ballister is in as well.
I think that was Tricia TLM crewing that car, judging by the hair that came out of the helmet.
Meanwhile, Peterson still pedaling away and still in third place because there's no change. The Panks haven't come in yet. So it's still the same at the front. But we've got some changes as Nico Jamin comes into the 888 and Thomas Ballister in the 1888 is just making his change, but no change to, there you go, Nico Jamin. But no change to driver in that 188 car. Yeah, so he'll just wait out till he gets to 35, yeah?
35, yeah. And they timed that stop perfectly. That was timed right at the 30-minute mark in, so good on them. It worked well for them.
Down to turn 3, Peterson diving in there. Nice and smooth, opening it up. Down towards the Sargento bridge underneath that, and then flat out in 5th. And you can see the speed there. He's, 150, topping out at 162.
Yep.
And then hard on the brakes for 5. Back up the Corvette hill bridge. And away they go. And out comes the 888 of Nico Jamin at the wheel in the GT3 Cup car. 25 minutes of our Enduro. Happy with the season so far?
Yes.
I remember at Sebring you were a little bit distressed. They were a little bit leery, weren't they? I think they were all a bit impatient to get out on track, and it was
that first race of the year is always the one that sorts things out. But no, it's been a good season. We added Indy last year. As I said, we had a good showing. Father's Day weekend. Good showing there. A slight break over July but Watkins Glen moves back into August from September. We're looking at that. That's always one of our big events. And then we wrap up the year with VIR in Coda.
Yeah, that's always a great way to end the year. And, of course, that's where our TransAm series will also end. And, great way to end the year in Austin, Texas. Beautiful day here. We've had quite a lot of rain over the weekend. But I'm sure many parts of the United States still dealing with the heat. And heavy rain as well. So it's been an interesting weather front. We've got a lot of wind here today. And it's blowing up the hill into turn 1. So I think that's another reason why several of the drivers missing their braking points going into 1, or maybe making, this is the corner I'm talking about, into turn 1 here, with that heavy, strong wind blowing them towards turn 1, sometimes can put them off. Through goes the 95. And that's Zach Mosley in the Revolution A1 500 SC. There he is. Don't know if there's any relation to the other Mosley who races in the Carrera Cup. Peterson down to 5, under braking. Another pit stop complete. That's the 188 coming out finally after waiting. Thomas Ballister still at the wheel for TLM USA, but no driver change. And do they transport their cars individually, or do you do it en masse?
Individually by team, okay? For example, Gold Coast has 2 cars here. Pank has 3 cars here. Ultra Performance, I should say, 3 cars here. You know, 3. There's very few single car teams, okay? They're mostly done by professional preparers who, you know, batch customers together. It becomes certainly the economy of scale. The more cars you go up, and most teams want 3 to 5 cars, 5 filling a truck, you know, in most cases as a good way to go.
We just saw Juan Gonzalez doing his pit stop in the 81, and of course he was in the 81X yesterday. So he said they're testing, and Butch was helping him out. But what would they be testing for, and why? Just a new car?
Yeah, this is a brand new car to him, which is not why it's not in the Mission Foods livery. Just took delivery of it. So yeah, so they're learning it and you know, getting on with making it comfortable for Juan. Because understand that there is no setup. It is what, you know, you're trying to get the car to the driver's comfort level. And some want it looser and want the back to hang out. Some want it tighter and you know, create the understeer, feel more comfortable with some understeer. I don't, but nonetheless, it varies from driver to driver, which is why sports car racing is very interesting when you have multiple drivers. You know, you've got to have that happy medium setup, you know. Although I think the lead driver, tells him that's the way the car is going to be set up, and you'll figure out how to drive it.
Third place Peterson comes in, and now we're starting to get to the nitty-gritty of the business end of the top drivers coming in. And it'll seem like a painfully long time to be in there, but it's thumbs up from him. And he's had a good run so far. We welcome Cesar Cordova on our live stream. He was here with us yesterday. He's got the coffee on. And yes, Chris Coffey will be in action in the TA later. And watching from Sebring, that's Tina. She's loving it. Good to see you, Tina. And welcome all of our viewers on the live stream. And we've got a full day of action for you. But right now, I'm here, Jonathan Green, with Ken Fengler, as we take a look at our Enduro for IGT, part of the Pirelli Motorsport Holdings Company. And as also, we've got some car shows, as you can see, going on in the background there, or on the infield, as they come under the Mission Food Bridge.
Yeah, I think Tom just cut his lap, but looking at the overall time, and I'm not official, but I think they should have came in on that last lap.
Yeah. For what reason? Just time-wise?
Be in at the 40-minute mark.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Be at the 40-minute mark.
There's a cutoff, yeah.
Yeah. So
you've got to come in before 15 minutes of the race is left.
Yeah, you have to complete the stop.
Ah, right.
Which is totally different than the rule reads.
Oh!
The stop. Ooh.
Ballister. Now he's just come out of the pits and he's parked up in the TLM USA car. Now he's in a safe position, but not where he needs to be. I think that's at turn 5.
That's disappointing.
And he's obviously tried to run over my good friend Lake, which is not good work, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding. But no, he is at turn 5, I think, but parked in a safe place. Yeah. So that's the runoff at 5. There's the 5 position. Yeah. You can see the safety car flags are out, and he's just run. I think he's missed his braking point.
I think so.
But the car looked intact, so
yes.
Let's take a look at what happened.
Okay.
We'll soon see. Here we go. So he's coming down 2.5. Here he is. Ooh. It's like the brakes went, didn't they?
Went wrong.
Whoa, great work from our cameraman Blake.
Yeah. Something broke.
He came right at him, but I was joking when I said it, but I wasn't far from the truth, to be fair. That was a very close incident.
Yeah.
He hit the wall, the cement wall there heavily, and so it's the back of the car that is damaged. You can see now.
The expensive end.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's disappointing. Something definitely broke there. The car.
Now, how does this affect the pit stops? In terms of now we're under caution.
Now would be the time to complete pit stop. Now he's coming in, but as I can tell, and this is up to our steward, Ron Zitza, but he's late. No timing.
Tom Pack's in. That's our leader.
18 minutes to go. Yeah, he's late by a lap.
Because is he going to get penalised for that?
Yes, he should. Not my deal, but I will see.
There you go. David Tuati just chimed in. Trish and the boys taking care of business while the other half of TLM was at Sebring. There you go. Yeah, that was a big moment, and even David Tuati goes, "Ooh, no."
Yes, I know. They won their class. Congratulations to at Sebring. They won in the 12-hour race there.
Here comes Lucas Pack as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. They're late, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Well, I'm going to go check, just see with timing, and maybe I'll get some info on that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Glad to see some people chime in early this morning. Watch this. Our founding father, Bill Riddell, told me he was going to watch this morning. He's probably sitting in his living room.
He chimed in yesterday, didn't he, about his bacon?
He did yesterday, yeah. So, Bill out there. Bill, I hope you're enjoying the race. It looks like Tom's slowing himself down, but not on purpose. But we'll see what it is. So let me check on some pit stops and see where we're at.
Well, as you can see, the Corvette is out, and we are under caution here in our IGT coverage. Ken Fengler just going to go check on what's happening in terms of the leaders, because it could affect the race quite drastically if Tom Pank and Lucas Pank have mistimed their entry. Obviously, they got the caution, but we might be out of the window for them to be in at the correct time. So we'll find out. But officially, at the moment anyway, it's still Tom Pank leading, Lucas Pank in second, and Zach Mosley now in third in the first of the Revolution A1 500 PSSA cars. Peterson back out in the 277, and out goes the Batmobile. Ron Fletcher at the wheel, and currently in 13th position overall. Now, there's also an oil flag out there, so I'm not sure whether that accident that we saw was due to oil on the track or just brakes not working as well as they did. The way the car swerved tells me that it was more likely to be a mechanical rather than a slide, but maybe wrong. What do I know? But we have heard from race control that one of the PSSA cars did drop some oil, and that's why that flag is out. So it could be a combination of both, just slip sliding. And yeah, that's the reason we're under caution, is there is some oil down at turn 5, and so therefore they've got the flag out there to warn. And also during the caution, they may just put some kitty litter down, and not kitty litter, it's wet dry as we call it. But just to dry that up, because it's so easy for that situation to occur again if they don't clear it up. I was taking a close look at the pace car this morning, and here the registration is Pace 1. I love it on that Corvette, and of course, quite rightly, Corvette very synonymous with Road America, so that's their pace car. We have the Ginetta in the TransAm series at the other tracks, but this weekend it's all Corvette. And under the Speedville Bridge and into the famous carousel now. Officially 15 minutes, just under, left in this race as the last of the 3 PSSA cars comes in and out, the 95. And I don't think, again, any driver change. That's Zach Mosley, who had been running as high as 3rd position. Well, Bill Riddell has commented, "Great race," he says. "Morning, misfits." That's Skonda Tech. Good morning. We officially take that moniker, no problem. And welcome to CJ Becker as well. Got a good, nice audience watching our coverage of IGT. And don't forget, we've got some great races to come. And of course, it'll be our feature race, which is TA and GT, coming up later in the day. We've also got some Formula Atlantics and some FRP 1600s coming up next, and then there'll be also the PSSA race, which I'm interested to see. I've got a feeling that now will be not run in the same slot as it was due to run, which was 11:25, and obviously this replaces it. So out goes the 42 of Tom Pack. It's been an absolutely glorious weekend for Tom. A little competition from a youngster in the number 42. That's his son, Lucas. Well, that was early on. Before the pit stops, he stretched the lead to just a couple of seconds and made himself a clear leader. The Bay Saver Technologies cars in the green and blue, very distinctive, out on track, can't miss them. And interestingly, the Stuttgart Cup cars all now at the front, so we've got an interesting group now as the others make their pit stop and get back out on track. We're still under caution, and that was because we had a car go off at 5, and we believe that oil was put down by one of the PSSA cars, which caused the Porsche to go off. So while we're under caution, we'll take a short break here from Road America. Join us after this when we'll resume racing.
The PIR Speed Tour returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the PIR Speed Tour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to Road America. We are still under caution in our IGT race, the first of several races here from Road America, part of the Speed Tour that is. And we are well into the 2024 season, and we've got some great iconic events coming up. We've also got the All-Star event at Lime Rock for TransAm, and we're dusting off some of the greats. Mark Martin and many others, Andy Lally. All sorts of great names of past and present will be at the All-Star event in Lime Rock, so definitely put that in your diary for mid-July, the 21st, and get ready for that one. Adam Andretti also taking part, looking forward to that. Also coming up, we've got a trip to Canada for the first time, and looking forward to that very much so, and it's great to reunite TransAm going to Canada as part of the USA Tour that now includes going to Canada as well. And we've also got Watkins Glen, COTA, VIR. Can't wait for those events. All good stuff. And that's the beauty. Tony Pirelli, who started watching TransAm as a little fella, fell in love with the sport, now owns TransAm, SVRA, and Formula 4 and Formula Regional, and one of his big mantras is to basically make sure that we go to all the iconic circuits in North America, and I think that's the biggest attraction of all for the Speed Tour is the tracks that we go to. Ken Fengler is back, and I'm sure hot-footing some news. Tell me, Ken, what's new?
Well, here's what I've heard. Unfortunately, as we saw that the 188 car, which had the problem, it went in the wall. As he had all that wiggling and waggling, fluid was down on the track.
Yeah. Well, we
and then,
did
of course,
get news of
they're going to
yeah.
checker this because of they can't clean up that in time before the end of the race. So disappointing end to it. And then.
Well, I'm glad you went and found out because I wasn't aware that we were actually going to end. So we are going to end under caution.
We are going to end. Okay. You're going to see the checker come out here very shortly.
Fair enough.
So we got close to it.
It was one of the PSSA cars that laid down the oil, and unfortunately the Porsche just. Well, it looked kind of mechanical at first look, but
that's what you'd think. But there was no flag out. But unfortunately, he was the first guy to find the oil, and the other thing that we have and I got with Ron, and his some penalties we assessed. We have one car, the 888 car, which was massively short on a pit stop, time-wise.
He did come in early, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and the other two, as a guest, the two Pank cars were in late, so I don't know whether that will affect the finishing order, but a penalty will be assessed.
Ooh, so we could have some Shinano again.
Yeah, so a minute and a half late on the stops in. I said when they went by, I said, I think they should have came in on that lap.
Yeah, you were absolutely spot on because the 15-minute mark had come and gone, and they had not come in. They waited for the caution.
I was shocked they went by the pit because knowing how long it takes to get around this racetrack. So, a bit of a disappointing end, but nonetheless a great weekend of racing. Yes, fantastic.
Great races, and we just had a comment from Bill Riddell saying, great race.
Yeah,
so if he's happy, we're all happy, right?
Yeah, to this point, it really has been a good weekend.
Well, while we've got this moment, quickly tell us what next for IGT, and if somebody's interested, having tuned in, tell them how they can get involved.
Yes, our contact information is on internationalgt.net. Julie, my able assistant, way more capable than I am, as always talks with many of our customers and gives them lowdown, but they contact myself or Julie, and we're on to Watkins Glen, but we're also in the planning stages for 2025. Within the next week, we are huddling up to get together on next year's schedule. Many of the racetracks, which are the best in the country, will be on, with maybe the addition of one or two. So that's what we look forward to in 2025.
There we go. That's Ken Fengler, who runs the IGT Championship and has done so for the last 10 years, now 11 years. And it's going from strength to strength. And, not the way we wanted to finish this one, obviously, but you do not want to be running down to turn 5 under braking with oil down on the track. So they will clear that up, I am sure. But it is unofficially a win for Tom Pank in the 42. There he is. And Lucas Pank second. But there could be a question mark over when they came in.
Yeah, that'll be looked at. And at any rate, again, thank you on behalf of our marketing partners, Pirelli and Mission Foods. Thank you for this great Speed Tour event weekend. Our official sponsors, Fixie Wheels, Detroit Watch Company, and our official vendors, Sunoco Race Fuels, Speedcom Communications, Stand 21. Thank you very much. It's been a fantastic, beautiful weekend here at the National Park of Speed, and we look forward to being back here in 2025.
Thank you, Ken. And yes, we finish under caution, and at the unofficial, it's Tom Pank, Lucas Pank, and Mustafa Garofov and Nico Jamin, but they may get a penalty. We'll find out, and we'll let you know as the day goes on. We'll take a short break. More action to come from the Speed Tour. Stay with us. Thank you, Ken.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me. I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Welcome back to Road America. As you can see, it's an actually glorious day as we look up from turn 14 up the hill to the main straight. And we're just waiting for our next race coming up, which will be the FRP Formula 1600s coming up. And as you can see, this is what's going on aisle 5. Clean up on aisle 5. Now, this is turn 5 at Road America, and you can see that long white line is the oil that was put down by one of the PSSA cars, and so quite rightly they're spending quite a little bit of time just to make sure that that is cleaned up, because it's a heavy braking point, one of the most important corners on the track, and so they want to make sure that that is good and ready. And the organizers here at Road America are very proficient at what they do, and they will have it cleaned up. But while we've got a bit of time, let's take you back to SpeedTour presents stories from the paddock. And today's story, Kevin McKay.
Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. I have a Corvette restoration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look at my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself, but knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education of what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Azora Duntov, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and first in class. And the cars here today, all 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
Test.
There he is. And just you heard a test there, and I'm delighted to welcome to the booth once again Ben Sissel alongside me. And actually, we've got one of the fathers of the competitors in this particular race, and that is Kevin Hauk. And of course, we saw Ayrton in action yesterday in a very lively FRP 1600, and we're hoping for more of the same as we get ready for our feature race for today. And the car's on the pre-grid. Welcome, first and foremost, Kevin. Delighted to have you on board, but great insight. But the boy's doing good.
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun, and I got a big shout out to Greg Rice and the team for inviting us back and letting us run an open seat that they had this weekend. At Road America, we were up here a few weekends ago for the USF race with the Ayrton's running with the 2000, and it's a beautiful park, man. And, they call it the national park of speed. And we bring the camper. We're camping up outside of Turn 1, and we just absolutely love the environment. Best food in the world, right?
Well, why don't you tell us? We've got a little moment before we get into the nitty-gritty of the racing. Why don't you tell us about Ayrton's career and his love for this sport and what you've been doing to get to this stage?
Yeah, the funny thing about Ayrton, right, is I never wanted him to get into motorsports.
You called him Ayrton. What were you expecting?
Well, exactly, right? But, boy, when you name a kid Ayrton, then you stick him into motorsports, boy, the expectations are high.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, I raced here in shifter karts a long time ago. I did some racing, got out of it, went into dirt bikes, and I really wanted Ayrton to get into the dirt bikes. When I saw what they were doing in dirt bikes, I was like, we got to get out of this as fast as we possibly can. So we started karting, and he's been karting since he was 14. Actually 12, excuse me. So we did a lot of local scenes. We're at the Newcastle Motorsports Park here in Indianapolis. Lucky to have some amazing national talent right in our backyard. So we're able to maximize the seat time in a go-kart. And then we went to the Lucas Oil School for our first school. And it was actually here in Road America. It was down here. They used the back half of the track when he was 14 years old. And it was really an eye-opener. He enjoyed the karts, obviously. But, boy, there's a lot of difference between racing a go-kart around a racetrack and racing a car around a racetrack.
I need to ask you a technical question. I'm seeing two cars go out with driver's left sticker tires, but driver's left only. What is that about?
Yeah, so the FRP allocation is 6 sets of tires total for the weekend. So you can mix and match as you want. Because of Turn 1, the carousel, Canada Corner, and 14, you're really hard on those left side tires.
Especially the carousel. The carousel is about a 220 degree.
Yeah.
It's not a 180. It's around, and then you're at such high speed, you're really pulling the tires the whole way around.
Yeah, you'll find the top 4 or 5, like from the race yesterday, will be flat out during the carousel. So they're really pushing that left front and left rear. So because of that, what you'll do is a lot of teams will put the news on the left side today, or this morning, and then they'll alternate the best 4 for this afternoon's race because you only get 6.
Now, driver development, Jonathan and I get to work a lot with F4 and now this new JS F4, which is an open wheel class run by Scott Goodyear, who is focused on driver development. But watching this F1600, really, Jonathan and I, as fans, not super involved, this is such close racing, but I can't accentuate enough the discipline of these drivers. They never seem to get their wheels locked with each other. They know where each other are. They give each other the room that you need to give, but sometimes that room is a few inches, but that's all the drivers need, especially up front.
Yeah, no. You got to remember, these kids have been racing each other either in go-karts for probably the last 6 to 8 years. So they're not new to each other, and they're new to racing with each other. So they're very respectful. They also know that dad's back in the paddock, and if they mess up that car, somebody's got a budget to pay for the damage, right? And so they know that, and quite possibly they are chasing a championship. So if they damage the car that they can't be repaired, they're going to lose a race and lose the points that are associated with that, which is very important as well.
And go ahead. We were talking about the ladder and how important that is. Like where we're from, it kind of goes karting, JSF4, F4, FR to possibly IndyCar or TransAm sports cars. Then the sky's the limit. But you said it's very important to hit every rung of the ladder. This F1600, I see this is going from karts to this, I see that as such an important step because now you're driving a car that's, got a suspension on it, inboard shocks, full suspension. Very difficult to drive a slow car fast with momentum. You're learning the momentum driving, the corner, the speed in, the speed out, all of that stuff. But then also just that wheel-to-wheel awareness that you don't get in other series. The wheel-to-wheel awareness, I think, is probably unmatched in F1600.
Yeah, absolutely, right. So the mechanical grip is something you do not learn in a go-kart. It does not have body shift. It doesn't roll. It doesn't rate. It doesn't matter how you apply the brakes or how you take them off. The 1600 teaches all those basic principles of car control in a lower cost platform a lot of times to determine if you can have and develop those skills.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think the wheel-to-wheel aspect that Ben mentioned is exactly the training you need, and it gets to the point where if you ever did make it to the dizzy heights of the 500, you would be happy in a field of 33 cars at over 200 miles an hour because you're used to that close quarters.
Right, and that's what the fans want to see, right?
Yeah.
So if it's follow the leader, that we don't have a good show for the fans, right? And so the racing and being able to run in that pack and understand it, I think this is what breeds it. And to me, there's no better performance package than what FRP provides for these 1,600 kids in North America.
Before we go, let me just do a little housekeeping.
Yes.
Turn 5, driver's right. Huge oil spill from PSSA in the last session. They have cleaned it up with kitty litter, but look forward. These cars like to go 3-4 wide into turn 5, and we may not have the grip that they're used to. You're going to see a big white line as we come to green, Jonathan.
Well, and Kevin was just telling me that the grid for this is your fastest lap. And so the guys at the front that were all hassling each other for position aren't necessarily the fastest. So the likes of Ayrton Hauk are starting, 9th at the moment. Green flag waves, and so Carsten Defons leads them through. Trevor Russell alongside him as they all fly down towards our Cube 3 Turn 1 for the first time in our FRP Feature Race 2. There is the number 02 of Ayrton. Kevin, his dad alongside us here in the booth. Rather nervous, but enjoying it, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start from Ayrton. And, I don't want to minimize Karsten's race yesterday. He was really up front quite a bit. He made a small mistake in turn 6, but excellent drive from Karsten yesterday. So I expect him to have a little bit more emotion this morning and really drive it, obviously, out to the front and away he goes, right?
Yeah, and we're about to come to this section. This is turn 5. There's the kitty litter that you were talking about, Ben. They're starting to come over it now. Let's see if anybody's a little bit more cautious than normal. No, they just went straight for it. And Ayrton Hauk, what a start! He's in the lead! Great stuff.
Yeah. I'm hoping I can control myself on the radio while Ayrton's out there. This is a first for me, to be honest with you. Never had the opportunity to call his own race.
Well, there you go. And we've been hearing about it. He's also a USA Scholarship winner, Ayrton, and Jeremy Shaw's project, of course. And many of the greats that have gone on to IndyCar and other forms of racing have come through that scholarship. And that is a great opportunity to go to England and to race in Formula Ford. And Ayrton did just that. And I think it's put him in good stead. And hence the reason, as he comes through the carousel, he's leading this race, having started 9th.
Yeah, we can't thank Jeremy and the Team USA program enough. It was such an eye-opener to international competition. When you look at the current IndyCar field, you've got Kirkwood, you've got Newgarden, you've got Connor Daly, you've got Colton Herta. All of these guys, all with Team USA, all came out of the 1600 program.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. That actually says it all, doesn't it? Really, when you start banding those names around, there's no question that those are the real deal.
And there's also a really neat motive, too, that Jeremy does, and he won't always come out and tell you, but he's a big fan of that Formula Ford Festival, and having such a big fan base and a good group of cars running there. What a unique event, and that is just a really special place to be.
But more importantly, for a young man to travel abroad to go racing, talk about growing up quickly. You go to Brands Hatch and you go in a Formula Ford race, that is growing up. That's the real deal.
Yeah, I can still remember pictures of Ayrton, him and Sullivan, sending pictures of they had to learn how to.
We've got some competition for your son here into turn 1, Cube 3 turn 1.
Yep.
Yeah, Karsten was doing a great job yesterday, going around the outside of getting a run on going into 1. So we'll see if Ayrton can defend it this time. You've got Burns and you got Mateo right there ready to go.
Yep, Ethan Tovo in the number 13, also getting a good start. There's the 81 going through shot. That's Theodore Burns. Teddy Burns had a good race yesterday too.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what we've seen. We've watched this when we've gotten to live stream the F1600. Usually, sometimes the best show of the weekend. Just fantastic racing. We might have 4 or 5 lead changes just in a lap, especially here at Road America.
Here we go into turn 5 again. A little bit tricky, and I'm sure a little bit apprehensive coming in there. But as they get more and more used to it and more confident with that wet dry that they laid down there, I think the confidence will come back. I'm told that drivers, once they get used to seeing wet dry, actually say that it's almost more grippy than the real deal. So,
yeah, it basically absorbs anything in the asphalt there, but it does throw you off because it does throw out all that white smoke, and the first couple times you kind of tiptoe through there, but then after they rub it in a couple of laps, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's just a distraction, right? And then, the other thing we were talking about yesterday, I was watching your commentary, and, you're talking about cars being in a draft and maybe just staying there. And a lot of times we can't, right? Because the cars will get hot if they don't have enough air.
Good point.
So they have to move around. They have to get some fresh air through the radiators.
And that's through the side pods?
Yeah, it's through the little small openings on the side pods. And so, as you can see, there's not a lot of surface area to let the air in, right? So, and these cars are electronically controlled. So if the computer sees that the engine is getting up above 100 degrees, it starts retarding timing, and it'll bring it brings your horsepower down.
I didn't know.
So these guys are all not only managing the draft, but they're managing their engine temperature by exposure and getting out in the field, getting the air in.
Well,
so
Kevin,
they have power.
You are hired. This is some good technical information that we just didn't have.
But
And I apologize for that.
Right?
But that makes a lot of sense and is good learning for the real deal, whether you're in a Carrera Cup or an IndyCar. That use of the retardation when the heat comes up.
So explain the snaking the train like that. Why is he doing that?
That's wagging the tail, right, and whipping the tail. The whole idea is to break that draft. You saw if one person gets out front and then 3 go wide, like they're kind of doing here. Oh,
big
no.
off, and off track goes the 32.
Yep.
Tony Stewart on the bubble there,
Trevor
getting it nicely
Russell.
done.
Trevor
Russell it is.
That was Trevor.
Now, I do believe we're going to probably have to go yellow.
Yeah,
we're going to stay. This
sense.
is a long, 4 miles, but so lucky there not to go over because you saw the car, the tires try to catch and just barely didn't go over. He's shaking
his head there. That said it. Now the frustration comes in, but that was a bit of an eye-opener for Trevor Russell. Race continues for now, but he is stuck in the gravel, and I agree with you, Ben. They're going to have to caution that. And we'll get the safety car out. The Corvette should be on track fairly swiftly. I'll take a look down the pit lane.
I don't have FRP's race control on my ear, but I know the Road America safety crew is really good, but right now they can still, like I said, they sometimes pass 3-4 times, so they're going to still probably race, and they'll probably throw a full course yellow at turn 10 to 14 somewhere.
Yeah,
such a big crash that was.
Yeah, I'm glad he's okay, right? That's one of those right front to left rear situations that tends to throw the car up into a cartwheel. So I'm glad to see he caught the steering away from that. They usually let him race down to Canada. Yep, out comes the caution. Because you got 4 miles, right? They let him race down to Canada Corner usually, and then throw it down there.
And I agree with that. And the great thing is, I really do believe, I'm not just saying this because we're here, Mike and his crew here at Road America, the best safety team we work with, they do hot pulls. They're out there probably now already trying to hook these cars up, get it off the surface so we can go back to green. But now, what is the good speed for a pace lap so these cars don't overheat?
They're doing 50, 60 miles an hour just as long as they're not in a draft right behind the car, right? So you'll see them move back a little bit. They won't be so tight. They'll move over to a side, get some air. There's 2 radiators, one on each side. They are, basically plumbed in series, so you have to go through both. And
do they have a temperature gauge to let them know what's going on?
They have a red light, basically. They have a gauge and a red light.
This is the first I've heard of a race car kind of automatically doing that once you drop or raise above a certain temperature, that it takes the ignition down, electronic ignition, I'm guessing,
Right. Basically what it's doing is retards the timing, so you don't make as much power, but it protects the engine from destroying itself.
Good to know, yeah.
Yeah, because in TA2, I was just talking to a team the other day that they actually find the driver if the driver's unaware after a certain temperature because just the amount of rebuild they have to do now on that engine.
Absolutely, right. And they'll when you start leasing rides and do things, they'll monitor. They'll look at the data, the RPM. Did you over rev it? Did you over temp it? Anything like that? Were you watching the oil pressure?
Okay, so now to put you on the spot, because I know that you guys are here with Rice and you've had a long time. Give me an instance that this has happened with you guys?
Before
Before
you answer that, though, I'm just going to take another look at that accident, and then we'll get Kevin's take on that, because I want to see this happen again. And just, Kevin, what do you see?
Well, I see Timothy moved over there a little bit, right? And then he saw the opening, no harm, no foul on anybody's part. You're all fighting for that corner, but Timothy moved over. Obviously didn't know he was behind him, and then that may have caught him off guard, or he was going to try to go around the outside, and just a little bit too late to react on the brakes and hit that left rear.
Go back to your thought. Okay, as you can see, the helmet off, but we're on the caution.
I want to thank Greenlight for putting that together. Not only did they clip that replay, but it was very smart of them, so I'm giving the director some props to show the driver okay, because that was a nasty hit.
Yeah. Knock on wood, we've been real successful. Ayrton has not damaged too many engines. We've damaged a handful of cars, and so that happens when you're racing hard. You got to be prepared. You got to have money set aside for those repairs, right?
Yeah, and on that subject, Kevin, while we're under caution, why don't we talk about what I think is the real jewel in the crown of FRP? Having been involved in single-seater racing for quite some time at different levels, I know how expensive it is. You know as a dad how expensive it is. But I love this series because the price point, because I was looking on the webpage before I got here, and I was actually quite surprised at just how affordable this kind of racing is and how much you can learn at a price point where you're not breaking the bank, is the expression.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, let me do the quick math in my head, right? This is probably 20% of the cost of a budget for 1,000 ride or something like that, where,
which is what Ayrton's doing as well.
Yeah, Ayrton's, we're super happy. We're running with Don Connor, who is from the Cape Motorsports program, who actually Cape came out of 1600, right? So Cape had a program with 1600. They went on to, back then it was the USF 2000 Road Indy program. Now it's the Anderson program and USF Pro Championship. But, at that time, and same with Pelfrey and Rice, right? So these guys all had 1600 cars, 2-liter cars, and so there was a ladder there for kids to move up and develop their skills. But yeah, we can race here for 20% of what we would do at the other races, and you watch this racing, you can't get this anywhere else.
Yeah,
this is phenomenal stuff.
This is really good, and it's so hard to drive. Like I said, it's so hard to drive a slow car fast, and you learn so much from that. And I don't mean any disrespect to that, but there's no ground force. It's basically, this is a driver class, and it's so easy then for the teams to say, well, this driver keeps winning in this class, such a tough class. Obviously, there's some talent there.
Right. So the question is, and I say this to all the fathers. Are you wanting to get into a fancy race car? Or are you wanting to develop a race car driver? Because if you're looking at development, then there is no disrespect given when you say, I'm learning how to drive a low horsepower, low mechanical grip car. This is a very important step. And we did two things actually with Ayrton. I didn't mention to you earlier. Is they're checking out that left rear.
Dave Petsko.
Yeah.
Dave.
You can see something comes loose. Something's come loose there.
Yeah, there's a set of shims that they use to set the camber up there, and so it looks like they may have popped out. That sets the angle of the rear wheels, and they just use shims to put in that.
Those tires don't look too.
Yeah, the right side of the tire, driver's right side of the tire, looked a little worn.
Yeah, and Kevin, to be blunt, it's great having a father here because, like I said, I follow junior racing quite a lot, and the truth is, a lot of fathers, a lot of mothers, a lot of parents get their kids involved, and of course the kids like it, but it's expensive racing, and there comes a point where you have to say exactly that. Are you in it to win it? Are you in it to be a professional? And this, at this price point, is a time for you to really assess that before you make that decision to go to USF 2000 or Formula 4, where you are going to start spending some real money.
Great point, right? So, we had those conversations with Ayrton. Actually, you have them with the family, right? This is a lifestyle decision, first of all, more than just a hobby. So we had those decisions with the family. This is what we're going to do, and this gave us an opportunity. And knock on wood, we've been blessed. And Ayrton's doing really, really well. He's up at the front and learning how to maximize these cars. He's doing really, really well in the USF 2000 program as well because of what he got here. So, but yeah, we if we would have gone straight into, let's say, a 2000 program from karting, or it would have been really difficult for him to get, and just too much to take in at one time. You look at the development, like I said, are you doing development or are you doing racing? If you're in it for development, you take small steps, you learn those steps, you maximize those steps, and then you take new challenges. But you do eat a whale one small bite at a time.
Yeah, I love that approach, because me with such a huge ego, it'd be really hard not to just go for that shiny car that maybe I don't have the ability to drive yet, right, but it may be faster or just more fun to talk about. But if you take it in incremental steps like this, and we saw it, like you think about all the best Formula One drivers from the 60s and 70s, they all came from Formula V.
Yeah.
You know, and did that. The Formula V to Formula Ford to maybe something a little bit more like a Formula Atlantic or something like that. But each one of them, I've never seen somebody just go from karts to a prototype or anything like that. It seemed like if you follow their career, they did it incrementally, like you were talking about with like Newgarden or Kyle Kirkwood.
Right. I mean, absolutely. So, you know, like we were talking this morning, the big difference between a go-kart and a car is the dynamics of the vehicle. There is no weight transfer under braking when you have a go-kart that has zero suspension.
Yeah.
Right? And so the things that I listened to Ayrton, and I've seen that, you know, he's learned. He's gone much further in his career, obviously, than I have. He's on the racetrack. I'm in the booth. But the reality is the brake curves, the things that he talks about now, and how you move from the loading of the front of the vehicle, and you can't just take off the brake. You have to release it appropriately. They're in there analyzing the curve of how they apply it and how they
and they're all identical, so that's why the racing's so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's those little things of the change of the slope of the brake pressure, how it's applied, and the speed through the middle of the corner that really separate the guys out on the track right now.
It's so important, too, because you think about most people get into racing from Mario Kart. Yep. And Mario Kart is all the way on the gas, all the way off the gas, all the way on the brake, all the way off the brake. There is no finesse. And so people are surprised when they go to their first driver day or anything like that. They do the same thing that they're used to doing that they know of, and no blame to them. But there's so much finesse in just rolling off. And it might be a tenth of a second. Most people could never see with the naked eye. It takes data to go, like how they go into and out of turn one. But it may be 1/10 of a second difference. And in a race like this, that might be first place to sixth place.
Right. I think one of the worst wrecks I've ever saw was at one of the Lucas Oil schools when a new kid out of karting was going down to the kink, and the car started to push on him. So his immediate reaction was to drop throttle. What did that do? It threw the weight of the car off, and it just looped him around right into the. So, you know, in karting, if it was pushing, you just take your foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Can't quite do that.
Very different. Yeah, very different indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of skill to be learned at this level that actually you can use for the rest. I mean, you know, you've been mentioning some pretty weighty names, but the GOAT even.
Yep.
Scott Dixon, Formula 4 champion in New Zealand.
Yep, absolutely.
Many years ago, mind you, but
Scott's been a great mentor to Ayrton. He's a really good guy. We've been blessed to have him in our lives as well, and I know Ayrton has too. So a lot of good feedback from him as well.
But driver development, Scott Dixon would never tell you today he's a great driver or the best driver. He's like, no, I'm still learning. I'm still doing the Daytona 24. I'm still doing 12 hours of Sebring. He gets in anything he can just to learn because he's still developing as a driver, where most of us would think, okay, he's one of the best, you know, so many championships, but no driver stops developing.
Nope. There's a modesty to that, right? I mean, it's the modesty aside is, you know, that the cars are changing, the technology's changing, tire companies change the compounds. So every time you get in the car, there's something to be learned, gained. And really it's all about how do you maximize whatever that vehicle it is that you're in.
His team, Christian Horner, keeps begging Max Verstappen to stop doing sim racing under the name Max Verstappen. But he's in there because he's like, it's still driver craft. Yeah, it may be a little bit different, but he just wants to develop as a driver. And what does that say about these champions that are like never satisfied?
Did you hear that he was doing the 24 hours?
Yeah.
He did the 24 hours at Spa during the Spanish weekend. in his motorhome.
And you know that's got to just infuriate Christian
Yeah,
Horner, because he's
sure.
like, please, can you just worry about your nutrition and your sleep?
He did a stint at midnight and a stint at 9 a.m. evidently.
But I love that about him.
I did too. It could be worse, right? You could do the Malukas, though, and go out and get on the mountain bikes instead of the sim racer.
Yeah.
Or James Hunt and going out and spending money at the bars that are the seedy bars.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. So
looks like he's coming in.
Yeah,
Let's take it away, Jonathan.
Yep, here we go. Now, I tell you what I noticed. Ed and Hauk, very smart man, took a very wide line into 5 just because I think he's anticipated that they're all going to roll in there 5 wide. And so he just thought, let's see if I am stuck out wide. Can I go over the rumble strips and still be online? And I think that was a smart move on his part. I may be wrong, but I think that's what he was thinking. Green flag waves, away we go. And it's the Formula FRP 1600s in action again. And it's Carsten Defense leading the way. Ettenhout in second place as everybody now jostles for position as we pass the incident that caused the full caution. Through goes the 13 of Ethan Tovo.
One of the 2 sets of twins in this race.
That's right.
And my friend Toe.
Whoa! Lock up there by the 40.
Your grid person texted me last night and said it's not Kahan, it's like Shaka Khan. So it's Ayrton Khan.
It's Ayrton Khan. That's correct.
So I apologize for that.
No, I went over and asked him the same question this morning. I said, I want to make sure I get this right. But absolutely. Hey, you know,
Khan.
The other thing, while we got a few seconds,
here
we go, going into 5 again.
Well, Ayrton's got the lead, so he didn't need to worry about that outside line, which is the one that that white and red car there going through.
But it's obvious they're all avoiding it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the way they were doing it yesterday, they're not going 3-4 wide. They're staying well within that wide line.
Side by side.
How about this? Look at this. Look at this. Great racing. Defense and Hauk going wheel to wheel, quite literally.
Yeah. Like I said, Carson, he did a fantastic job yesterday. Poor kid made a small mistake in Canada corner when he went wide in the rumble strips, but he drove an amazing race.
Gave just the amount of legal room.
Yeah.
Maybe another inch or not.
We're not going to say, hey, please take it right here. Here's a turn signal, right? It's like you do what you take, and you know that's only fair because that's what we would expect, right?
Yeah.
I think a lot of these kids they're on the pits. They're talking around, race me like you would like to be raced.
Yeah.
And that's the way they treat each other on the racetrack. There's very little animosity in the pits, and all these are good families and good friends. So, you know, it makes for some great racing and good family.
Top 6 going to Canada corner.
I tell you, though, if anybody's listening, Scott Goodyear did this a few years ago with us, and I saw it work. The F4 drivers weren't behaving on track, so he got them all together and made them do exercises together, like team building, to become friends, because it's a lot harder than to push somebody out that you know and you've become friends with and you have a personal relationship with. And I see that in your paddock. The camaraderie's there. So
White
they're
flag.
not going to do anything to impede a friend.
So, you know, Ayrton and I kind of talked this one out. We lost yesterday. We were in the lead.
Let me take you through that. Right. Give me some strategy, because we talked about this in commentary, as you know.
Yeah.
Where do you want to be?
We don't want to be first.
Okay.
Yeah, well, he's third.
Right, so I think Ayrton and I, we want to be second going into 5, and we want to be our third going into 5 and second going into Canada corner.
Well, it's working out as planned, because right now they're in turn 3 and he's in third. So he could be third going into 5.
But let's be honest, these guys are so equal and the draft plays such a critical role on that straightaway. So, you know, this is where I usually put my head down and say a prayer, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Kevin's going to go quiet for a moment while the son does the business. And here he comes into the lead. Now, he's got the lead now, and he's gone under prediction. He should be second at the moment, but he might get overtaken before the end of it. But he's chosen to be at the front for now.
Yeah, so this is, to me, this is excellent, right? Because it gives Matteo a chance to pass us going into Canada corner,
Nerano.
And then we'll be hopefully second coming out of the last corner going up the hill. So
left-hander next, very important corner. Here we go. They're all jostling for position, under braking. Ayrton Hauk leading the way. Oh, a touch!
We did not see that one.
But now he's got a huge gap.
Now he's got a very rare
we still
gap.
have the long straightaway, so let's say that 1, 2. It's about a 3-second gap. It could hold, it may not. It depends on.
But surely now he's got to try to break this, because this is a
he's
perfect position.
Got to crack the whip, stay out of it, keep his head down. Qualifying lap.
Yeah, basically. Through the kick they come, down towards our standard camera there, stationary camera there, giving us a real insight of the speed, and down to Canada corner for the last time. Etten Haug, DeFons, Narano,
now
Burns,
it's hit
Steele.
your marks.
Whoa.
Hit your marks. The gap is closed. We went from about 6 car lengths to about 2.5 car lengths now.
Yeah, and that Teddy Burns, man, he's got a fast car. It's slick. It's the I think it's the Ray, or is it the Piper? But it's a fast car in the air.
Here he comes to take the green, Jonathan.
Yeah, here we go. One more corner to go, and here it is, turn 14. Etten Haug has got a substantial lead, but it's still a long way up that hill. But I think he's got this. Buddy. He's still making a move, though, to keep the tail away from him, but he takes the checkered flag and wins in style. And how perfect. Dad's right here to celebrate with us. Theodore Burns takes second, and Timothy Steele takes third.
What a gift. Thanks, Ayrton. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I did notice your body got very tense there the last half lap. And you put your right foot through the floor there coming out of 14.
What people don't know at home is he's still on the ceiling.
Yeah. Oh, they know me well enough. They know that's where I'm at. This is fantastic. Hey, guys, thanks for having me out. Yeah. This was a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate you guys showing this on the stream, because this is some of the best racing in North America.
People who've seen that, tell us about USF 2000. What team's he in? What number is in? How can we tune in?
He's number 58. He's in the USF 2000 program with Dan Anderson in that program. Right. We shadow the IndyCar series at most road races. Number 58. Yep. And Don Connor, right? So Don Connor was the engineer from Cape Motorsports. They went off to Indy next. And Don has the assets, and he's running with us, and Carson Eder. Fantastic team, great people. Yeah. And then, the only other thing I wanted to mention real quick to you is part of Ayrton's development, because IndyCar is oval and road courses. I personally bought a midget, a Kenyan midget, and we've been running the Kenyan midget program in Indianapolis, which is, basically it's a half asphalt, half dirt, short track ovals.
Good experience,
and teach it. So, he qualified 0.004 of a second off the pole at the Lucas Oil, and the first time in the oval race because of his old background. So that's another great meeting ground as well for kids that want to do this and learn car control. So
a name to remember for the future, Etten Haug. He's been in this series for a couple of years. He's now in USF 2000 as well as the FRP 1600s, and a winner today.
Run down to Winter Circle, celebrate. Thanks for joining us. And then Timothy Elliott was asking the lap time. So I'm looking at about 225s, 224s, Timothy Elliott.
Yeah, so, that's a great point. Let me pull up my race monitor, and we can tell you where they're going to be qualifying for, where they qualified based on this race. So
great stuff. Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the 1600s. And, we had a bit of a caution there when Mr. Russell got taken out, or got into a crash. Here it is, the start, though. Etten Haug started in 9th position, but look at this. By turn 5, he'd already taken the lead, and then it started to spread out. But then we got into a situation where we had this big crash, the 32 going off heavily. Trevor Russell, but A-OK. I'm glad to see him out of the car and okay, but obviously that came out as a caution. At the restart, Haug was in 2nd place. And as we talked with his dad, Kevin, about what the tactics were, he took the lead at 5, but then got a bit of a luck, because the 2nd and 3rd place men took each other out, which gave Ayrton a little bit of a gap, about 2 seconds, and that was enough to give him a bit of a leeway ahead of the rest of the field. Etten Haug wins, Theodore Burns 2nd, and Timothy Steele takes 3rd. We'll take a short break here from Road America. My thanks to Kevin Haug for joining us. He's going to go down to winning circle, enjoy the celebrations. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we've got more racing for you from Road America.
The PIR Speed Tour returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the PIR Speed Tour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Welcome back to Road America. It's a beautiful day here, and as you can see, the car shows are in full session. Hoods are up, and picnics are out. Everybody enjoying a little bit of time in the deck chairs, sitting in the sunshine here in Wisconsin. And the Batmobile is about to take on the world as we turn our attention to the PSSA feature race. Small field. And if you were with us this morning, 3 of the cars involved in this championship actually did take part in the IGT run, which was kind of unexpected, and I thought they were going to replace them. Come on in, Rob.
Thanks, guys. We've got Rob Belson joining us here. This has been Sissel speaking now, but Rob told me that it was decided that PSSA was going to join the IGT Enduro, but I guess that didn't get put on the schedule, and nobody knew about it. But it was a cool surprise. They've done it before. I was actually thinking last night that it might happen just because it's kind of one of the promises that's given to PSSA is a lot of run time with us. But the rest, I'll just say it politely, the rest of the PSSA cars have entered the field. We've got Ron Fletcher in first, Zach Mosley second, Dario Cangliasi in third, James French fourth, Clay Keel fifth, Gobel Newsom sixth, and Harry Colson seventh. So, Rob, give us a little brief overview about this PSSA organization. You're the big boss of PSSA.
Thanks, Ben. I'm managing PSSA is sort of a step up for me from previously just being technical director, and we're trying to build the field. We have invited a lot of cars, talked to a lot of people. As we go forward, I believe we'll get a lot more of these cars out there. This is a series for just about any prototype car, LMP3 and cars like that on down to the Radicals and the Sebecos that we see here.
We're looking now at the Sebecos as they come into Mission Foods Turn 5. Very cool. So explain this platform.
Well, this platform was developed initially as a spec prototype class for National Auto Sport Association, and they have a few races there, and some of the guys felt like they wanted to break out and do some other races. So they've come with us. We do some nice races that have historic tracks and some good crowds, and they wanted to be a part of that.
So Racing Data Systems is saying, they're calling me out, saying, Ben, we need a place to run LMP2s and 3s. What do you say to that?
The whole intent of this was to have LMP3 be the sort of ceiling level of of performance on these cars. It's intended to be a learning class. When you get to LMP2, you're into a car that's got a lot more performance potential, and not really a learning class. That's a full-on pro platform.
Well, if you're listening really closely, that was you can hear the drone pilots talking to one of the fans, and they were talking in the white van down there. But yeah, Rob, this is a class that you and we've talked about this. We really expected this to grow and really go, and it just seems like once they kind of dip their toe in the water, they love it. But we just need to figure out a way to get people that have these cars that qualify to dip their toe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There's a number of places to race these kind of cars. We're just trying to provide events and a platform where they can enjoy it and have the best experience possible. And we hope that we'll get more cars all the time.
And now, just so you know, when this race starts in the green flag, there's different classes. So the Sebecos are basically racing kind of in their own class, and the Revolutions up front are kind of racing in their own class. So don't think that the Sebecos are really falling back, because it's basically a race within a race here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Jonathan, here they come to take the green behind that beautiful Road America Corvette.
Yeah, as you can see, they are lining up 2 by 2. A small field, but should be some good racing as they're coming up the hill towards our commentary position in the big main grandstand there. And a fantastic day for racing here at Road America. PSSA feature race on its way. And the green flag waves, and away we go. And in a moment they'll pop out, and sure enough, right in the middle of the shot is the Batman Mobile.
Yeah,
but he's not leading. He's dropped back down to fourth.
That is odd. I'm not used to seeing Ron Fletcher drop back like that. It looks like maybe something is
awry
going on. Maybe the red phone to Commissioner Gordon's not working, but we've got Zach Mosley out front coming
Mosley
through turn 3.
Well. Great start from Zach Mosley.
And if that's the James French that I know in that number 33, a very, very talented driver currently in second.
Under the Sargento Bridge then, and down towards turn 5. Always a critical corner here. A lot of overtaking takes place here. We saw it in the previous races, and here they come. But Zach is off and running. Look at the gap he's already created.
Yep, which is normal for the Revolution and the Sebecos. But we do have Rob Elson in here with us, our tech director for SVRA, but the man at the helm of PSSA. So if you have any questions joining us on YouTube, please let us know, and Rob will be happy to
engage.
To engage. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading some. So we've got Cangliosi Racing is saying, hey, even the Sebeco cars are a different class.
Yeah, the 33 car is in our PS2 class, we call it. The 33 car has a uprated engine, a little bit different aero. The rear wing configuration is slightly different than the PS3 cars, which are a 2-liter stock engine. It's a development that the Sebeco cars are undergoing to try and get more cars on the grid, more excitement for the guys who own them.
Interesting, you're just reading up on the PSSAs, because it's still not a familiar group of cars to me, but 20 different chassis, all eligible for competition here. That's quite a number.
It's quite a number, and we're looking forward to having some of those chassis join us.
Radical, Revolution, Ligier, Wolf, Sebeco we've already mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had good conversation with the Wolf representatives, and we believe we're going to get some of those cars to run with us. I've been talking pretty frequently with teams that have Ligier and DuQuoin chassis, and they're doing some other series at this time, and we feel we'll get some of them to race with us as well.
Ron Fletcher leading the championship at the moment. Judd Miller, who was involved in a big crash yesterday, in second place. Zach Mosley, the man leading at the moment, currently in third. This is PS1 I'm talking about now. And Chris Hinosa, who was also in our IGT race earlier this weekend, is currently in fourth position. Field spreading out now as they turn into turn 5 again. Glad to say that they cleaned up the oil that was knocked out earlier in the day by one of the PSSA cars.
I'm actually texting Jason right now to see if we can give us any information on Ron Fletcher. Love the livery of this 84 of Clay Keel, the red, white, and blue. As they come through turn 5 to 6 up the hill, and then a very difficult 6. There's Ron Fletcher there in the Why So Serious Batmobile.
We got a question from Zach Bardwell saying, is it more affordable as a class to get into than LMP3?
The cars are identical. The tires are about the same price. The only thing, our entry fees are a little bit less than some of the other organizations, and I think we get a good value for track time. But the car itself is an LMP3 car the other cars I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I believe the Revolution are maybe a little bit less expensive than an LMP3 car. Certainly these Sebecos are really popularly priced, I'll call it, and it should provide a wide variety of people an opportunity to race at this level.
And you could hear a difference. That time, that shot there, that static shot, you could hear the difference between French's car and the other Sebecos in the field. It just seemed a little bit throatier. As they come up the hill through Bennett Bridge Hall. Now that is our leader there, Mosley. We have seen this car at several different events. Just a beautiful car.
Yeah, sounds great, doesn't it? Coming out of one.
The Chapard car of Zach Mosley. Now, when you're teching these cars, you and Julie do a great job, but what are some of the things that you're looking for?
The primary thing we're looking at, these are all relatively new cars, and so what we're looking at is the safety aspects. We check all the safety systems in the car. A lot of the stuff that we look at is really regulated by the fact that they're all built to a specific, a single specification. So we're looking at the supercharger, we're looking at the engine, make sure there's no modifications made. Taking a look at the suspension to make sure nobody's trying to build custom pieces that don't come from the constructors. It's really a series that is designed around building and racing the car as the constructor has built it.
You got a rough idea on budget? There's quite a few people out on the internet just wondering what kind of budgets, just in round figures, for a season of this kind of racing. Do you know that, Bob?
No, don't ask me. I would have no idea. I don't even know what the cars cost new. I know that the Revolutions, I've heard all kinds of different numbers. I think yesterday you were saying the Sebecos are a little over $100,000. Is that right?
Yeah, the Sebeco's a little over 100. The Revolutions, I believe, are a little over 200. And I don't know the current pricing on perhaps an LMP3 car. I've not seen the price list on one of those recently, but tires are a commodity that is probably one of the higher cost items for anybody. Tires are about $2,000 a set, and they generally would use a set of tires for each sprint race and maybe one for qualifying. So you probably in this with your crew and travel and everything for $12,000 or $15,000 a weekend.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Zach Mosley doing a 2:12.182.
Yeah, we had a question about the lap times.
2:15.4. Dario is a 2:16.7. Clay Keel a 2:20. Gobel Newsom a 2:21. Ron Fletcher a 2:22.7. And Harry Colson a 2:25.6. Zach Mosley, the current leader. Do you have any idea what's going on with Ron Fletcher? I know I saw on Jason Miles's Facebook yesterday that they worked all night on that car and had to come up with kind of a, I guess, their own kind of engineering fix for something. So maybe that's acting up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They were having a little bit of an issue when they participated in the IGT Enduro this morning, and I visited with them in the paddock. They were working at it, looking at some of the electronics, and it seems like maybe they're just having an electrical gremlin situation.
They sound great. They really do. especially coming on through the carousel as we see here. Mosley with a 7-second lead now. He really is handing it to them at the moment. French still second through Kettle Bottoms. Coming out of the kink.
So that's the gap between Mosley and French.
Yep.
Yeah. Your PS1 leader versus your PS2 leader. So
Hankook provides the tires for the series. So this is presented by Hankook Tires. And if you win the championship, you get a set of tires. You get, I think, $10,000 cash. But also Hankook at many of our events are on site to help out with the tires and the wheels. And I heard that they're even developing wheels for some other cars that they may not have yet. Is that true, Rob?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're in constant communication with Hankook as people approach us to make sure that we have appropriate sizing for these potential new entries. And currently, yeah, they've got sizing for any of the entries that we have listed in our regulation, so that wouldn't be a problem if anyone wanted to join. There are tires available.
This car coming down into, that's Cangliosi, and I know that some of you have joined us, Cangliosi, so make sure I'm saying that right. Give us a phonetic spelling if we are getting that wrong.
I think that's pretty close. Yeah, currently in third position. And here's French in second, just coming through shot. We'll see Cangliosi coming through. Here he is.
You can see it duck down on the brakes, hard on the brakes into Mission Foods turn 5, and then up the hill, going through the gears. And Road America is tough on gearboxes and rear ends for that reason. It goes from like top speed to low speed, back to top speed, back to low speed. And then it's got that long carousel that's just really trying to eat up your tires and suspension. This is a long downhill into turn 8 to a left-hander. And now this is the carousel. This is what I always think just makes or breaks your lap, because you're just holding it right on that edge, right at the edge of the adhesion of the tires. The G-forces are trying to throw you out into that beach.
Yeah.
And then you got to be this long chute into the kink, which is a blind corner, very fast corner, but you don't want to get it wrong because you can see the wall right there because of the railroad tracks.
Many have.
And that has really ended a lot of careers and torn up a lot of cars, the kink has over the years.
Gangjalosi, says Nick Coots.
Thank you.
Probably got his name wrong there.
Gangjalosi. We're going to try to do better at that then. Thank you for that. So that is Keel and Newsom going at it. That's probably our best race on the track right now, racing for 4th and 5th. As they come up, you'll see them bottom left, come up Canada Corner, up the bottom left here, now into Bennett Bridge Hall. Look at this, side by side. Now Newsom overtaking. Newsom in that 99 PS3. This is a PS3 battle.
That was a little risky, especially with the rain. Because obviously offline, if you aren't in Wisconsin, you'll know that, or you won't know that how much rain we've had. And any time you go off into the grass here at Road America, that is a dicey moment.
Clay Keel into the pits. We saw him pull into the pits there. So now Newsom second in PS3. Do they turbos? Is that a turbo I'm hearing in this car?
No, these cars don't have turbochargers. The Revolution has a supercharger, the Revolution 500.
What is that whining noise I'm hearing then?
It could be...
That's me commentating.
Could be just a gear noise. They've got straight cut gears in these gearboxes, and that sometimes makes a little bit of noise.
And we don't require a number on the nose, huh?
Well, he doesn't have a number on the nose, does he?
So does that answer my question?
No, I don't think that answers your question exactly. Yeah, we probably do require a number on the nose. He probably slipped through on that one for us.
Mosley increasing his lead now to 14 seconds, but of course, like you said, two different categories, PS1 and PS2 in second place at the moment, and so that's hence the spread out field. We've got different categories involved in this.
He is using every bit of the track. He went wide at Bennett Bridge Hall 14, just went wide there at 8. Just staying on the apron, giving every bit of the track he can. That's what your driver coach will tell you, to use all of the track.
Yeah, let it out.
Ron Fletcher there, all the way from Gotham City. Not used to seeing Ron in the back of the field. Not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, there's something. Right at the start, he went backwards, didn't he? Yeah, there's no question that the fans out on our internet, YouTube, really liking the design of these cars. They are real space age, futuristic looking cars, aren't they?
Yeah, this car here looks like a 20-year jump in the future. The Ron Fletcher Batmobile. And one of the fan favorites in any paddock, really.
Yeah. They've even got their lollipop is a bat.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. Very distinctive.
And you would think that these cars would be center seats, but they aren't. You can't really call them center seats. It's kind of like Can-Am back in the day where they required a passenger seat. It's more like that. There's not really a passenger seat, but you can't really quantify the Revolutions as center seats. How about the Sebecos? I can't see inside those.
The Sebeco is pretty much a center seat. It's not quite exactly centered, but it's a pretty small cockpit area, and so it's pretty close to center. You'd have a hard time getting two people in that driving compartment.
Yeah, we're getting Racing Data Systems is saying, use all the track, you paid for it. That is correct. Or if you don't use all the track, you may pay for it.
Aha.
I like where Revolution put the brake lights on the car. It's just a really well-designed car, just aesthetically.
Well, there you get to see that center seat you're talking about.
Just a few weeks ago, Rob and I had the pleasure of having, they're called Fun Cup Beetles.
Yeah.
Center seat Beetles. I've
Yeah,
always watched them
fun,
in Europe, and we had two of them at Pit Race, and that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. Cool looking cars. Well, that's Keel coming in, and not an expected stop, but he's out and about again in the 84. Away he goes. Currently, or was in 6th place, and now will have dropped down, I'm sure. And in fact, he's actually retired the car. Yeah. Okay. So whatever the problem was.
Yeah, actually, Squatch Chicane is saying that he just went on the website and read all about the Revolution 500 Evo, and it's a killer race car. And Zach Bardwell says, I want one. So, yeah, please join us. Come join us. Play. Yeah. Talk to Rob. I'm sure you can ask Rob all the questions. You will find his email on our svra.com website.
Yeah, early days for this championship, and I think the basic idea is that it will grow. There are plenty of chassis available out there, and cars like this, and it's a case of just, like I said, putting them out and making people more aware.
This car was with us at the beginning of the season at Thunder Hill with a little bit different wrap on it. It seems like he's got something new on the car every time he shows up to one of our races.
Very planted. There's no movement of the car. It's very nicely planted to the ground and under braking even at 5, which is heavy braking, and as are all the corners here at Road America. But these cars just absolutely dealing with that acceleration down and deceleration quickly. Here's your leader again.
Zach Mosley, who we're seeing, has brought his times down by almost 3 seconds. He was 2:12. Now he's at a 2:09.9. You don't often see that. That speaks to the cars and the tires, these hand-cooked tires, but he's, dropped about 2.5 seconds from his best time this late in the race.
The 4.56 of Harry Colson coming in. So Clay Keel was wheeled away, and it looks as though this is going to be the same for Harry.
This is not normal. I'm not used to seeing PSSA cars come in with mechanicals like this. Usually they're finishing the whole race.
Not normal at all. It's
pretty reliable usually, yeah.
Going to take a little bit of investigation after the race, see what we've got going on there.
And for you who are inquiring, like Bob Dole, the next race is our feature race, the TA. And the green flag will be at 13:05. We'll start our coverage a little earlier than that. And obviously Ben will walk us through the grid. An exciting field. Brent Cruz taking part for the first time in TA, which also kind of changes the apple cart, as it were, or tips it over a little bit.
In a car that won here just a few years ago at Kaz Grala.
Yeah.
So, the Cruz missile. Look for him out there. But Paul Menard defending his championship. So maybe they just ran out of fuel.
Could be, yeah. That's what they're doing, is putting some fuel in it. Just a couple of laps to go then in our feature race 2 for PSSA. They ran yesterday. Some of them ran this morning.
Not sure why they pulled it there to put fuel in. Here's our leader, Zach Mosley.
Getting a little loose now.
Ran a 2:10.6 last time. Let's see what this new time is.
2:09.9. No, 2:10 that last time. Yeah, 2:10.4.
So he's running a very consistent lap. I like that rear wing reverse dihedral shape. That's just a really cool shape when you're looking at the car straight on like that. What are you seeing, Rob?
Just looking at the cars, they all look like they're pretty stable. I'm just a little bit confused as to how the 4.56 would have missed on his fuel strategy that much. But we'll see what happened, and I'll go talk to the teams after the race here and see if I can learn some things.
They are allowed to refuel in their pit stall, but I don't think his crew was dressed for it. They have to have gloves, a fire suit, a helmet, a fire extinguisher. So maybe they said you've got to go into the paddock. I don't know if we technically would call that the paddock, but I guess we're going to let it go because he's back on track with some fuel.
Yeah, here he comes.
That is Will Huxtable, our black flag.
Trying to get out of the way of the camera?
Yeah.
You can't get out of the way of Tony Garcia.
No.
He's just ever present. So, closing stages of this one. More racing to come, and we mentioned our feature race coming up. We've also got some more single-seater action coming your way with the FRP Formula Atlantic and F2000 race. That's coming up later today. But, of course, our feature race will be the TA and the production class TransAm race. Love coming to Road America. It is, in TransAm history, I think the most used circuit we go to, right, in terms of TransAm over the history. Or we've been here on more occasions than any other.
I'd say here, maybe Sebring.
Yeah.
Not sure Rob would know that. He was in TransAm in the I'd say there's three kind of waves of the glory days of TransAm.
Yeah.
There's that 66 to 72, then the era that Rob was the head of the TransAm tech department, which was, what years, Rob, was that have been?
Well, I was in there from 93 to 2000, and we really didn't do Sebring much then. We started again later in the 90s, but Sebring was certainly one of the early race staples of the series.
Final lap for Zach Mosley.
Under the Sargento Bridge for the last time. It's been a bit of a cakewalk for him out front.
Yeah, he dropped 4 seconds on that lap.
Amazing. Yeah, best lap of 2:09.906 as he dives into 5 and back up the hill.
Looking at the rear exhaust of these, they both come together and then they're kind of welded together, and then they take a 90-degree angle
right
out.
in the middle to get out to the exhaust outlet.
It's a neat design, but seems like your normal Meineke is not going to be able to make that exhaust for you.
There's not much on these cars your normal anybody can make.
Yeah.
These are very, very, very specialized vehicles.
Yep. Hence the name prototype.
Exactly.
Out of the carousel then for the last time. And a walk in the park that is Road America. Under the Mission Bridge then. Into the kink. And executing it perfectly in terms of line. Through Kettle Bottoms and down towards Canada for the last time.
Ooh, went a little bit far left there. You can see he smoked his brakes. So Zach, stay on track, man. You've got the lead by 30 seconds.
You're always wondering about concentration when you're this far ahead.
The Bennett Bridge hole turn 14. Last turn, Jonathan.
Here we go. Back up the hill then for the final time. And as he rises over the crest, he will see that checkered flag, which I can see right in front of me. He is slowing down.
He's slowing way down.
He wants to take it all in. Here it is. Checkered flag then waves, and he'll just come over the crest now.
I was hearing Mrs. Robinson, and my ears getting slower and slower, like in The Graduate. It looks like he may have run out of fuel. Because he's not speeding up.
No, he's not.
And he's looking for where to go.
James French comes across the line in
he's
second.
trying to come into pit lane.
He is.
Counter race. Look at that.
Oh.
Can he make it? James French is like, what are you doing?
Yeah, he's parked it up.
And now James French is like, oh, I was about 1,000 feet from winning this race.
Yeah, good point, yeah.
Oh, cuckoo cachoo, Zach Mosley.
Yeah.
That was, I wish we would have known. I wish somebody from the crew would have said, we may not make this.
Made it a lot more exciting.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Java Jack says easy win. I bet you the last 2 laps. Because I was saying he went from a 210 to a 214.
All right.
So he was in basically economy mode there at the end. So a lot of the PSSA teams learning their fuel strategies today here in this race.
Yes.
Well, Rob, when is the next PSSA race on our calendar? Jersey?
No.
I just put you on the spot.
Yeah, Lime Rock, I believe, with
Lime Rock. Yes, the Lime Rock All-Star Race. Okay, yeah, that'll be cool. Ooh, PSSA at Lime Rock. That'll be very interesting.
Yeah, that's a perfect track for it, yeah.
Yeah, and I was talking about TransAm. Lime Rock has to be one of the longest running TransAm tracks as well.
Good point. So Mosley French and Cagliosi, Dario in third position. We'll take a quick look at the highlights of our PSSA coverage. Our thanks to Rob for joining us. And away they went, and into turn one, no problems, no niggles at the start. And in fact, Zach Mosley getting away well. There's the 33 of James French, holding on to second place. A little bit of a moment there, slightly wide, but A-OK. Rob French. Ron Fletcher, excuse me, in the 19. In the end, finishing in fourth position, and a fuel problem for the 456, and almost a problem for Zach Mosley as he pulls over after taking the checkered flag. Well, he's going to try and get it going again, but well, we might have to push him. We'll take a short break here from Road America, and we'll start getting ready for our feature race, the Trans Am and the GT production cars in action very soon. Stay with us.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
field, and the anticipation is building on the cross field right now. Once the field is moved to pit lane, they will open the fan walk. Just a reminder, no alcohol, no glass, no smoking, and recommend no pets as well on pit lane for the fan walk here on this Sunday of the TransAm SpeedTour weekend at America's National Park and Speed. Getting set for the fan walk. Again, everyone with little kids to come on over. They get to see and set the race cars on the fan walk. So the fan walk will start in about 5 to 10 minutes or so from right now, about 7:25. So about 10 minutes right now. Once the field moves onto pit lane, they will open up the fan walk, and it's good for you to be able to walk right up along the race car. Use some of the cars and stars of the TransAm SpeedTour. PA and ECT mixed field on this Sunday. 100 miles for distance, 25 laps to the event this afternoon. We're set to go racing this afternoon. Live coverage presented by Mass TV. As we do this weekend, Mass TV will have live coverage. You can catch the replay of the highlights show on Thursday night on the Power Club. On 3 o'clock Eastern and 9 o'clock Eastern, respectively, on Mass TV. Highlight packages up Thursday night. Through their little racing block. Those PAs, PA2, the replay on Thursday during the highlight package. So join us on Mass TV live coverage of today's TransAm. Road America 100. Coming up just after 1:05 this afternoon. So less than an hour away from going racing. Less than 10 minutes now for the fan walk. Again, no alcohol, no glass, no pets. No smoking on pit lane, no fan walk. fans, the grid walk, fan walk is now open. Make your way on to pit lane, both the PA and GC field to the center. Here on Road America's pit lane,
you've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now, when you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hello and a warm welcome to the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli. It's a beautiful day here at Road America. The sun is out. DJ Clark's alongside me. He's going to be in the booth with me, and we're getting ready for another round 7 for TransAm. Now, this season has been pretty much about Paul Menard and Chris Dyson catching up. He's caught up, the gap 34 points. But, as always with TA, there's always a ringer there, and it's Brent Cruz.
Yeah, your reigning TA2 champion jumping on into TA this year. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see what he can do in this round. Now, he's driving the Dodge Challenger that we've seen Boris set in earlier this season, but crucially, it's got a winning pedigree here. Kaz Grala won in that exact same car here in 2022.
100 miles, long way, especially around this 4-mile circuit. It can catch you out very easily. No pit stops expected. It's going to be a tough, hard race.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be very grueling on the engines. We've actually seen Cruz have quite a few problems here this weekend, and it's going to be very tough on the drivers. This is a flat-out circuit. It's going to push them a lot. It's going to push these cars a lot, and we're going to have to watch to see if driver or car may break during the race.
Well, like I said, this season's all been about Paul Menard, who once again starts on the front row. So it's his to lose. He's got that championship lead, but can he hold it? Chris Dyson is on a run at the moment and looking good. He's had some bad luck, but that could change. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, Ben Sissel will be on the grid. How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
I've been waiting for. Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna change. And I'm gonna change. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how I try.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, hot pit lane at Road America. We have a ton of fans here. Road America always provides for a great race. I've got a fan here. Check out his shirt. Speaking of Road America fans, and then I believe that he's got Paul Menard right here on his hat. Briggs, I'm going to put you on the spot. And with a name like Briggs, you got to be a motorsports fan. Who do you think is going to win this race in TA?
Paul Menard, because we save big money at Menards.
Oh, look at that. It's like a commercial. Now, that was not a plant. He's a friend of my son that races a historic Trans Am with us in SVRA. But speaking of Paul Menard, we got to bring him in here because check this out. We've got 3 Pole Awards. Briggs, you're awesome. Thank you. 3 Pole Awards already this year. Paul, you're the current points leader, and then this being your home state, little added pressure to it.
Well, lots of fans here. First off, I mean, it's awesome to see everybody here at Elkhart. Family, my wife and kids are over there. I got my mom, my dad here, brother, sister-in-law. Awesome to be back at Elkhart Lake. I don't get to race here that often, but when we do, it's always a thrill. I mean, turn 1, turn 5, you know, the kink, it's got a little bit of everything.
I love it. All right, well, Paul Menard, good luck. We're going to come back through here to Keith Grant. Keith Grant has been in all kinds of cars here this weekend, but you can't pass up racing Road America in a TA car, can you?
No, I can't. It's really looking forward to the race today. It's been a lot of fun this weekend. A lot of speed, and but you got to get that thing to stop down at turn 5 too.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Keith Grant doing really well in both TA and in FRP in the Atlantics. Then we come over here, a newcomer to the series. So check this out. Don Yount from Dallas, Texas. I'm going to come and interrupt real quick. And you can always tell the newcomers because they've got some tape on them, right? But Don, I know you've raced in just about everything and fast things, but there's something about the power of these TA cars.
I have not raced anything with this kind of power. So, I mean, it's a full adrenaline rush for sure.
Nice. Yeah. And I guess when you've got this kind of power, you've got to do Road America.
That was it. I think I had said I was going to do one, and when I looked at the list, you had to do this one.
Nice. Yeah. I love it. Well, good luck, Don Yount, all the way from Dallas, Texas. Then I'm going to come briefly here because we've got, for Joe Claridge, the cruise missile here. Brent Cruz running in TA, getting the Shaka from Adam Andretti. How's this feel?
Feels great. Excited to be able to race this number 2 for Poncho Weaver. We got sealed on the side of it and then canopy roofing. So excited to get this race started. We're starting a little bit deeper than we wanted to, but just ready to go.
Nice. We'll look for Brent Cruz, the cruise missile, to move his way up through. I got to come over here. Look at these two guys right here. Come here, guys. Frenemies today, right? Road America. We got Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders here running these AMGs. So, guys, we've missed you. You've been gone a few events.
Yep. Yeah, I had to take my wife on vacation to Europe, and about once a year I give her priority.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Stay married, right? First priority. Ricky, welcome back. And then Road America in these things, a little bit different than the last track we raced with you guys.
Yeah, these cars are a little different with the different tracks and stuff. These cars are faster through the corners, or as fast through the corners as they are down the straightaway. A lot of driver assist with the traction control and ABS, so they're a lot of fun and high-speed cornering.
Nice. I love it. Well, thank you guys so much. Welcome back. We missed you. Carlson, we had a great race with you on the podium last time with us at Pit Race, and then right by your friend Lee Saunders.
Yeah, it should be a good race. We're on the same road with Lee Saunders. Should be a good drag race at turn 1. Car feels good, and hoping for a good result.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Then I got to come back here because, Road America, known as like the Corvette track. Richard Forsyth, welcome to Road America in a Corvette.
Well, yeah, I love this track. I just wanted to say hello to all the fans out there, and this venue is amazing, and we always love coming here with other series sometimes, but love this track, and you guys, hope everybody has a fabulous day today. We're going to try to keep up our winning streak and see if we can just, pass some really fast people in front of me if I can.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck, Richard Forsyth, in this beautiful 5.8 Corvette. I've got 1 minute to run up. We've got Lee Saunders here in that big V10 Dodge Viper. Beautiful car. Danny Lowry getting into his car because I'm hearing from the producers we got to hoof it up here to the front. Tommy Dreesy with the Lucas Oil MAV TV number 8 car. Not sure what that tape is doing. Maybe that's going to go over the door. Not sure what we're doing there. Then we've got the Valley Automotive Group McNichols red Corvette of Amy Ruman. Then Adam Andretti. I didn't get to talk to you last time. The Music City Grand Prix and Big Machine double spiked. So I will be at the Music City Grand Prix. Are you going to the Music City Grand Prix with me?
I can't miss it. I mean, it's a shame that the logistics didn't allow TransAm to come back this year, but TransAm will be back when it's ready.
We're going to party there, my hometown of Nashville. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up here to Marvin Gray for the invocation. Road America, so happy to be here. I know Marvin Gray loves this place, so Marvin, take it away.
This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for the opportunity to race here at awesome Road America, the National Park of Speed. So now we ask your blessing on each and every one that's a part of the show, the drivers, the crews, the officials, the workers, the track folks, and thank you for our fans. Bless and protect our fans. Lord, we thank you for our troops and safety forces as they protect us. And Lord, we pray for those in need of healing, for those who have suffered loss. Bless and protect them. And thank you for all your blessings. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen.
In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Marvin Gray. Anton Pietenpool, we are about to put you through the ringer because they've turned on the speakers. It's a good echo. You're wearing your Road America shirt to honor America. Anton Pietenpool to deliver the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, my goodness. We asked the impossible, and you delivered. Unbelievable. Nice job, Anton. Johnny, I'm going to send it up to you.
Thank you, Ben, and what a great rendition to get us underway. And I'm joined in the booth once again by DJ Clark, and I'm delighted to be joined also by Eric Miller, the voice of Road America. Welcome, gentlemen. I'm looking forward to this. It's always interesting with the different categories. We've got 10 minutes to go. I'm going to start with you, Eric. Just want to check, I'll do the grid first, but I just want to check on some of the things about Road America. Chris Dyson and Paul Menard line up on row 1. Paul Menard looking for his 4th victory in a row. Adam Andretti and Keith Grant on row 2. Then Amy Ruman and Don Yount from Dallas, Texas, coming in for Dreesy Motorsport. Delighted to have him back in the field. Tommy Dreesy and Brent Cruz. That's our new man to the grid, but of course he is our current champion in TA2. First time out, though, for Brent. Danny Lowry leads the way in XGT, and he'll be up against his good mate and friend Ricky Sanders in the Bridge Hall Bennett Pitbox's car. Further down, Lee Saunders, always good in SGT. Joshua Carlson, the youngster, looking forward to racing hard against Lee. Richard Grant and Richard Forsyth. Kaylee Bryson and Chris Coffey. And Coffey, of course, leading in GTs, had a great season so far. David Hampton, busy weekend for him. Colin Cohen. And Raymond Cobbs comes in the Big Dipper Motorsports car, his first run in TA. So that's the grid. And Eric, I'll go back to you now and say, you know, with Road America, I mean, we always pour a lot of platitudes on it. You've been here a long time. That repaving, how much difference was there to the racing after it was repaved?
Very honestly, it was what you'd really expect at Road America. The racing becomes much closer. Tires really have a lot more grip. This is a polymer surface, so track temperatures like this will kind of impact a little bit. These Pirellis are going to bite in. A lot of the tire wear this weekend is because of the green racetrack. Now that we've at least got a day and a half outside of the wet that we had in practice earlier in the weekend, this racetrack is going to take some Pirelli rubber right away, and now it's going to be who can manage those tires throughout the rest of the race. But it's still Road America. Long flowing straightaways, but from turn 5 to turn 8, it's still got a little bit of twisty bit that you got to pay attention to the brakes here at Road America.
Yeah, and DJ, I heard one of the drivers earlier in the weekend say, what I love about Road America is it's attack, 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 and that's what he was talking about, those long straights into heavy braking, and so that's, I think, why the drivers love it so.
Yeah, they certainly do, and as Eric and I have been talking about over the course of this weekend privately, it's also a deceptive rhythm track. There are a lot of corners, particularly the run from turn 5 really all the way into turn 12, that you have to build that momentum, and if you lose a tenth or two in one corner, that is going to cascade against your lap time all the way through. So it really is a track that, yes, it's known for the high speed straightaways, it's known for the power, but it's got a mix of everything.
Yeah, and if you aren't in the area that is Wisconsin, we've had a lot of rain over the weekend, mainly at night, thankfully. So the grass, which is always a factor here, if you do touch a wheel on it, it's going to be wet and pretty slippy.
Not a lot of grip in the green stuff. But that is also, I think, what allows this racetrack to be a favorite of so many drivers is when you do get into a little bit of trouble, there is a little bit of forgiveness. You're not up against a concrete barrier like you are on a street course. So Road America does afford you the opportunity to maybe attack a little bit, but if you start to over-attack, you start to heat those Pirelli tires up just a little bit too much, you can back your pace up a little bit and try to re-attack again. That 4-mile lap here at Road America really affords you the opportunity to try to regroup and then come on the offensive.
And as we take a look at the number 7 of Don Yant, just a reminder, we're live on MAV TV, but we're also going to be showing highlights. TransAm Thursday, as I like to call it, on MAV TV, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern and going through with highlights of both the TA2 and the TA race you're about to see. And we'll be on board with Tommy Dreese in his Chevrolet number 8, sponsored by Lucas. Always good to hear and see what Tommy's up to. And it's almost identical, the car of Don Yant, and just the number slightly different. And in terms of Tommy Dreese here in 24, third at the moment on 5:01, best finish third, and 1 pole position, 3 podiums, and kind of a change around for Tommy Dreese this year with the move to Ken Thwaites running the team. In fact, basically Ken sold his team to Tommy Dreese, and therefore Dreese is the driver, but he's now managed effectively by Ken Thwaites. Let's head down to Ben Sissel for the start command.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I've got Bo and Remy here, Paul Menard's kids, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Guys, take it away!
Drivers, start your engines!
Hey, nice job, nice job, nice job.
Great to see all the kids enjoying motor racing, and actually great to actually see the pit walk today, and so many fans. They're dotted around the trees. You don't see them until they all come out onto the pre-grid. The Hula Girl is ready to go. She's got a couple of songs up her sleeve, and we'll be able to generate the G-force of Danny Lowry as he goes around this track, and hopefully she'll be playing some nice melodies for him.
Nothing better than the melody of these big V8 engines, right?
Yeah. I have to say, if I had a choice right now, I would probably be kettle bottoms and just get that roar as they go past.
Well, and the echo that comes in there when you're in that area, just coming off the trees like that, absolutely spectacular. But as you have said, there's really no bad place to watch on this circuit. Everywhere you go is going to be a fantastic viewing opportunity.
Well, as they roar off the pre-grid, let's just catch you up. We're going into the second half of the season. Paul Menard won the first race at Sebring and kind of stole a march on Chris Dyson, who was taken out of all people. He now has 584 points to Dyson's 550. Tommy Dreese still very much in the hunt, as is Adam Andretti, who won, of course, at Road Atlanta at Michelin Raceway back in April for round 2. And that was followed up by a win finally for Chris Dyson in the third round. I say finally because we were always expecting him to win. Paul Menard, though, has been on a real stretch. Lime Rock, he won. Back came to pit race. He never raced there. Menard won there. And last week he won at Mid-Ohio. So it doesn't matter where he goes. It doesn't matter if he's never raced there. Paul Menard on great form right now.
Well, and that momentum can just carry you so far forward because as a driver, you start to feel that you're untouchable. You start to feel the fact that you're in line with this car. You know what it's going to do, and you know how far you can push it. You're going to take that little bit of extra risk. You're going to push a little bit farther than you would because you have confidence in not only yourself but the machinery. And so that is why success begets success, and that's why my pick for today is Paul Menard.
There you go. Well, let's take a closer look at this amazing Road America track, which was built in the mid-50s and still rolls on today as one of the most iconic.
I'm driving the Weaver Motorsports number 2, and this is a lap at Road America. Going through turn 1 here is where we have all our restarts. You can see it gets quite hairy through there. And then approaching turn 2, you'll see here, this is a place where stuff can get really hairy. We go into turn 5 here, we're coming at mile per hour, about 180, 190. These are spots where you can either gain a lot or you can lose it all. Going up the hill, one of my favorite corners on the racetrack, you see us approaching turn 8 and then the carousel. Carousel, you can gain a lot of time, you can also lose it all. This is one of my favorite corners on the racetrack because I think it's really good for the drivers. And then the kink here, I think it's kind of self-explanatory, one of the most difficult places. Coming in the last corner here, this is where you see Dyson and Marks battling out for the win here in 2023. Hopefully you can see the number 2 Weaver Motorsports car up there with them. That was Road America, my favorite track in the world.
And we welcome our viewers live on MAV TV. Thank you to Brent Cruz, the new boy in many ways to TA, but certainly learning the track quickly. And in fact, there was a lot of raised eyebrows on Friday when Brent finally took to the track his first roll of the wheels of the Pancho Weaver prepared car that, as DJ mentioned, won here in 22 with Kaz Grala, a very good, competent race driver himself. And no question about it, Brent will be very interesting to watch. And I believe that, I talked to Pancho briefly about it, but the belief is that because Brent is sort of, picked for the future by Toyota, he's part of the Toyota Racing Development Program, they want him in as much horsepower as possible. So, of course, these are the beasts, 850 brake horsepower. He's already absolutely mastered the talent of 550 TA2. He's our current champion. But now a chance to go effectively unlimited, just a little bit tricky to drive and a little bit more of a handful, boys.
Yeah, it certainly is. You add a little bit of that extra 300 horsepower, the car's going to behave a little bit differently. And so very good for Brent Cruz to be able to get a feel for all of that. And what better place to do it than here at the National Park of Speed?
Yeah, no question about it. Your favorite corner here, Eric? You've been here a few years?
My favorite corner, believe it or not, is going to be turn 8. And the reason why is this example from this drone shot right now. Tell you what, turn 8 sets up turn 12 passing opportunities. You've got to roll through Hurry Downs out of 8 into Speedville, into the carousel to be able to make that pass into turn 12 in the last couple of goes.
Delighted to have Eric here, of course, the expert for Road America, perfectly poised, DJ part of the team all year. And here we go, folks, 2x2. Menard on the right in the black and green, the Master Tools, Pro Master Tools. And there's the Weaver prepared yellow and blue of Brent Cruz. A little further back, they had some gremlins that caused them to not get the position they wanted out of qualifying, but watch Brent Cruz come through, I can assure you. But the battle is on, a battle royal between our current champion, Chris Dyson, and the man who wants to take that title away from him, Paul Menard. They come up the hill. Look to the green flag. It is being waved. That means we're underway. Away they go then for 100 miles of TransAm. Good start from Dyson. He's side by side with Menard and has got up in a better position for the turn in. Andretti got away well too, and he's already alongside Menard and may just squeak into second place if he's lucky.
And right from the outset there, you see Brent Cruz also making some moves. Tommy Dreese sitting back in the popcorn position. He's going to have to let it go, but here is Andretti still fighting for P2.
That is side-by-side action. Menard is not giving in. Now let's see who's got the grunt in a straight line. Great start from Andretti, and this is an important one too. He'll want to get through by turn 5 as we go on board with Tommy Dreese, who's just a little bit further behind. 25 laps or the clock, depending on whether we get some cautions. Good start from Dyson, though, into 5.
Dyson, of course, no stranger to Road America victory lane here, but the Dark Horse Cruise in that lone Dodge here this weekend, that car with Kaz Grala has made an impact at this racetrack. So that car is a winning car here at Road America. You can't underestimate that TA2 champion stepping into TA. You can't underestimate his opportunity here.
on board with Danny Lowry, and I love his effectively hula girl on the front there. I don't know if Ricky Sanders has got one too, but Danny's always had it there, and you can tell which way he's going by which way she's leaning. Under Speedville and into the carousel for the first time.
Yeah, and this is where you're really going to see that hula girl do the work. But we're going to check back in here at the front of the field with Chris Dyson. This is the view he wants to see. Yeah. No worry about air wash. A little bit of a lift there through the kink. I think that tells me that he's just nursing these Pirellis up to temperature. He's not pushing too hard too early.
Yeah, this camera really does show you the speed at which they are going. The two Lucas cars, 7 and 8, on track together. Then comes the production classes of XGT, SGT. We're on board with Danny as he heads down to Canada Corner. Danny has totally dominated XGT this season, but then again, Ricky Sanders hasn't been in every race, so therefore he hasn't had. And here comes Brent Cruz on Grant, coming out of 14, should make a pass.
Cruz putting the pressure on here along this long Road America straightaway. That Dodge Challenger has notoriously been very quick in a straight line here, but you look at Paul Menard not letting Chris Dyson walk away towards turn 1. Just a couple of car lengths, and then Andretti. How great is it to have Adam back in TA?
Yeah, and Adam was saying that he remembers his first ever race in a go-kart around Road America when he was a kid, and loved it, and has since, as Brent Cruz does, make up a position in the number 2.
Yeah, that's a great move there from Cruz. Turn 3, not necessarily an overtaking opportunity as we think, not because of the amount of braking that you do into that corner, but because it sets you up for the long straightaway. But what that tells me is Cruz is confident, like you were saying, Eric, on the straight line speed of that car, that he had no concerns about going to the inside of Grant, maybe being a little bit offline, and still being able to power away.
I mentioned at the top of the show, TA, Paul Menard leads by 584. 34 points ahead of Dyson, and then Dreesy in 3rd, Adam Andretti currently 4th, Amy Ruman in 5th. Ooh, 36 of Josh Carlson, smoking a little too heavily. That doesn't look good at all, does it? And he's slowing down too.
Yeah, that is certainly suboptimal there for Carlson. I'm not sure what exactly is going on with that car, but that may be, hopefully it's not depositing any oil or any fluids down on the track, and hopefully he's able to pull off to a cutout here shortly.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want in a tight-knit corner of 5 and up to the hill to 6 with any fluid down. Keeping an eye on that too, but Chris Dyson here just continues to set the pace. No surprise here that Paul Menard right on the back bumper.
Now we're going to see how wide Andretti can get, because Cruz is all over the back of him. And the Cruz missile is definitely locked and loaded into Canada, right there behind Andretti, currently in 3rd.
Yeah, and what this is going to do is that means that Cruz is going to want to try to get by as quickly as possible. There he goes, right on cue into turn 14. He has total confidence in that car. He's making maneuvers in corners that we normally don't see those passes. He wants to get up. He wants to get himself involved in this battle for P1.
Just starting lap 3, but that's actually not a bad move from Adam Andretti when you think about it. This is a really long race at 100 miles. 25 laps on paper doesn't sound like a lot, but a 4-mile lap is an incredibly long amount of time. With the amount of pressure and heat that comes in with these braking systems into these deep dive corners, that's not a bad idea for Adam Andretti to kind of just sit and let the race percolate forward from here. You want to save your equipment because the last 10 miles, the last 10 minutes is really important.
Dyson, Menard, and Cruz, that's your top 3. Now, the question is, can Brent Cruz catch up with these boys? The only, if you like, Achilles heel for that Weaver car is it hasn't been reliable all weekend. It's had a few gremlins. They've sorted them out. Poncho's one of the best in the business at sorting them out. So we're just kind of fingers crossed as we see Carlson coming in, not really unexpectedly after the smoke pouring out the back of it. But yeah, that's the only weak link, is whether everything's okay in that car.
Well, and I think from this point forward, if there are
Dyson, of all people. That was weird.
Was that a little bit of how you doing there? I wonder. That was a very violent jink to the left there on the wheel.
Yeah, it almost felt like he got hit from Menard. I don't want to say that until I see the replay, but it's very odd to see Dyson make what I would call a relatively simple mistake like that, unless he was caused into it. So let's have a look at the replay. But Dyson, amazingly, this tough season continues, and again he's going to have to rebuild from here. And I was just about to say, this is a race that Dyson really wants to dominate, to get that gap down, and as we go into Some more iconic circuits later in the season. Dyson wants to be right there with Menard, or he's going to run away with it. And again, the opportunity now is there for Menard to take.
Well, Dyson now is going to have a lot of work to do, obviously, to try to all the ground he's lost now. But now at the front of the field is a little jumbled up now.
Yeah, no question about it. And I also think Andretti's thinking long-term, too. He doesn't need to worry about Brent Cruz. He's only here for the weekend. And you never know. By the time the 100 miles is up, Andretti could well be either in a podium position, which he is now, or potentially trying to vie for the win. Amy Ruman on the run, too.
Well, this is the shades of what we saw at Road Atlanta when Adam Andretti was able to sneak that victory with some misfortunes happening from the drivers farther up in the field.
So a good battle here between Amy Ruman and Grant in the 40, just ahead. But the big story, obviously, Chris Dyson going off. Haven't seen the replay yet, but I'd like to know what on earth happened to Chris Dyson. Let's take a look. Boys, I'll let your eagle eyes take it away when you see what you see, and we'll judge it from there.
All right, so here we've got from the drone shot, that's a look down to the inside from Menard. Yeah. That's contact.
Little opportunistic there from Paul Menard. Not quite to the left rear yet, and Dyson on a usual turn-in. So here's the onboard from Dyson. Watch his hands in the reaction to the contact. As a race car driver, just watch his hands react to it.
Oh,
how fast does his hands snap around? And Chris Dyson, one of the best in the business.
Yeah, and I wondered if the stewards will think to look at that closely, because obviously, as you say, a bit of a lunge. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. But we'll see. Anyway, either way, Menard's getting away with it for now. Cruz, though, chasing him down the gap, 2.7 seconds. And that's the story of this race, is that Dyson has been turned around in the opening salvos of this and really now has got his work cut out. He's all the way down the field and trying to come back.
Well, as you saw on that camera shot, Dyson down in 8th place and a fair ways off of Don Yunt, so he's really got to start pushing the car here. But that also comes into the other thing that we talked about earlier. You've got to look after the tires. He can't push too hard, because if he goes too aggressive too early, he may be able to catch up to Cruz and Menard, but then by the time that happens, his tires will be gone, and he's not going to be able to fight them.
Yeah, I was interested listening to Wally Dollenbach the other week talking about close fighting in a TA car. He said, in a weird way, you actually don't want to be nose to tail all the time, because actually the heat from the car in front and the wash just degrades the tires even more so. And so again, you want to be in clean air if you can be, which is what exactly Dyson's doing. But as you rightly point out, DJ, in order to get up there, he's going to have to push, and that means the tires are going to go off.
Now, one of the things that you could look at, the stats from the last, let's say, 4 or 5 races here, there's typically a yellow mid-race.
Yeah.
That could play into an advantage for Dyson to just be patient, but that's exactly that. He's looking for a yellow at this point to try to cool those Pirellis off. Then he can regroup and then go back on the attack.
Nothing wrong with the car after that spin, but it was a light tap, that was all. And to be fair, I don't think, I mean, obviously it wasn't intentional. It was a sort of half effort at trying to make an overtake. So, I mean, if you're going to put any blame, it has to be on Menard, but I don't think it was intentional.
I think most race control folks would tell you, in an opportunistic move like that, you have to be alongside. And if you're not, you are responsible for the car in front of you. And I think that's the way race control may look at it.
And he may get a penalty for it, that's for sure. Here he comes, same corner now. But nobody in sight this time as he heads down into Speedville and into the carousel yet again.
Well, and as we come through turn 8, one of the other things that we've been keeping an eye on over the course of this weekend is that little bit of dirt off to the inside, and that has prevented a lot of side-by-side moves going into that corner, because there is dirt that is built up as a result of the rain that we've had here over the last couple of weekends. And so I think going side-by-side into that corner, that may have factored into Chris Dyson's brain when he held his line in the way that he did, thinking that Menard wasn't going to make the move there.
Absolutely, but again, you don't want to sacrifice a lot of momentum in the 8 because of that speed build that you have all the way through the carousel. Keep in mind that from the top of the hill in turn 6 to the point at Canada Corner, you're going downhill the entire way. A huge rotational weight distribution from these cars going through the carousel. You're under a tremendous amount of left side load by the time you get to the bottom of turn 10, and you want to keep really in line through there just to maximize your speed potential by the time you get to the bottom of turn 12 at Canada Corner.
Now, keeping an eye on the two Dreesy cars, because as you can see, Dyson is catching them, and he's catching them quickly. I just looked at the board as they cross the line again, and Dyson's some 3 seconds quicker than the two cars you're looking at, so he'll be really trying to catch up. We thought he might just sort of hold on to the tyres, but he's going for it, boys, which is what we want to see, obviously, and it won't be long before he's right on the tail of both the 7 and the 8. In fact, he's on there now, look.
Yeah, he's going to be getting a little bit of a hint of the draft down the straightaway. That's going to aid in that about 850 horsepower that he's got on board, gain him a couple more miles per hour. He's going to be tickling close to 180 by the time he jumps onto the binders down into turn 5. And one of the things that is going to be second nature to Chris Dyson at this point is going to be remembering that extra speed, that overspeed, he's going to have to compensate for that into the braking zone, because that downhill run, you've got gravity working with you, or working against you rather, pulling you down, so you've got to back up that corner even more than you normally would.
So, Menard, Cruz, and Andretti, that's your top 3. Grant still 4th, Ruman still 5th, and we're watching to see if Dyson can really make an inroad here as he comes through the carousel, and he's got him in his sights now, and you can see it from the drone. The gap is what 3, maybe 4 car lengths, and he's catching them. Last time out, Chris Dyson did a 2:05.2, and the cars in front of him 2:07.3, so that tells you exactly how quickly he's catching.
Yeah, it's very, very quick catch here at this point for Dyson. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get by here coming down into Canada Corner.
Yep. Makes it nice and easy on the straight. And so Dyson, that's the story so far. Got spun round by Menard, but is coming back through the field as quickly as he can. Great season so far for Paul Menard, and of course we all know his story history. He's been around for a long time and obviously at the top of his game, but like so many, like Dreesy, like Dyson, Dyson's been in IMSA for many, many years. The Dyson family have a huge history in racing, but it seems, like Andretti as well, they all love the pureness of the racing that TransAm offers.
Yeah, this racing series, no question, has been fantastic every time they've come to Road America. My first race here at Road America, 2009, with the TransAm series. And local favorite Cliff Eben comes away with his first win in 2009, with Cliff's first National Touring Series win. And it was a major event here at Road America. The fans went nuts on a Sunday afternoon. But that's the type of racing that this series provides here. High horsepower, loud noise, just engaging to the fans here at Road America. And you see them lined up all around the cavernous trees here, like in the Moraine Sweep on the way to Turn 5. Always campers and fans in the shade of the cavern of trees.
Don Yan was made easy work by Dyson. He's got past him. Dreesy might just be a little tougher to get past. These two have been rivals. Both of them have been champions in the past. Dyson currently looking for his 4th title, and he's right there behind Tommy Dreesy. Now, with the Franklin Road Dreesy team, run by Ken Twaits, and so far so good for Dreesy this season. It's been a good season for him. But he's under pressure now from Dyson. We see it from above. He's right there with him into that left-hander and through Speedville, and he's not holding back at all. Dyson, great to see, and he's back through now. So 2 places in the last lap, and now he's going to try to see if he can make up some more. And we welcome our viewers back on Mad TV. It's Menard, Cruz, and Andretti, but we're watching closely on Dyson, who was 8th when you left us, but now has just taken 2 places away from the Dreesy Motorsports team, and is now up a couple, and now goes in pursuit of Amy Ruman.
Yeah, and the question going to be here is if he's able to dispatch these drivers farther up the field with the same precision and speed that he was able to do so farther back in the field. The faster he gets by these drivers, the more he's going to be able to be running in this clean air, which is going to help not only keep his tires in the right operating window, but also keep the engine nice and cool and keep everything operating the way he wants it, and also minimizing that aero wash that's going to slow him down over the course of the lap.
Yeah, and Eric, we talk about tyre deg, but the different drivers with different styles and the way they treat the machinery. Dyson, well known for his ability to drive smoothly, and I'm sure that's learned in IMSA, but with these powerful 850 brake horsepower cars, you've just got to, you have a mindset about what the tyre's going to do underneath you, and he's good at managing. And
very honestly, this is the warmest track temperature that we've had all weekend, even though we had a little bit warmer air temperature during practice and qualifying on Saturday. When you look at this racetrack, it's a lot warmer in tire temperature. These Pirellis do a great job of putting the power to the ground, but Dyson has a way to just be able to squeeze that throttle like there's a sponge underneath it, and it just goes much more smoothly for Chris Dyson. He's able to save those Pirellis, and that's why he's such a factor at the end of the race here at Road America every time.
I saw somebody come into the booth and I was like, who's that? And I didn't dare look round too much because I was concentrating. Lawrence Loshak's here with us. Delighted to have you.
Yeah.
What have you been doing? Why aren't you out there?
Man, it's crazy to be back. You guys do a great job. I hope to match the energy.
You do what you do. You do what you do.
It's great to see everybody. Great to see all my old competitors and the smiling faces and the fans. The grid walk was so packed. It was so amazing. But I actually got to drive the car to grid. I don't know if I should be saying that or not, but got the heebie-jeebies again. Man, it's just great to be back. So
well, listen, as a great winner in TransAm over the years many times, tell us a little bit about tyre management, because that's what we've been talking about, and it's going to be key for Dyson today.
That's the thing about these cars. They're just so incredible. I mean, there's nothing like it. There's nothing I've ever driven that's quite like a TA car. And that's the thing, they do everything so well, but at the same time, it's a tube frame car with no traction control, no ABS. You got these monster tires on the thing. The cars are absolutely incredible, and it's just basically trying to keep that self-control to, not put the pedal down. But, man, it really is a big challenge to keep the tires underneath you. But in a situation like this with Dyson, I don't know, man. If I was him, I'd be doing exactly the same thing. It's pedal to the metal, man. Forget about.
Is there a little red mist there for Chris Dyson after that?
After the season he's had, probably.
It's a championship battle too.
Yeah.
That's got to be pretty frustrating. He's had some bad luck this season.
Yeah,
man. I can only imagine how much he's fuming, but he's really good at keeping the car underneath him right now. So.
Come on, I'll put you on the spot. Was it Menard's? I mean, it was Menard's fault, but would you penalise him or not?
Again, it's tough out there, and especially how close these cars are. I think he saw a little window. I kind of probably put that one on Menard, but you can't blame him for trying. Corner 8 is a tough corner, and Dyson obviously is not just going to let the guy around. So, it happens. It's racing. We'll see. I'll leave that one for the stewards.
What are you up to?
Man, I've been building really cool custom Harleys.
Oh, wow.
Before you'd have one race car to worry about. Now I got dozens of race cars to worry about, if you will.
Well, you'll be pleased to know I dusted off my Lawrence Loshak red T-shirt that you gave me kindly a few years ago.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I actually found this today. It's the shirt from Laguna Seca, 2019.
There you go. Lee Saunders, another one I'm sure you've raced against many times before, two-time SGT champion, and currently pedaling away in 10th position in his favored Dodge Viper in the 84, the man from Florida, always enjoying his racing. Did a bit of TA last year, but I'm not so sure he kind of got to grips with it. I think it was a little bit ominous, and he tried to do a weekend where he did both TA2, I think, and a TA race in this car, but he's gone back to the Viper and still loves it.
Yeah, the Viper's always been come on, that's part of motorsports.
Yeah.
It's a great car, great car. What's really impressive is just, I thought Brent Cruz for sure was going to run Paul Menard down. Look at the consistency in the lap times Paul Menard's been able to lay down, put a gap on Cruz. It's kind of stagnated. If anything, it's growing. I don't know if Cruz is going to be able to make up that time.
Yeah, still getting used to it, I'm sure, and we've had a few gremlins for the car leading up to this, so whether he's kind of just nurturing it a little bit. Now back with Dyson, and he's caught right up to Amy Ruman. And Amy, well, she's one of the best in the business when it comes to defending. But then again, she's in her own race with Grant, so she's going to be having one eye on the front, one eye on the back, and maybe, just maybe, Dyson might take them both here on this lap.
And what an incredible job Keith Grant is doing. I mean, in fourth place, running with Amy Ruman, obviously a TransAm veteran.
Classic overtake by Dyson on Ruman at turn 5. Now he goes in pursuit of the 40 of Grant, but as you quite rightly point out, Lawrence, it's doing a good job, is Keith, and both the other two Grants are out there. They've been in Formula Atlantic this weekend, dominating, so it's a good weekend for the Grants.
He's always been so good in Atlantic. Tons of laps around here. We were talking before the race. I said, a Formula Atlantic, you have to carry the speed, and these things are just such brute force machines. If he could just blend the two, I think he'd do really good. And look at him, he's in fourth place.
Doing a really good job too. But now Dyson senses an opportunity to try and get past quickly, and maybe, still praying, 10 laps gone of the 25. But, Eric, it'll all change if we do get a caution.
Absolutely. When you have the field spread out a little bit further, of course, with mixed class racing, you've got different speeds too. So once we start getting into lap traffic, that also starts to play into race strategy. How do you mind the Pirellis as you go through this very long race? Just shy of halfway yet here, Jonathan. You know, if I'm Chris Dyson, I know I've got to go here.
Yeah, and there's no question when I look at the lap times, Keith Grant doing a 2:08.7 last time out and a 2:05.4 from Chris Dyson. So he is much quicker and he should get past the 40 as they come up the hill. Ruman staying with them though for now, and Dyson does jink to the inside as they cross the line again. And they're now starting to get into the GT traffic and SGT traffic, which will make, again, things a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, you can see that ECR engines really going to work there up the straightaway, keeping Dyson behind. That classic Chevy versus Ford battle.
Yeah. So into the right-hander and down the back straight they'll go towards 5. This should be the opportunity for Dyson to take. And into the woods. Under the Sargento Bridge they come. Dyson trying to make hay here in the sunshine of Wisconsin. And we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV in what is an almighty battle by Dyson to get that Jim Wheat 16 up where it needs to be, and a bit of a mistake there as he tried an attempt on Grant, but he's made it stick.
Oh, they both went deep. That was awesome.
Oh, Ruman coming back. She's not going to take no for an answer. And the former champion goes through.
Grant finally getting around.
Yeah.
She took opportunity. She saw it. She took it.
You're listening to Lawrence Loshak and Eric Miller alongside me here in the bright sunshine of Road America, Elkhart Lake, one of the best tracks in America. And they've been running races hard here around this 4-mile circuit since the mid-50s. Never disappoints.
A little bit of contact there on the entry to turn 5 for Chris Dyson to the back of Grant. You saw the nose kind of bunch up a little bit, but with these bodies in TA, that'll likely relax a little bit with the air pressure down. But how concerning is that for you, Lawrence, if you make contact like that into a braking zone? You know, are you worried a little bit about a little bit of aero sensitivity?
I mean, these cars do, like, again, they change so much. I mean, the temperature that 800 plus horsepower develops, and I mean, they change through the race. It's the drivers that have to extract the most out of the tire for this 100 miles. I mean, it wouldn't even concern me. I wouldn't even think about any aero problem. I just keep the foot to the floor.
Explain this to me, because it is 100 miles. It's what I call a sprint endurance in many ways, because you're going to lose the fuel load, the tires are going to go off. How do you drive differently as the race goes on?
Well, that's just it. I mean, it's like as the tires go off, the car gets lighter. It almost gets better. And you've had, 90-some miles to figure out the nuances of the track surface for the day. Perfect weather today.
Yeah.
What is it, 65 degrees and sunny? Couldn't ask for better weather for a race.
Put the coffee on, because he is doing just that. He's hot right now. Chris Coffey leading in GT. Currently 16th overall. Hampton behind him. He's had a busy weekend. And Cohen behind him in 18th position. But that's the man from Texas doing the business as he has done all season long in that Maserati. Josh Hurley, in fact, doing a little driver coaching with him. And we had Josh in the booth last time out at Mid-Ohio, getting an insight into the coffee preparation for the car, the Chill Out sponsorship, and that Traffic Graphics, local company in Texas that has painted his car for him, or stickered his car for him, whichever you prefer. But it's certainly very distinctive. But so too is Danny Lowry's car, and the Hula Girl is on fine form.
It's the old G meter.
Yeah, it is. It's an old-fashioned G meter. Exactly right.
Now you ask about the 100 miles. I've been on both sides of that stick, you know, wanting the yellow to come out and not wanting the yellow to come out.
Yeah. Well, there's the gap in XGT between Danny Lowry and Ricky Sanders. Teammates, of course, for Bridge Hall, 42 and 43. And they've had some great battles over the years. Good friends, and effectively it's Danny's car, but he gives it out to Sanders and they go racing, and they've enjoyed their racing. And we enjoy having them as part of TransAm for sure.
I tell you, yellow would be exciting. I mean, the top 3, Paul Menard, Brent Cruz, and Andretti, all laying down 204s. I mean, brisk pace.
Yeah, Eric, I'm surprised you here when Casgrala pedal this car that cruises in to a victory here, but I'm surprised not to see Brent Cruz at least closing in on Menard. I mean, Menard's driving superbly, but 10 seconds has stayed that way for quite some time now.
Both of those cars putting down very similar lap times, so the gap is minded a little bit here. As you look at second place right now, Kaylee Bryson in SGT. What a story that she's been as well this season.
Yeah, really good, and it was nice to hear Richard Forsyth on the Mid-Ohio podium after a great battle with Kaylee. Really give her some compliments about how well she was driving. And I say that as though she's not been driving a long time. She's just 22, that's why. Ooh, that's Cobb's gone off. Yeah, the local man who's come in for the first time and sadly not going to finish the race, but he's out of harm's way. Tell you what, Ruman's doing a good job of staying with Dyson too.
Ruman putting a little bit of pressure back on Dyson, but Dyson, now in a position fourth, just to step off the podium here in TA. You got to wonder a little bit if Chris Dyson is seeing that car off to the right, thinking maybe are we going to get a yellow, maybe not. I doubt it. How far Cobb is off the racetrack, I think that's in a non-target zone. So I really think that they'll be able to kind of manage that without going to full course yellow. But at the same time, Dyson knows he's still got to be on the attack here. Back to fourth, dropped as far back as eighth. So he's had a nice recovery so far, trying to push forward.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think where that car was positioned, it looks as though he drove it there to make sure it was out of harm's way.
Yeah,
so whatever the problem was,
22 seconds to make up. That's going to be pretty difficult without a yellow.
The other story that's starting to evolve.
Dyson in the cutoff.
Oh, no. Now he is, as you can see, parked up and not going anywhere.
Announcer's curse right there.
I know, exactly that.
Yeah, Dyson's had quite
Let's have a look
the
at what
unlucky
happened.
season.
So, coming into turn 5, on board with Dyson. Oh, he just doesn't turn in. Lawrence, what did you make of that?
Something broke.
Yeah?
Something broke. He knows it. He broke for the corner. Everything looked right. He was on line, and he just turned off of it. You can see the heartbreak. He's just sitting there.
It's been a weird
thinking,
season.
What coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Pole sitter. Pole sitter
Yeah,
with a flying lap, and man.
Can't get a break at the moment. Gets turned around by his opponent. Then has a mechanical. He got turned around by Ernie Francis Jr., of all people, at Sebring. And it's not getting any better since then. But there you see Menard on a run. Just got past Danny Lowry.
Make it even more heartbreaking if something failed from the contact.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, yeah. That would be worse, wouldn't it? Well, so far, fingers crossed, but I'll give him the curse. Menard doing a great job as we go back on board with Danny Lowry. There goes Menard. He's got past Lowry. Ricky Sanders still in touching distance of his opponent. So we go back on board with him, but Menard off into the distance. A big difference in horsepower from the production to the TA cars. They're obviously faster in a straight line, and this track really shows it given the long straights that we have here.
Lowry making the best of the situation here on board with the XGT class leader. In transition, you hear how smooth he is on the throttle on the exit of 14. This is a long straightaway, and obviously you build a lot of speed coming up this hill. Not a lot of people recognize the fact that as soon as you crest the start-finish line, it immediately starts to go downhill from there.
That's a good point. But you don't realize how far, until you go on board, it is from 14 all the way down here, isn't it?
Yeah, corner 1 is a hell of a lot faster than most people think. I mean, it really is a speed corner. I always like to make a lot of time in corner 1. Everyone tries to brake a little bit too late for one, upset the chassis. But really, it's a momentum corner. You really got to rifle it to there.
All right. Listening to Lawrence Loshak, of course, champion in his own right, and a great TransAm proponent. Now making up the Harleys. If I was going to get a Harley, I'd do it from him. Emco Gears tells us that Paul Menard has now led 12 of the laps here. 2 led early on by the pole sitter, Chris Dyson, who is out of this race after leading for 2 laps. So it's Menard, Cruz, and Andretti. And I was about to tell you the story before Dyson went out, that Andretti could well become the next story we talk about if he can keep that gap of 3 seconds between himself and Cruz, because certainly Andretti, with his experience of managing the tyres, could be a factor against Cruz later in the race.
Andretti conserving tires. He's a great friend of mine, but that's one thing I know about Adam. Tire conservation is the last thing on his mind. He's trying to craft Brent Cruz and giving it everything she's got.
Well, he's got a lot of respect for Brent Cruz for sure, but yeah, that 16-year-old is going places, and I think we're going to see him in a Toyota at the Cup level very soon, and it won't take long. And he's just 16, Lawrence. Did you ever race against a 16-year-old?
Incredible. I'd love to. I'd love to. No, I mean, he's a phenomenon. There's no question. And it's so cool that he's coming from TransAm.
Yeah, we've been very blessed. Connor Zilic, as well, coming through our ranks as these youngsters make their way up. And we've been very privileged to have them as part of TransAm. And I think they've learned a lot and really enjoyed. Every one of them says that, the youngsters that is, that the paddock is open, advice is open, people are willing, drivers are willing to share what are effectively race secrets when it comes to competition.
I mean, if I'm coming back, this is where I'm coming back. This still,
You're welcome.
brings, I appreciate that. Still very much a club racer family feel, but at the same time, extremely professional, incredible equipment, and crews and the engineers here. It's an incredible paddock.
Yeah, and I find it interesting. We've got the guys on the way up, and then you've got people like Gil Martin, who've been a part of NASCAR for 30 years or so, and then they're joining and enjoying this atmosphere that is TransAm.
I'm telling you, once you drive a TransAm car, man, there's not much that compares. These things are incredible.
Update on Chris Dyson talking about potentially low voltage in the car, so maybe something with the alternator, battery combination. Not sure if they're going to repair and rejoin, but electrical issues for Chris Dyson.
I would have thought that low voltage would be part of Dyson's demeanor too by the end.
Adam Andretti with his left rear.
My word.
Or left front, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe some contact?
Well, he blew up last time out at Mid-Ohio and parked up, and I hope it's not a similar issue this weekend. Well, oh, gosh.
So smoking pretty heavily still. You think maybe a fender laying on the tire on the left front. Was there any contact with the lapped car potentially?
Yeah, I just wonder that, because you're right. The smoke only appeared under braking. That's usually an indication that it is bodywork rubbing on the tire, yeah?
Here you'd expect a little bit more smoke, but it seems to be dissipating a bit. Maybe pushing the fender back out, but there in the straight line is where it really starts to affect him.
So we keep a watchful eye on Adam Andretti. No, that's in a straight line too, and I think that's about to go bang. Oh dear, poor old Adam.
Well, here's another turn of events.
Yeah, no kidding. And this race is changing directly. Yeah, I know.
He should pit. He should.
Yeah, he should pit. And what a shame. Adam Andretti then looking for the second race in a row where he's had mechanicals. He won on his birthday at Road Atlanta in this car. Its first ever Burton win. And it's a unique new chassis. Top liner sponsor, he's slowing right down. So smart move by Andretti.
You can see a little bit of that fender cut. That definitely contact, I think.
What a shame.
Yeah, what a shame. That's a really incredible, I keep using the word incredible, but I don't know how else to describe this class. That's a new chassis actually designed by Claudio Burton and his team.
Do you like it? Have you been up close to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool, and it's, they have Adam in there to help with the engineering and get this thing handling right and working together. I mean, look, they're doing really well, so.
Well, Lawrence, I might let you go and console your buddy, because he might need it.
Yeah,
we'll get DJ
I want to get out
in
there
here
and actually watch this race.
Well,
There's nothing like hearing
we'll
these
get DJ
motors
back
go
in, but
by.
hey, thank you so much for coming in.
So much, man.
You're always
Thank
welcome in the booth.
Absolutely, thank you.
Well, what a turnaround of stories this has been. We've had the champion out in Chris Dyson. He got turned around by Paul Menard, and now we have Andretti coming into the pits and looking as though he will retire the car. What a shame. So it was a combination, I think. I think it was mainly bodywork, but it was weird to see in a straight line how much smoke we were getting. So that's what made me think it might be something more to do with the engine, but that's what they're doing. It's bodywork. Look.
Oh, and as they take that tire off the car, you can see literally part of that exterior carcass rubbed off, almost as if they had taken a scraper over the side of it. And Eric, I think you were exactly right with what you called. I think there was a little bit of contact there with the end of it.
Well, we saw something similar at Lime Rock with Amy Ruman, because she had exactly the same problem. She got into a mess with Andretti and Dyson. And again, Dyson turned around at Line Rock by Adam Andretti this time. And out of that, also, Amy Ruman got a tap at the front left, same thing. And she had to do exactly the same thing. It's almost like a same version of the same problem, but this time it's Andretti having to suffer.
But you talk about Amy Ruman, the last couple of seasons, you can kind of see a little bit of a tide turning, but how much she's up front and championship contender. She's really struggled a bit over the course of the last couple of seasons now. Maybe this builds a little bit more confidence into that McNichols Corporation Corvette team. Maybe just getting a couple of podium positions, kind of getting back to the front of the field, I think is really important for Amy.
Well, the good news is turn 5 is actually not that far away from the pits because you come back on yourself. And so the team are able to get to that car quite quickly and are fettling with it, trying to get it and see what the problem was. But if it is a voltage problem, they'll probably just get it restarted, put a new battery in or whatever. Or if it is the alternator, they'll get it, towed away.
Yeah, as we watch Stephen Lowry working his way back by, it looks like Andretti is back out here at this point. Looked like they were having a little bit of a problem with the wheel gun, but everything's okay now.
Well, we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. Drama indeed here at Road America. In fact, it's all going on. Chris Dyson out of the race. The man chasing Menard for the championship. Menard continuing to lead. But now Andretti's also gone from third place, moving, of all people, this lady, Amy Ruman, former champion. Loves racing here from Ohio, and there's still a little bodywork rubbing on the new tyre that Andretti's come in. He's been in the pits, he's changed tyres, it was really getting rubbed away, and I think, it's going to be game over. Andretti said, that's it.
I think he recognizes that there's still a problem there, which is a heartbreak for Adam in talking with him, from the first couple of races of the season. Some gremlins have kind of affected that team, getting to learn the new car. But how excited was he to get not only back in the field, but back into the development of a race car? It was just really energizing for him in talking with him. Smile on his face, just really excited about the opportunity to build a car again.
Yeah, and it is a development car. Let's be honest, and that was just bodywork, so it's nothing to do with the development of the car. But it's gonna have teething problems, and it has for sure. Now Brent Cruz, he's had his teething problems, but luckily they were in practice. And now can the challenger do just that and challenge Menard? The gap 13 seconds between the leader and Brent Cruz. He'll be praying for a yellow, but it hasn't happened yet.
No, it hasn't happened yet, and as we close down on about 7 laps to go here in this race, we take a look at the MCO Gears lap leaders. Menard in the dominant force since Dyson had that contact with him a little bit earlier in the race. What's interesting to me here is the fact that Menard has slowed down a little bit. He was running 2:03.5s earlier in the race. That's his fastest lap that he's put down. He's dropped that by about a full second, a 2:04.7 his last lap. But it is a management of times here, Jonathan, because Brent Cruz running a 2:05, so he has still got a little bit of pace over Cruz, and you get the sense that if Cruz starts to put the hammer down, Menard's going to do the same.
Yeah, and you kind of notice that the last 10 laps is when I listening to Adam in the commentary when he comes in here, he always says that, he leaves it till about 10 laps, and if the tyres feel good, then he can push on towards the end, and that's exactly where we are. We might just see Brent Cruz up the pace a little bit to make, a challenge of it in the Challenger, but 13 seconds, a long way to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to literally be doing almost 2 seconds a lap to be able to catch, and I just don't see that speed out of the Challenger here at this point. I haven't really seen it. Now, that said, we've had a couple of gremlins show up in these cars here today. Knock on wood if you're a Paul Menard fan that green machine's going to be able to stay out front.
Well, Don Yount will take it. He'll take a podium if he's lucky. That's for sure. Just coming back into the championship. He's done a few rounds with us, but this is his first of the season. The man from Dallas, Texas, usually does SCCA and IMSA WeatherTech Series.
Well, with only 5 laps to go, roughly, Cruz last time by a 2:05 to Menard's 2:06 this time.
Point.
So in that circumstance, is Paul starting to kind of conserve the Pirellis and brakes a little bit, knowing that he's got a little bit of a gap, just saving what he has?
Yeah, last time over, just as they crossed the line on this lap, it was a 2:06 for both of them. So they're both sort of, well, there's Adam and his wife, and she's got some consoling to do because she also works for the team, and it looks as though Adam might have a chat with us. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jonathan. I'm here with Adam, and you can see that he is just not happy. You can see a lot of rubber on the side of the car. Adam, what happened out there?
We had a nose brace that broke, and it was collapsing the nose on the tire. Obviously shredded that first one. Put a new tire on just in case I might have picked something up, and that might have been the reason. But no, I hate it for everyone that's involved in this program, obviously. But we keep our heads down. We know that there's God's plan out there, and we appreciate that. And we're going to make sure we stay focused on that and not try and put a question mark where he put a period. But a big thank you to Top Liner, Scott Borchett, a Big Machine, Music City Grand Prix coming up at Nashville Super Speedway. I'll see you there. Big Machine Vodka, double spike coolers for your summer fun, but 4th of July coming up. Happy Independence Day to all you fans out there. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for the support always, and thank you to TransAm and everyone at Greenlight TV. It's a blessing to be here, and it's just a shame we had this thing shaking since the beginning, and I didn't have anything to take to the fight, but ECR gave us an engine that by far we were handling better than anyone on the straightaway, and I got to thank them much love for them for that.
But Adam, maybe you're asking too much when you kind of change.
Well, the marketing dream that is Adam Andretti.
Go with that.
They can be, definitely.
A little in and out on the mics there, but we got the gist of it. Yeah, very unhappy, but a very professional Adam Andretti, making sure the sponsors got the names. But here is the Master Force Tools Menard's car of Paul Menard in the number 3. It's been a sensational season, and boys, I always love it. You know, we talk about, oh, it's boring in Formula 1. Max Verstappen's winning everything, and Paul Menard's winning all the Trans Am races. 4 in a row this could be. It's not boring to me.
No, it's not boring at all, and it's something that, Jonathan, I go back to when I was watching Michael Schumacher's dominance as a kid, that my dad told me when I was having that same complaint of, this is boring, I know who's going to win every weekend, and I'm tired of the German national anthem. He came in and he told me, no, you need to appreciate this. What this team, what this driver are doing, putting together excellence week in and week out is something to be impressed by.
That's the name of the game.
It is. This is the goal of what you want to be doing as a race car driver and as a race car team.
21 of the 25 gone. Paul Menard continues to lead. Brent Cruz, our current TA2 champion, is trying TA for the first time. He's going to be on the podium if he stays where he is. Amy Ruman looking to make her podium appearance yet again. So it's been an odd race for the McNichols 23. She got overtaken early by Dyson, but Dyson's no longer a factor, and there is Amy heading for the podium in the last few laps. Danny Lowry, he's looking for an XGT win over his opponent Saunders, and Saunders is looking to take on Larry. I'll get it right in a minute. And Lee Saunders is leading in SGT ahead of Bryson and Forsyth. It's been a good battle between those two. I'm talking Bryson in 10th and Forsyth, the championship leader in SGT, in 11th place. There's Ricky Saunders, though.
Yeah, but you talk about the SGT battle with Kaylee Bryson, again, mentioning how great it's been to see her progress through a race weekend. They start on Friday on a program, and she may be a couple of seconds off pace, but then you see the speed build through the test sessions, through the practice sessions, through qualifying, and then she's putting together race laps that are strong and consistent. That development for that Sam Pierce Chevrolet team has been phenomenal all season long. You can definitely see her growth as a driver continue.
Yep. No question. Well, it's been an interesting race. There she is in that 02. She's got Cruz behind her, but of course they're in different categories. Cruz currently in 2nd place. Kaylee Bryson likewise, but chasing hard on Lee Saunders, who is 9th at the moment. She's got ahead of Forsyth, who beat her last time out at Mid-Ohio, so that's at least a feather in a cap. And Brent Cruz will surely go past fairly quickly in the TA category as they come down to 5. Well, Brent Cruz did not make up the time we were hoping he would do to make it a stronger race, and I think he's actually just learning his way in TA and just being quite good to the machinery. He knows it's a valuable car. Good run though from Brent Cruz as we take a look at the GT leader, and that of course is Texas's Chris Coffey. He's had a brilliant run in that Maserati all season long. His teammate Cohen is 3rd, and Hampton currently in 2nd place, who's also been in the IGT championship this weekend. So busy weekend for Hampton. and I think enjoying his time out in the field. David Hampton.
Well, and let's remember, Jonathan, that with running IGT, not exactly a small thing to do. They ran an endurance race this morning, an hour long, and then coming out here for another hour. And we've been talking about how great these track conditions are. They're perfect, but you sit inside a car with a hot motor.
No aircon.
You have got to absolutely rehydrate, rest, and reinvigorate before. And he's doing a fantastic job to be running in P2 in this GT category after what was a strong IGT race this morning. Bravo here to David Hampton.
Yeah, no kidding. And 2 yesterday as well, I may add. Yeah, sprint races. I guess the other big story for me to take away from this one is Amy Ruman will go ahead now of Adam Andretti, who is out of this race. She was 5th in the championship, and she'll move to 4th and move Adam out of 4th place. Lee Saunders having a good battle once again. And he's got some work to do, currently in 5th position, but he hasn't done the full season, so he's sort of cherry-picking his races, but he'll take a good result like this one and a victory here at Road America. You can never turn that down. Here comes Menard into 5, and it's easy street at the moment.
So you see about a 20-second advantage over Brent Cruz in the Dodge Challenger for Menard, but that number 3 machine for Paul Menard, you start to hear those gremlins rumble the last couple of laps. This is a home race for Paul. Obviously, our Start Your Engines was Paul's kids. The whole family's here. Saw John Menard earlier today as well. But Paul, at home here at Road America, has an NASCAR win here as well at this historic facility. You know that this one is circled on the calendar here in TA for Paul.
And Eric, I did this last week, but I'm sure you'd have joined me in thanking the Menards for their contribution to motorsport in America, full stop. I mean, they have been a huge sponsor of NASCAR, and they continue in ARCA as the main lead sponsor, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you talk about how brand loyal that racing has, and that's the identity that they've truly created with that family of company. So Paul Menard carrying a little bit different colors than that Dayglow yellow that you typically see, but it is still Menard's brand. And you look at the career history of Paul. Started in TransAm, then progressed into the lower levels of the NASCAR tier, but back home in TransAm, really where I think he wanted to be all along.
Yeah. And if you're wondering, the Master Pro Tools that you see on the front of the cars are available. Like, not surprisingly, I was like, dumb question, Johnny. I said, oh, where'd you get these sponsored? He goes, well, we sell them. Okay, I got it.
Well, when the young fan on the grid walk was asked by Ben about who he felt was going to win the race, it was Paul Menard, because you save big money at Menard. So,
nice.
Briggs called that one. So
there you go.
But it's been a great race weekend here for TransAm. This has been a phenomenal race, and now you see where Saunders is running here with the SGT category with Cruz, the closing speed that these TA cars have on the GT field, but it was almost a full lap, that 23 seconds for Cruz to get enough of a gap to catch back up to Saunders here. So Menard's, about 20 seconds down the road for Brent Cruz. Maybe too little too late for the Weaver number 2 to get back to the top spot on the podium. But Paul Menard's seriously in control.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting. Brent just did his fastest lap of 2:03.9, and so he's obviously pulled the pin, or he's had a word from Poncho saying, it's running fine, just go for it, buddy.
Well, and as a driver, that's what you want to hear. I mean, you want to push a car to its limits. Obviously, what makes a fantastic racing driver is the ability to save the tires, save the fuel, keep everything within bounds, and drive at that 97% where you still have a little bit left to give, but you're not going to be making silly mistakes. But that's not fun. That's the part of the job that you have to do. When you get told, go, baby, go, you get a huge grin under your helmet and you're ready to take off.
And you could see the lines he's taking, just how much he's loving it, because he's right on the ragged edge each and every corner. As he came through the kink there, he was right on the edge of adhesion and just very, very close to the grass, but he held off. White flag is out for Menard. He crosses the line for the last time, and there you see him. And it's been a walk in the park that is Elkhart Lake and Road America. Fantastic run by Paul Menard in the number 3. Came into the series, did a few races last year, and I think got the bug back and thought, you know what? I haven't done with racing yet, and like you said, Eric, he's racing at home for the first time. He's had a few races that he hadn't been to before, including Pit Race and Mid-Ohio. But of course, Road America, very familiar to him, and the whole family coming out to cheer him on.
Last time through turn 5 here for that Ford Mustang for Paul Menard. Running a very consistent line. 205 is almost the name of the game. 205s, 206 is so consistent today for Paul Menard.
Yeah.
And Danny Lowry on pit lane. I thought I saw him come to pit lane. They opened up the driver's side door. Not sure what happened, but maybe the hula girl fell off the dash and they had to fix it. Not sure, but that's unfortunate.
Well, he's gifted
him.
Sanders the win in XGT, who is currently 7th overall.
So he'll rejoin the field through the dash line of the pit out with the field in tow. But back to Paul Menard, just a fantastic weekend. Maybe not the qualifying that Paul wanted, but at the same time, you knew that car was going to have tremendous race pace.
By the way, if you're looking at that car, it's a beautifully painted car, Danny Lowry's car, but celebrating Wreaths Across America. And what is that, you may ask? Well, it's basically a charity that makes wreaths for forgotten, or not forgotten, veterans, I should say, but veterans who lost their life in battle, and therefore each and every year some 3 or 4 million of these wreaths are presented to the graves of our lost and fallen, and it's a very, very good charity which Danny Lowry has taken up.
Final quarter here, Jonathan.
Here we go. Paul Menard comes up the hill, the famous hill that is Road America. Take a famous victory in TransAm. As is he on for the championship, but after this performance, you wouldn't doubt it. This is his 4th win in a row, and no one can stop the force that is Paul Menard as he takes victory. Brent Cruz in his first ever TA race will take a solid 2nd place, and I think he was just learning his way, didn't push too hard until right at the very end, and in the end, he'll come across the line, but some 10 seconds or so adrift. Well, in fact, he slowed down too, 26 seconds in the end, so he slowed down. I think he did one quick lap, see if he could get the fastest lap, and he may well have done. But Ruben takes 3rd, and that's a good result for Amy Ruben. And in terms of her championship hopes, that's helped her a lot. Yount, coming back into the championship, gets a 4th place. Tommy Dreesy, a quiet race for him, but he'll take 5th place. He too battling away, 3rd in the championship at the moment. So important points, especially with Chris Dyson not scoring. That's helping Dreesy a lot. Here comes the Nichols 23 up the hill for the final time. And a popular figure here, as she is at home in Ohio as well. And it looks like Cop's got his car going again. Good. And there Amy takes the checkered flag. Your thoughts, DJ?
I think this is exactly what you come to see here when you expect a good TransAm race. Obviously, a little bit more of attrition than we would have liked to see here today. But I really think when we look back at the rest of this season, this is going to be the turning point for Paul Menard. Yes, he was able to carry momentum into this round, but the DNF here from Chris Dyson, that is what is going to set Paul Menard up for the rest of the season. I think this is the make or break point, and I think as we go into the next round, it's going to be very hard for Dyson to claw back.
So, confirmation, Menard with the win overall, XGT won by Sanders and GT won by Coffey. And Eric, as we look to the future, my Uncle Brian's coming. Big Brian Redmond still going at 88. My dad's watching, so he'll be pleased to hear his buddy being mentioned. But
always
Brian
great to see
Redmond
Brian.
race, always a good one, right?
Yeah, in 2 weeks' time here at Road America, the 11th through the 14th. Looking forward to it. Over 500 cars, I believe, registered for the vintage weekend here.
And Formula Ford being celebrated.
Absolutely. And this weekend, you know, we have the F1600s here at Road America. Tell you what, that configuration, if we get as many cars as I think we're going to get for that, it's going to be a big show.
You might need help. I might come and join you for that.
You're welcome to come. Greg Creamer going to join me, actually, in 2 weeks. So, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing Greg. But no question that Road America in 2 weeks is going to be a fantastic place. The parade, the race car parade downtown Friday night, fantastic. Sports car on display on Saturday. It's a great weekend.
Cool. Well, get your tickets. Come down to enjoy the sunshine of Road America. And, yeah, never disappoints this track. Love to be here. Thank you, Eric, for coming in and joining us. Always special. And, yeah, what an interesting day, an interesting weekend. And DJ, as we look back over the overall weekend, lots of good stories. TA2 was a good one. And of course, we've had something, like you said, great Formula Ford racing and PSSA and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, it's Road America doing what Road America does best, and that's offering up great racing. And no matter what kind of car or class that you put onto the track, really and truly, coming to this place, it's a treat. It is a commentator's treat. It is a driver's treat because the facilities are top-notch. The racing is always spectacular. And, well, there's a reason why I'm probably coming here 4 times over the course of this year.
So then Paul Menard makes it to the Jim Weed victory circle, and following him right behind is Brent Cruz. It's the Jim Weed winner's circle, I should say. And as we welcome you back on MAV, Menards have done it again with the one and only Paul Menard. He wins his 4th in a row and extends his lead in the championship. Brent Cruz does a solid job of his first ever TA race, and he did it in style in the Poncho Weaver Prepared Challenger. He takes 2nd place, and Amy Ruman takes a solid 3rd place. And in a moment, we'll hear from the man at home in Wisconsin, Paul Menard. It always looks easy when you've got such a massive lead, but I can assure you that I'll be interested to hear. Paul doesn't mince his words. He's a straight talker, and we'll hear from the man himself. Yeah, you can see he's got the sweat beads going. So let's head down to Ben Sissel, who's going to be with our winner.
Well, Paul, unbelievable. Your home state, Road America, back on the podium. That's got to feel really good.
Oh, it feels awesome. I mean, fans all around the racetrack, you know, coming out, showing up for these badass race cars. You know, that it doesn't get a whole lot more fun to drive than these things. No gimmicks, just raw power. On Wisconsin's right. Yeah, just 3GT, Paul Gentilozzi, Randy, Tony, John Gentilozzi, everybody that you know, Troy, Jared, everybody that touches this car just does an awesome job. I wanted to kind of see what the car would do on a long run, so I pushed it hard all race, and we just ran 204s all day long, and the car really didn't change. I played with the bars a little bit, then went back to base. So I guess.
Well, look at this. We've got Remy and Bo here giving the hug. It is a family affair, and then I got to give it to you because you've now won in this car in such different tracks. You know, you've got the tracks that we've been running, the last 3 tracks we've been running, just crazy. So nice job on that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, somebody asked me earlier if this car is better in high speed or low speed stuff. It's just good in all of it. I mean, it's got great aero, it's got great mechanical, great power. The engine is so drivable. We don't have the highest top end, but Dyson was pulling me by a few car lengths down the straightaway. But overall, the motor's just fantastic. We've got it so it's, you know, stuck. We're not worried about the top speed. We worry about getting out of the corner and launching and carrying that.
Nice. Remy, you proud?
Yes.
Bo, did you have fun?
Yes.
Yes. Nice. I like that. Well, Paul, congratulations very much. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth. We got a celebration down here.
Certainly is, and great to see the family celebrating, and obviously a very popular win here at home for Paul Menard. And see, friends and family all greeting him. A nice moment, nice touch, Eric.
Yeah, and this is home obviously for the Menard family, but it's home to a lot of race fans and a lot of crew members over the years in Trans Am will come back to this place throughout different series as well. So this is a beautiful racetrack. Let's take a look at your final results here for Trans Am at Road America.
Confirmation: Paul Menard, Brent Cruz, and Amy Ruman your podium. Don Yount in 4th, Tommy Dreesy 5th. Good result for Tommy that. He needed it. Keith Grant 6th. Ricky Sanders does win in XGT. Lee Saunders wins in SGT in 8th. And Raymond Cobbs did get the car going again, so he did finish in the top 10. Well done to him. He'll pick up some points. And Kaylee Bryson is 2nd in SGT as her consistent season continues. Danny Lowry did get back out and does finish 11th. Then Grant Forsyth Coffey is the winner in GT, and he beats Hampton and Cohen. And Adam Andretti, sadly, and Dyson and Carlson not finishers of this race. So in a moment we'll go down and we'll get down to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle yet again to enjoy the celebrations. But before we do, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the race we just saw. And away they went. And off into the distance, Danny Lowry leading Rick Sanders early on. A little bit of smoke from Josh Carlson in the 36. That meant he had to retire. And there you see the gap between the XGTs. Lee Saunders leading away in the Viper in the 84. And Chris Coffey from Dallas in the Maserati leading in GT. And it was a good battle early on in SGT between Saunders and Richard Forsyth and, of course, Kaylee Bryson. Lowry had to pit. That gave Sanders victory, though. And Chris Coffey, once again, winning in GT. And don't forget, if you enjoyed that and you want to tell your friends that they should take a look at it, MAV TV Thursday night is TransAm night. TransAm Thursday, as I call it. TA2 starting at 8 p.m. Eastern on the 4th of July, just before you hit the fireworks. Listen to our fireworks from TA2, and then at 9 p.m. Eastern, TA, the race you've just seen. But Thursday nights is your night to catch up on TransAm if you did miss the live broadcast.
Have to love the amount of folks in Victory Lane here. That's Victory Lane used to be next to the building, but now in the heart of this racetrack.
Here are the highlights then of our TA and Brent Cruz, and early on fighting with Andretti, getting into second place. Dyson turned around by, of all people, Menard. Little tap from behind. Around went Dyson, but more was to follow. Dyson would scythe his way back through the field, but then had a voltage problem, we believe, and pulled off at 5. Andretti, likewise, got bodywork ruining the tyres and did get back out, but it just wasn't fixed, and even the next tyre was going sideways. But it was all Menard in the number 3, another win. Let's head down to Ben Sissel, who's about to do the podium. Ben.
Road America, get loud! The Road America SpeedTour. Yeah, Tony, look at that. Look at the camera guy right here. Right here, look right here. Come on now. There you go. See, you guys, you made the cut. Nice job. Nice job. Our camera guy doesn't do that for just any crowd, Road America. But we got to keep up the energy because that was a crazy race. The Road America SpeedTour TransAm Series presented by Pirelli. We absolutely love coming to Road America. We hope to come back here for many, many years. Do you guys hope for the same? Nice. All right, wait, hold on. I got to call out my friend Lawrence Loshak. Lawrence Loshak, come here, buddy. Come on up here. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Lawrence Loshak, an ex-TA driver. Lawrence, you've been telling me about Road America. We miss you in TA, but you're building some really cool motorcycles. Welcome back to TA.
I appreciate that, man. It's really cool to be back. I mean, the TransAm series is just so incredible, and obviously Road America, it's great to be here. It's been 3 years since I've been back to the track, but there's only one thing that's going to pull me back. It's right here at TransAm.
Nice. How about that, guys? Lawrence, dude, thank you for coming out. But now get out there and be loud for us. Lawrence Loshak. All right, we're going to start in GT. I can't tell you how much work this team has had to put into things for the last 3-4 weeks. Third in GT, all the way from Dallas, Texas, in that beautiful Maserati. Let's hear it for Colin Cohen. Hope he said, there he is. Nice. Now, speaking of coming from a long way, Bend, Oregon. He had a couple of tracks. He's running in the TransAm Western Championship, leading points in GT. He wanted to come to certain tracks, and this was on his top of his list. So let's hear it. Second place, David Hampton. All the way from Bend, Oregon. That's a trip. And then first in points in GT, and another beautiful Maserati. Just got hit in the rear right there from a competitor. Let's hear it. Chris Coffey. You know, contact isn't supposed to happen at Winner's Circle. So Colin Cohen back on the podium. That's got to feel good.
Well, it helps to have a team like this that makes it possible, and great weather, thank goodness. I'd just like to thank TransAm and the track for making these types of facilities and events possible, and to my wife Nancy, without whom I couldn't be here. And thank you, Chris, and my team, Josh, Xavier and David for making the car stick together for what's been 6 weeks on the road now. Thanks, everybody.
Nice. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, we've been hanging a lot with Xavier and David. David Hampton, living the dream. It seems like you're just having so much fun. Another iconic track kind of clicked off, and you're on the podium.
Absolutely. Yeah, what a fun thing. This is just absolutely amazing. We've been on the road 3 weeks, not 6 weeks, but to kick off some of these really, really cool tracks, I'm just so blessed. I got to thank my team and my wife for doing this with me. Just thanks to TransAm and all you guys. The TransAm guys are just awesome. I love racing with you guys. Thank you very much.
Nice. How about that? Now, a little Trans Am tradition. I let him off the hot seat last time, but he does a little nature boy Ric Flair. Let's hear it, Chris Coffey. Woo! Nice. How about that, Wisconsin? All right, Chris, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Man, so the race was pretty interesting. The track got covered in oil there right at the start, and so that made it really hairy. This guy drove right around the outside of me, so had to fight back for it. But boy, I'll tell you what, the past 6 weeks, we've done 4 races in 6 weeks, and I couldn't imagine it'd be as much work as we did. And I couldn't have done it without David Rice and Xavier, and of course couldn't be here at all without Colin. So just want to thank my wife at home, who's been having to hold down the fort and take care of our 4-year-old son all alone, and I'm ready to get home now.
Nice. How about that? And how about this crowd? Love that. I love that. Come on in, crowd. Love it. All right. Nice.
All right, hold these guys out so they can see the 3.
Now listen, after they take this picture, these hats, these cubes are available to the loudest fans. So let's hear it. Colin Cohen, David Hampton, Chris Coffey. How about that? Gee, woo, Hampton's got an arm. Look at that. Man. GT class has an arm. Let's see what you got there, Colin. Let's see, how about that little boomerang hat? Who wants Colin's hat? Free Sunoco hat. Ooh, nice. Ooh, Chris Coffey. Oh, and that little floater. Hampton, though. I think Hampton's got the arm. All right, come on, Wisconsin, get loud. Colin Cohen, David Hampton, Chris Coffey. Long traveling to Wisconsin for these gentlemen and teams. Now we do have our champagne celebration. Got teammates up here. So Hampton, you're on your own, buddy. Oh, they're going to shoot out. See, look at that. How about that for camaraderie? Wisconsin, Colin Cohen, David Hampton, Chris Coffey. Nice job, guys. Unbelievable. Good show. Good show. Who's that? Kaylee Bryson, second there? All right. Super GT, SGT. This guy, we've had a lot on the podium before, but another all the way from Dallas, G-Speed, that beautiful green Corvette, Road America Corvette. Let's hear it. Richard Forsythe. Now, she is breaking records all over the place this season in different series, but we've got another Corvette here. Let's hear it all the way from Oklahoma, Kaylee Bryson! Woo. Got some Bryson fans. And then Road America and a V10. That just sounds so good. That beautiful Dodge Viper. He's been up here with us many times. Let's hear it. Lee Saunders! So, Forsyth, you and Kaylee went at it at Mid-Ohio just a few days ago, and now it looks like she might have gotten a little bit of the better of you.
Yeah, she is an amazing driver, and she's got a great coach, obviously. She just kicking butt. I didn't have anything for her today, and we ran into some shifting issues and electrical issues a little bit, but at the end, and she was gone by then anyway. I can't say enough about Lee here. God, he just disappeared, and, in the cloud of smoke that was somebody's the differential fluid, I think, flying out. But yeah, it was. This is an amazing facility. The crowd is so friendly. We have met so many nice people here that are just so hospitable. And my team is unbelievable. They replaced radiator and clutch lines and electrical gremlins, and the chill out had a problem. They came through and got it all fixed. And then we had a couple issues later, but I didn't have anything for either of these two. They were fast today.
Nice. How about that? I will tell you a little secret. I think everybody in the Trans Am series absolutely loves coming to Road America just for those reasons. Kaylee, I know I keep asking you this, but I'm sure this is your first time at Road America.
Yes, it's my first time here. This is honestly one of my favorite tracks so far, and it's cool to come out the bat and get a second place here. And, you know, we'll be able to look at video and get better for next year. But this was a really fun race to come and do, and I can't thank my team enough for getting me in a great car and out here competing, and they worked so hard for this. And coming out here and racing with these guys, and we're having a lot of fun. And, you know, road racing's new for me. It's my first year doing this, so just really enjoying it and thankful for the team.
Nice. How about that? Now, if you don't know, Kaylee, maybe next time you come here, you could do a little dirt tracking at Plymouth and then do Road America, because it all kind of happens same weekend. And that's what she's kind of known for. How about that? A legend, Kaylee Bryson. And now, Lee Saunders, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank God for this beautiful day, this great country we live in, and the ability to come out here. Thank you for the fans. Thank you for Trans Am for bringing us to world-class places like this. This is just fantastic. It was unfortunate that Josh had problems because he was obviously really fast. Was looking forward to racing with him and just had a great time with everybody here today. I can't thank my team enough. KSR, we got Eddie there. CJ, our first time here today. Jameson, and they did a great job turning the car around. I'm just the idiot behind the wheel. They're the one that makes it fast. So thanks again for everybody coming out today, and thank you for my wife who's at home keeping the fort down as well. I'm going to get in trouble if I don't say that. So appreciate it, everyone.
Nice. I love it. Oh, Richard's got something else.
Oh, and just want to thank Lewis back home, and Jason, and Ian, and Corey, and Mike, and Sandy, and all the support people that help us get here.
Nice. I love it. All right, Wisconsin, get loud.
Hold them up.
We've got Richard Forsyth, Kaylee Bryson, Lee Saunders. Unbelievable. I'm sure the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli and myself would love to thank the Road America staff, Mike and all his crew, John Everett, all his crew. Road America is absolutely fantastic to come to, so get loud for Road America. Hold those up. All right, let's see who's got the arm. Who's got the arm? Ooh, left-handed. Lee Saunders. Lee, you left-handed? I didn't know that. Nice. Anybody want a hat? Or you guys can keep a hat, too. Who wants a hat? There we go. Nice. Get loud. Very nice. Woo. I'm loving this crowd. You guys, keep it up. This is fun. All right, come on now. Richard Forsyth, Kaylee Bryson, Lee Saunders at Road America. Long-time historic track with the Trans Am series. Are you guys having fun? Nice. I hope so. This is supposed to be fun. A little champagne. Oh, I love how everybody strategizes. Oh, they're just going out. Yeah. Straight out. Right on Paul's car. Nice job, guys. Oh, one for the homies from Richard Forsyth.
Afterwards, Jim Weed. Make sure they come up and get Jim Weed.
Yeah. Now, listen. Yeah, you guys are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. We are at Jim Weed Winner's Circle, so as soon as this ends, everybody can come up here. We've got some ice down Jim Weed up for grabs. This is Extreme GT. This has been really fun. These two gentlemen haven't raced with us in the last two races. We've really missed them in those beautiful Mercedes AMG. But with Bridge Hall coming in second, let's hear it, Danny Lowry. Where's Danny Lowry? I say Bridge Hall, you come up here in Bennett. Racing this weekend for Bennett, let's hear it for Ricky Sanders. Oh, you got it on the back, huh, Danny? So we've missed you guys. You always put on a great show. I know you had other priorities, but welcome back to Road America.
Thanks, Ben. I'll tell you what, coming to Road America is really special. This facility is second to none. The fans up here are fantastic. Look at these fine folks. They're just warm and friendly up here. It's a fantastic place. I love coming to Road America. Yeah, we're out there running around having a good time. I was on cruise control. I thought I had Ricky there, and what was it? 3 laps to go. I go through the turn, hurry down, get to the bottom downshift, and the plug came out of the steering wheel that shifts it, so I was stuck in second gear.
Oh, no.
And limped around. Ricky got around me, and we got in there and figured it out, but we took second. And if I got to take second to anyone, I want it to be Ricky Sanders. So congratulations, Ricky, and we had a great time. Appreciate it.
Nice. And then everybody wants to know, did Lola have fun? Was she rocking in there?
Lola was dancing the whole day.
Nice. Lola is his Hawaiian hula girl that's on his dash, his telemetry indicator. So Ricky Sanders on the top step. How's it feel?
It feels great. Like everybody has said, Road America is it's an awesome facility. The first time I came here 10 or 12 years ago, I thought it was one of the best tracks in America. That every time we come back, it gets better and better. It's like, how can they keep improving it? And we come back and it's an even better facility, beautiful place, just amazing workers here. Everybody around town, it's just a joy to come here because everybody treats us so well. And we just really love coming up here, running with TransAm, running at Road America.
Nice. How about that? All right, Wisconsin, get loud. Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders. Hold those up. Longtime friend racers here. Oh,
to them.
All right. Yeah.
When they have an empty hand. When they get done with that photo, we'll go with that.
Oh, who wants a hat? Danny Lowry's throwing a hat. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. All right, hold those up in your Pirelli hats. Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders, Bennett Bridge Hall team. We've really missed you guys. Hey, you guys want to throw these out? You guys got good arms. Come on now. Who wants a shiny Pirelli hat? Nice. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, what are you guys doing here? What? Oh, right at me. Great. Nice. I can't wait to get pulled over smelling like alcohol. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders. They looked right at me and just went, that's why we wear glasses up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, special treat. TA, these 900 horsepower, absolute monsters that one of the drivers up here just found out is a blast to drive. Two-time Trans Am champion at Road America in a Corvette. Let's hear it. Amy Ruman. Even the grid girl likes Amy Ruman. We're getting the heart hands over there. McNichol Chevrolet Valley Automotive Group. Amy, right over here. I mean, you might be able to steal it. You know, you guys could arm wrestle about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, last year's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series champion. He tried to get into one of these at Sebring and wasn't able to make it happen because he came down a little bit ill. He's been waiting since then to get in one of these beasts. Pancho Weaver made it happen. Second place, let's hear it. Brett Cruz. The Cruz Missile. There we go. There we go. We got some fans out there. And then in first place, Wisconsin, from Wisconsin. I'm sure everybody here has saved big money at Menards. So let's hear it. Driving the Menards, Master Force Tools, Ford Mustang 3 GT Racing, Paul Menard. How about that? What, you guys don't want me to talk to you? I wanted to talk to you. You can do that. Amy, back on the podium, doing really well this season.
Yeah, we've had a rough season. We started out well at Sebring with a third, and now we're finally back up here again. I can't thank my guys for keep trying and trying. We got rain down at Mid-Ohio, so we're happy the sun was out for us today, thank God. And my team and everybody can do it without them, and especially McNichols and Valley.
Nice. How about that? Amy Ruman. Good day for Corvette. Now, Brent Cruz, is not often that you get out of a 550 horsepower monster and then get into like a 900. But now that when you get back in your TA2, you're gonna be like, man, that kind of feels a little bit weak. How much fun was it? Because I've heard from everybody, these are the most fun cars to drive.
Yeah, they sure are. I just want to thank Poncho Weaver and all the guys over there for getting this thing back. I don't know if anybody knows, but yesterday we had a whole motor swap. The guys stayed up pretty much all night and then got up super early this morning to get this thing fixed up. So I'm just happy to be here racing. Had a great time. Obviously ran second. Paul and them did a great job. I just want to say thanks to all my sponsors. I want to thank my dad for helping me be here. Did a great job spotting today. Mobile One Racing and Steal It and all the guys that are on that race car. They did a great job. Everybody at Toyota Racing for helping me be here and looking forward to the next one.
Nice. How about that? I want to point something out, too, because TransAm has a long history of what I call, like, privateer racers. Where's Poncho? Poncho, raise your hand. Now, where's your crew? Because you only have a crew of, like, 2 dudes that are, like, just out of high school. So that is true privateer. So to replace an engine overnight here and then to be on podium, that's got to feel good. How about that for Poncho Weaver? Now, not to speak out of school, the dude knows what he's doing, though. He used to build chassis for Dale Earnhardt. So it's not just the normal privateer, but privateer nonetheless. Paul Menard, man, you know, you've just been the class of the field all season, but to do it at home, that's got to feel extra special.
Oh,
you grab it for me.
It's special. I mean, Road America is my favorite racetrack, hands down. I love coming here. I've been coming here since I was a little kid. And I took a little golf cart ride yesterday with my wife and kids just to show them all the spots that you can get to a pure spectators track. So thanks for having us come back and run these really cool Trans Am cars. They're the most fun race cars I've ever driven in my life. Hope to do it for hope to run another couple seasons in this deal and then maybe call her quits, but we'll see how it goes. We're winning races, we're having fun. Paul Gentilozzi 3GT. This car has been so fast at every track we've gone to, high speed, low speed, dry, wet. We start off just a little bit pushy, played with my bars, and then I got a little bit loose, played with my bars, and at the end I was right back to baseline, and the car was just hooked up. So thanks for everybody coming out. Thanks to 3GT, and now we take a little break for a couple months and go to Watkins Glen. So thank you all for coming out.
Nice. How about that? So Amy Ruman, Brent Cruz, Paul Menard. Brent Cruz did just tell me that he ran out of gas there on the last lap and had to kind of limp it in. So hold up those cubes, and then we're going to see who has the arm. You got it, Chris? All right, you got some people that want one. I know Briggs wants one. Amy with the arm. Ooh, Ruman took that one. And you guys are welcome to throw out or keep those Sunoco hats. Oh, who wants Amy's hat? Come on now. Ooh, there's a little curvature to that. Oh, the 3GT guys are fighting for it. Uh-oh, where are we going? Paul, you're not excused yet. Oh, there you go. How about that? Come on, Wisconsin. Paul Menard knows what he's doing. All right, Amy Ruman, Brent Cruz, Paul Menard. And, all right, Brent Cruz gets sparkling water, ladies and gentlemen. That's just not a fair fight. Come on, get loud, Wisconsin. How about that? Nice job. Man, you guys, I wish we could have a podium for best crowd because I think you guys would be right there. Now, even though Trans Am's on a break, all 3 of these are going to be at Lime Rock with us in a couple weeks for the Speed Tour All-Stars. So don't get too rested. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are excused. Paul, you're not excused. Our MCO lap leader of the race goes to Wisconsin's own Paul Menard. How about that?
Throw that out when he's done with it.
Now, Remy might want that. You might not want to throw that out. It's up to you.
Doesn't smell like champagne.
Yeah. Remy, you want that? You want that, Remy? How about that? There we go. The Pirelli teddy bear for Remy. And then, Chris, did you get the photo with Paul? Okay, Paul, look at Chris, our photographer there.
And then we're done with Jim.
All right. Well, guys, Jim Weed Winner's Circle. That does it for the TransAm Series presented by Pirelli. Come up here, get some Jim Weed on ice, on Chris Dyson, basically. Thank you guys so much. We will be back here next year. I've heard rumors, I can't confirm this, it may be over July 4th. So everybody bring your bratwurst and your grills. Jackie, did you have fun? Nice. I love it. I love the fans here. We hope to see you guys all back next year. Tell your friends. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
And that concludes our podium for TransAm. We've still got some more racing from the SpeedTour, so stay with us if you care to see some more great racing. Single-seaters coming up, but we'll take a short break from Road America and more racing to come. Been a beautiful day here in Wisconsin. We had a lot of rain overnight, in Friday night, and luckily none last night. And just a reminder, as we are on MAV right now, but don't forget, if you missed all the action, you'll be able to see it again on Thursdays. Thursdays is TransAm Day, presented by Pirelli on MAV TV. TA2, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, starting at 8 p.m. on July 4th. You don't want to miss it. And, of course, TA, XGT, SGT, and GT, July 4th at 9 p.m. So those are the times to watch the full highlights of the TransAm series. Well, my thanks to Greenlight TV and to the organisers here at Road America. They put on a good show, they really do, and they are very efficient at this beautiful course that is Road America. Well, high above Elkhart Lake and Wisconsin. And that's it for our MAV TV coverage. Join us next time out, and we go racing yet again.
Already in the first lap, and we've got 20 minutes to go. Burton, Howe. In round number 1.
Kind of composes things, and he rockets by Sima.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
DJ with these series view records. Excellent choice. George Sargento, 16.5 minutes remaining. Urano and Halker side by side as they head towards the race. To get a little bit of a
And a warm welcome back to Road America. It continues to be an absolutely scintillating day here, and the weather is set fair, as it has been all day long. We've got one more race to bring you, but before we do, we're just getting ready for that. Let's take you back to our SpeedTour Presents Stories from the Paddock. And today, we take a look at Andrea Robertson.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. In the ALMS, I rolled my eyes, I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he says, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes, I said, Dave, you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be mine and Dave's anniversary. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
What an uplifting story, what a lovely romance, and what a great race story too. And there's stories like that throughout the paddock, and that's why we feel it necessary, actually, to bring you these stories from the paddock, because we have a vast paddock in the Pirelli family that includes SVRA, FR, F4, and of course TransAm, and that's what we're featuring this weekend at Road America. But just some wonderful stories, and there's more to come. Why don't we give you one more before our next race? We've just got time as we present, or SpeedTour presents, our stories from the paddock. Let's take a look at Claudia Burton.
You know, this is a labor of passion.
Away they go there!
Big spout of flame coming out the side of that car.
The win for Adam Andretti!
So many things happened that weekend. Adam Andretti's birthday, it was Palm Sunday. We're both spiritual guys, Adam and myself, and for it to come together, the first win under those conditions was truly special. Long time in the making. I've been racing TransAm for over 25 years, and I wanted to do something a little different and build a car of our own. It all has to work together. It all has to work. The coach work, the aerodynamics of the car, the chassis, how it puts power down, I would say, is one of the most important things. The biggest difference in this car is the positioning of the fuel tanks. You know, other people have tried multiple tanks and things, but this is the first car that has the whole fuel capacity in front of the rear axle. So this is similar to like an open wheel car for safety reasons and also for a better balance. Because we're trying to basically consume the whole tire in 100 miles. So that's what we try to do is there's no rubber left after the 100-mile race. And that has to do with spring rates and downforce and a variety of things that consume the tire and the track surface. The unfair advantage, a superior chassis, a superior car, something that every manufacturer strives for is to make a better car. We would like to extend sales of the chassis to other competitors, but at this point, we're the ones pioneering it, and you have to prove it out, and that's how you win. You have to win races. So this is chassis 1. Chassis 2 is on the surface plate, and it will already incorporate a lot of changes that we have found over the last 6-7 months of running this car. It's not only in the shower, it's everywhere. I love the mechanical aspect of motorsport. The commitment and discipline that it takes to be a professional driver is exceptional. Adam brings a good depth of knowledge of setup on the car. Adam is a fast driver, so it balances out very well with the team. His input and Damon, lead engineer on the car, to get the maximum is what we're after, maximum potential from Adam and the car. Well, in some ways, I think we have built the ultimate dinosaur here, right? A carbureted car, probably the last of its type. This is a labor of passion, not of economics. TransAm is the greatest American GT cars. They have been for some time. NASCAR is nice, but their whole series of rules and regulations that don't really allow maximum speed. They haven't reached maximum speeds in over 20 years, where we're going to tracks and going faster than we ever have before. So it's a different approach to motorsport. Well, without question, winning the championship. So that's what we're here for. We've proved that we can win a race now, and now it's time to go after a championship.
Yeah, fascinating project for Claudio Burton, and of course they do have a win under their belts with Adam at Road Atlanta earlier this season. Didn't go so well this weekend for Adam and the Burton chassis or the Burton car, but they will be continuing to develop and continuing to get better and better. And Ben, you were saying when they get it all right, they're going to be unstoppable, aren't they?
It is, yeah. The development of the car. Just the science and the approach of it, and knowing Claudio Burton, you know, he is a scientist. Any physics professor would say that one will be the fastest car around the track, just on how they're putting the weights and the dynamics and the balance. It's just now they have to kind of prove it because there's so many moving parts in any race car, and they basically kind of rewrote the script on how to build a GT1 TA car. But this is the FRP Formula 2000, and I think Formula Atlantics, the Formula 2000. Keith Grant is in this race, who just came out of a TA car.
He's having a heck of a day.
But we just watched the F1600s have some great races this weekend. Now this is kind of the wings and slicks of the Formula cars. So there is aero on these cars. The cars have slick tires. They have downforce on the front and the rear. This is going to be a fun race. These are very fun cars, but looking at this class just from afar, it's all very different ways to do
the same thing.
Wings and slicks Formula cars. Sometimes they're very low CC engines, but very light. Sometimes they've got huge engines, so they're not as nimble, but they've got huge engines. And for Road America, that's pretty important.
Yeah, no question. This is our final single-seater race of the day, and our final race of the day, in fact. And a good strong field as well. First time we've seen them in action, and F2000s, and an array of different cars, but all very much similar in their approach to, like you say, power to weight ratio is a premium, and you need power at Road America, no question about it.
I've got the weight. I don't have the power.
Use your tires.
Hoosier Tires, a longtime supporter of motorsports.
Yeah, you're right. Keith Grant and David Grant. I can't believe this is the third race in a row.
That is a lot of laps. And you see Keith Grant, like he's in good shape. You know, this is a lot of downforce, a lot of G's in totally different ways in this car and the TA car.
Yeah.
You feel a lot of the G's kind of laterally in these open wheel cars, the back and forth left to right. In the TA car, it's more forward and backwards, just with the power.
Yeah, this is quite a rough ride in many ways. I've sat in single-seaters and done laps and pillion laps and so on and so forth. Never raced myself, but I've been in a single-seater, and it's violent, frankly. You know, they're not built to be comfortable at all. They're built to go fast. Nice close-up there by Tony Garcia as he lets them run out. I think he frightens some of our drivers.
Yeah, he likes to get real close. Someday we need to do this in 3D.
Yeah. Could be a split grid for this, because we've got you've got your Atlantic class, and you've also got Formula Atlantic class, and you've also got Atlantic Open class. So you've got the 016s class and the Open class. And I'm not so sure. I mean, of course, you've got the F2000s. So they may well start them with a split grid.
Yeah, and there's the 03, another only left sticker tires. And we had that explained to us because of turn one, because of the carousel. Lots of left-handers wear out the tires here, and they're only allowed, I think he said, 3 sets of tires throughout the weekend?
6 sets for the weekend.
6 sets, oh.
Well, that was, that was
or
in
maybe
the
6 tires? I don't know.
Yeah, it can't be 6 sets, can it?
Yeah, maybe somebody can tell us on YouTube. I don't have a grid sheet, so you'll do the timing and scoring, and I'll monitor YouTube. How about that, Jonathan?
Sounds good to
me. If you're
me.
watching on YouTube, leave us some comments. To be honest, this is a great class of cars, but Jonathan and I just don't have the education on these cars. But I feel like our watchers, the people that are watching, that are tuned in, some of you do. So let us know if you have any information on these cars or drivers. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, one of my favorites on the internet, boy from New York, he says, too many ice creams, Ben. Too many ice creams.
I have had a lot of ice creams, as has my son, who's sitting next to me. And I'm not saying this is a commercial.
Yeah, but he's
eating Mission chips as we speak, listening to us on the headphones as the cars come through Mission Foods Turn 5.
Nicely timed.
And he's had a lot of ice cream, too. We are in the dairy state, so when in Rome.
Yes, that's true. Had my cheat skirts. And it really is a long turn, that carousel. And when you see it from the drone, it really gives you a perspective of just how long a turn. It's one of the longest corners, I think, in motor racing.
Yeah, what's the old Formula One track that they ran in the 60s that was long, banked turn? Monza, or which one was it?
Yeah, Monza, obviously, yeah, absolutely. That was effectively an oval.
Yeah.
Very scary. I've stood on those bankings, and yeah, very steep indeed. What's funny is you go to the top because you want to see what it's like to be up there, and then you don't think about how you're going to get down. And there's only one way down, fast.
Yeah.
I did a piece to camera once there at Monza and thought, hey, here's the old track, and then I couldn't get down.
And then your knees are like screaming. So this is the last race of what has been just really nice weather here at Road America. Love coming up to this section of the country. The people are so great. The track, the food at the concession stands at the track. Just, you've got to come up to Road America. There isn't a bad spectator spot around this. We have not changed the settings on our video camera here on our drone. That is as pretty as this place is.
Skill Juck says, let's go!
Nice.
That'll wake you up.
Yeah, a little Tom Brady in there.
Old Brooklands, yes, another one. One of the originals. Like Monza. Right, here we go, 2x2, up the hill.
With the number 666, I'm thinking that he is devil in a race car.
Oh, he's a beast.
The number of the beast.
Here we go then.
Jonathan, you love the open wheel cars.
I do.
This should be really exciting.
Yeah, and they are going to split them. And away they go, the lead group. And that'll be followed quickly as the next group come out of 14. So a nice split. And it's the 666, that number of the beast, going into the lead. And was there a clip there? Did one of them just touch?
I don't think so.
No,
But you see what he
avoided
did?
it.
He went behind the driver to draft him until the entrance at turn 1. That was pretty brilliant there. I was wondering why he ducked behind the other driver.
Casabets is the one now who is leading at the moment. Here we go. The restart for the next one. That's led by the 81 of Timothy Minor. But that was a major move. Whoa, and the 9 just getting a little squirrely. Cooper Travis there. And the lead group coming into turn 5 on their first lap. A move by the 27.
I should have known that was Tonis Casamets in the 666. Really, he's the one with Jeff Brabham and Matt Brabham in our Formula B years ago. Just a very skilled open-wheel driver with Cahill. So I shouldn't be surprised at all. Look at him just going down there. Very good open-wheel driver.
So we're underway and kicking. Second group coming into turn 5. Very wide line by the 95, but he gathers it all through. That's Vaughan Mishko. And it's the F2000s that are the second group. And, of course, it's the Atlantics, both classes 16 and open, leading the field. Beautiful sand, huh? That's my favorite camera.
Is it? Well, Levi set that up today.
You did a good job.
Appreciate that, Levi. So Tonis Casamets out front, and then David Grant, I believe, in second. We'll see when they come back around to timing and scoring. No, look at that, a lead change through Canada Corner, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, at second place now, Casamets, as they come up the hill out of 14. Still pretty close together are the top 4. And it is David Grant leading the way in the 29. Casamets in second, and Matthew Butson, who's had a really good season in this class.
I know Matthew Butson really well. Matthew Butson is one of our TransAm Western Championship competitors in TA2 and in TA with Tony Ave. And I was speaking to him earlier this season when he was with us that he just loves this open wheel racing when he was with us at Pit Race.
Trying to work out, is that Dudley Fleck in the 74?
I think he's in the 24. I just got an email from 4MLA4D on YouTube. She says Dudley Fleck is in the 24. But Matthew Budson's in the 24. So maybe there's a typo here.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of information off the internet. Cahill Motorsports Formula Atlantic entries, Bill Mulholland and Dudley Fleck, who I just mentioned, won the June Sprints last weekend. And Matthew Butson and John McClear in the 77.
Correction, Dudley Fleck 74. You're right. See, I love this.
Well, he's currently in 5th position, and there is the official lead board for their feature race 2. And it is the 29. I just wonder if he's going to get exhausted by all this racing he's done. He might flake out towards the end.
I doubt it. I think this is a lot of fun, and knowing the Grants, they absolutely love these formula cars.
Carter Sheets in the 03. Looks like a lead change just as they went into Canada Corner. Livingston had problems in the first race. He was also in the F1600 race, and now 10th in the 33, just behind Nathan Bird, another one who's been with us for quite some time, learning his way.
Very talented driver. And now I'm seeing this. This is the first race that I've really gotten to commentate on, but I think the draft is very important in this race, too.
Oh, big time.
In some formula cars, the draft with the big wings doesn't help. But in this one, it looks like the draft is going to be ever so important. So maybe these top 3, 4 are going to kind of just race around until they figure out who's going to be there at the end when the white flag comes up.
And these are the Atlanta 016 class at the front. Kesemets, Grant and Butson, that's who you're watching. Keith Grant just off the back of them in 4th place. And then Dudley Fleck into 5.
The cars do look very equally yoked. Matthew Butson, very good driver. Like I said, I've been watching him now for about 4 or 5 years. He went to college just a few years ago and had to come out of the Trans Am series, but I'm so glad to see him back racing. He is so talented.
Ooh, bit of a wiggle there from the 3rd place Butson, man, the man you were just talking about, and that'll give Keith Grant in the 40 just behind a chance to catch up perhaps as they go through the carousel under the Mission Bridge. And that was the F2000 just going through there. That's Timothy Minor in the number 81, 13th overall. And in fact, I think I'm right in saying he's leading the F2000 class, of which there are several drivers. They split the grid, so we've got this split grid. So we're watching basically 2 races in one. But this is a great race for the top 4.
And you're right. Keith Grant now kind of getting up behind Matthew Butson, closing that gap as we see Tonis Casamets come down into the Cube 3 architecture, turn 1. And then there is Bela Fleck in the 74. What's his first name? Dudley Fleck. Anybody remember Bela Fleck and the Flecktones? Great band out of Nashville.
I'll take your word for it. Through goes the 77. That's John McClear.
Is it McClear or McAleer? I think it's McAleer.
McAleer. But he's got some really close company in Richard Zobar. 2 Atlantic 16 class, really going at it. Wheel-to-wheel stuff.
These Atlantics just look really good on track, just really well planted.
Well, this new track surface really holding up nicely. It was interesting listening to Eric about how when it first got repaved, there was a lot of, not complaints, but it was such a different track and needed time to bed in. And, of course, heavy weather up here during the winter.
It is really smooth, though. But look at that, Tonis Casamets and Grant, and then Butson falling back from Grant a little bit.
How about this? Formula Ford, spelled F-O-R-D, F-O-U-R-D. Daily Driver is his license. That's his license plate, Daily Driver. I like that.
Nice.
Yeah, they do like, boy from New York quite likes the drone shot, as I do. I think it's just changed the coverage of motorsport forever. And real welcome to it. I almost don't find myself looking at the timing as much now, because the drone gives me the shot I want to see where the gap is and how far the gap is. Hence, when you see them from above, you see that wiggle that we had from Butson there going through the left-hander, that you could see that Keith Grant was going to catch up within a matter of seconds. That's exactly what he did. You don't need to look at the timing anymore for instances like that. So the four still glued together as they turn into turn one.
Jonas Casamets, David Grant, Matthew Butson, Keith Grant. Yeah, I agree with it. I like to look at the gaps as they go into hard braking zones, like turn 8, so you can really see who the late breakers are.
Well, we're getting some real expert vision from the June sprints. Tim Minor in the F2000 won both races last weekend.
See, I love it. We're the commentators, but we rely so much on our commenters. Ooh. So keep the comments coming, people, on YouTube.
I like that.
Because it's just impossible for us to know all these different classes and groups. So thank you so much, because we do like to get it right. Even though it seems like I like to get it wrong, I do like to get it right.
My mum always worried that I was a commentator, and she said, well, why can't you be a special potato? And I said, good question, Mum. Good question.
Yeah, you're right, though. These drone shots, really good. You can see the gaps. I feel like David Grant did a little bit better into the braking zone, but I think Tonas had better roll-off speed out of the braking zone.
Tell you what, Keith Grant right there now in 4th place. So he's caught right up now.
So this is the Customer's Bank kink coming down Kettle Bottoms.
Just love that roar.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I do like the drone shots, but back in the day when the yellow helicopters of Formula One.
Ooh, I got it wrong. It's a she.
Oh, sorry.
By the way, I'm a she. Been involved in Formula Ford now 1600 since the 70s. Wow.
Oh,
go Dad.
Adri Casamets. Go Dad. Is it Audrey or Adri? Sorry. They are cooking now. Yeah, I agree. They weren't quite at 10 tenths there in the first 5 laps, but now I feel like they're turning it on, and we're going to see some good racing here.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, Casamets just did his fastest lap at 1:57.9. They are hooning around this circuit. David Grant not far off either, 1:58.3 and a 1:58.4 from Butson.
David won yesterday, I'm hearing, from Den SID.
Yes, he did. Yeah, the Grants have had a big weekend. Cool, look at these two, they're still glued together.
It's McAleer and Zober. Zober is in the 6.6 lime colored, and then the orange colored 77. Zober. Oh, McAleer, sorry. Jonathan, I'm just going to apologize ahead of time. My medicine is fully worn off.
Okay.
It's the end of the day. I'm, getting a little loopy.
Okay, that's fine.
I do get a little bit sad to be leaving Road America. One of the only tracks that sometimes I look forward to the end of Sunday. But I think I could do 5 or 6 more races here.
Tim Minor is the 2019 SCCA FC National Champion by winning the runoffs at VIR. There you go. Thank you, George.
I'm hearing from JG Wentworth that they want some. They want to see what's going on in the F2000 cars.
Well, I can tell you. I think it's because Timothy Minor is got a strong lead over Paulie Gatto, and obviously this race at the front, being a 4-way battle, is a little bit more interesting in terms of what may or may not happen. But Tim Minor in full control at the moment in the F2000 class, and in fact, Paulie Gatto, who's behind him, is in the Atlanta Open class, and the next is Gabriel Khan. You said it is Khan, not Kayan?
Khan, yeah, like Shaka Khan.
Okay.
Ooh, I learned this yesterday. We're getting the cross white flags from the starter stand, which means we're halfway.
Whoa. Ooh, that was a little bit itchy on the grass. Don't want to be too close to that.
Sorry, JG, that's probably not the 2000 that you wanted to see there. Forcing them off the pavement.
They like your Bela Fleck reference.
See, yeah, Bela Fleck and the Flecktones, man, a great band.
Saw them perform live last year. How about that, Aaron Creed?
It is. Oh, Aaron Creed. Hey, Aaron Creed. Nice. Yeah. Some of the best musicians ever assembled in a band.
There you go.
So here we go. Look at this. Now they're coming up on the 2000s.
High praise from a Grammy Award winner. I'm privileged to be sat next to.
This is where it's going to get really interesting, Jonathan, because now the leaders have to make their way through these 2000s.
Yeah.
Whoa. Come on, Tonus. What are you doing?
Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort, wasn't it?
He almost went under him.
He almost went under him. You're absolutely right. A lovely shot into Speedville, under the bridge. Hardly spent any time out there, but it's a great place to be in the carousel.
Yeah, it really is. And they've actually leveled it out. Every year they just make some different improvements. You can see a little place here at the Kink, a great viewing area. The paths along here through Kettle Bottoms, just a great place. If you want to pick one place to come watch road racing, I would say it's Road America. If that's your intro to road racing, you've really come to a great facility.
Getting some good intel here. The 266 in 15th, that's Dane McMahon. Has an interesting career. Started off in karts in 2020 and within 3 years has moved to the national shifter and is his first year in F2000. Whoa! Steady, son.
That was Butson.
Well, he almost got his Butson kicked.
There it is. Now Jonathan's medicine's worn off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is about to get real fun at the closing hours, the closing stages here of this race. So they're spreading out a little bit. Now, some of that may be the lapped traffic through here.
Yeah, good point.
But, yeah, Aaron Creed usually gives us the really good information on the stock cars, late model cars, but also with some music there. Nice job. That is the 40 of Keith Grant. Just got out of a TA car. That is also yellow and black.
Yeah, he's dropped off a bit, hasn't he, from the leaders?
Yeah, but I think a lot of that could be the lap traffic.
Yeah.
And that's why Tonus almost drove under that car, because he knows how important it is to catch lap traffic at the right time.
You see the size difference in just the bodywork of those two different cars. And obviously power to weight ratio very strong on the former Atlantics.
Well, I'm getting from Den said Grant's dad races in Trans Am. Yeah, Richard Grant. But then there's also his uncle Milton
Carrie.
Grant and Carrie, his cousin. So
also races and
all
wins.
The Grants, yeah.
Did they need a grant to pay for all that?
Maybe. They the family is big into building in Memphis, Tennessee, my home state. So we appreciate that. And Richard and Milton both celebrated 50 years of racing in the last 2 years. So you know you're living right when you can celebrate 50 years of racing.
Milton, wasn't it? Yeah. He is just, I mean, he's a human phenomenon. 50 years, wow. High above the famous Canada corner, the Kink and Kettle Bottoms. There's also been a lot of action on the infield this weekend.
Yeah, we had Optima search for the ultimate street car there in the go-kart track to your bottom right.
Yeah, we've been filming that as well.
Some great sounds from these cars.
Yeah, and you know, this is a good fight at the front. David Grant doing a really good job of staying with Tony Casamets. You can see really nothing between them, and he's just sort of waiting, isn't he, in the second place 29. And he's still within touching distance, and therefore, as we come down to the closing stages of this one, we could see a battle for the win.
Yeah, I wonder if David Grant is just back there just kind of saving his tires in the draft. You might only have to, run your engine about 80 to 90% in that draft, waiting for the entry into turn 14 to really turn it on and try to make a drag race up the hill, because it is about a quarter of a mile.
Ooh, that's not good. Two cars stuck in the middle of the track.
That is the Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 14.
It is
just
the last corner.
About. Yeah.
Ron, my good friend, is filming that and is right tight in, but that is not a good place to be stuck. Let's take a look at what happened. And Ben, I think they just touched and then tangled each other up, but we'll find out. Here it comes.
Both drivers are moving.
Yeah, it's not a heavy collision, but it's a fast corner, and it's the last corner, and it's a very important corner because it's the corner you need to get up the hill. You can see everybody's avoiding action as they need to, but it only needs an unsighted driver to come around that last corner.
I appreciate how slow we're seeing the drivers come by, too. So
yeah, that's
we
good.
appreciate that.
That's a smart move. Put the truck in front, plenty of lights, plenty of vision, and then the cars can drift by carefully on the inside. There we are.
There's our leaders.
Yep.
So they can't pass in that corner, obviously, because they're furiously waving a yellow there. And now they can pass once they pass that.
Yeah.
Once they pass that collision there, they can get back to racing, which they are.
Now, can David Grant make a move now in the closing stages of this one? This is as close as he's been as they dive into our Cube 3, turn 1. Oh, he did go a little too wide there. He's lost ground there. And that could be what makes or breaks this race.
Possibly. I wonder if he got too close in the draft. And then when Tonus,
got washed out.
Yeah, got washed out like the jet wash.
Yeah, look at the gap now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of game over, that one. That was a very decisive move in the wrong way for David Grant. Matthew Butson may catch him too in the closing stages. Keith Grant just behind in 4th in the all yellow and black. Richard Zoba in 5th place and John McClear in 6th. So Zoba's got ahead in that battle. The 66 ahead of the 77. There's Matthew.
I'm seeing from Skilled Jucks, I have to agree that I feel like a few of them are waiting to push, and now we're pushing.
Yeah.
And with a driver like Butson, who we saw get a little bit squiggly there at 14, but now that he saw that with Grant, sometimes when you see something like that happen in front of you, you're like, okay, here's my chance. So he might be, really turning it on here too. But Tonus Casamets, which is pretty normal for Tonus, has really just pulled away.
And just a reminder, we've had a request. Timothy Minor in the F2000 leading the way in the closing stages. Dane McMahon in 2nd, 13th overall. Then Jonathan Farmer. That's your top 3 in F2000. And as you can see on the board there, Minor in 11th overall. Gatto between them. And then McMahon, Farmer and Sheets 13th, 14th and 15th. So it's going to be a relatively easy win for Tonus Casamets.
White flag is out,
White
Jonathan.
flag.
And did you see how fast the Road America safety crew cleared those cars? Unbelievable. All right, David Grant, this is your time. Use all your push to pass. They don't have that, I'm just kidding.
Thank goodness.
Butson looking smooth through Cube 3, turn 1. We're looking at Matthew Butson.
Well, he's caught up after that mistake by Grant, and he's caught right up, but it's a matter of time, and they've only got this lap to do it, but I don't think he's going to catch him, personally.
Well, don't give away the plot. So there's Tonus Casamets coming down into Mission Foods turn 5. David Grant, Matthew Butson. I don't know, Matthew Butson is looking quick.
That's exactly why you predict it, so it becomes unpredictable. Commentator's curse. Final lap in our final race then from the Speed Tour. It's been a good weekend. Beautiful weather here at Elkhart Lake.
I've been following Tonus Casamets for about 12 years in all different racing. I've never seen him make a self-imposed mistake. So I'd kind of write him off as first place here.
Yep, I would agree with you there.
The David Grant Butson, that might be, that's still up in the air.
Still a little bit of traffic to deal with, perhaps, as he comes into Canada corner. And it is a good battle, this one, for 2nd and 3rd. Butson doing everything he can. Try and close it down into Canada for the last time. And he's only a car or 2 lengths behind. Might just do it on the run up the hill. And here comes your leader. And he'll just play a waiting game.
Tonus doing? Come on, Tonus. Don't collect it now.
Yeah, I'm going to say, gets gingerly past the 93 of Steve Hamilton.
Oh, but look at that. Grant now coming up behind him.
Yeah.
Not enough time.
No, and likewise, Butson not able to get any closer. Checkered flag out then for Tonus Casamets. Big applause. Grant 2nd and Butson in 3rd. And Keith Grant taking 4th. There he is.
I like to see the crew come out to the racetrack like that and congratulate them.
Yeah.
The Cahill crew out there.
So congratulations to our winner, Tonis Casamets. He did a pretty proficient job, and as you say, I've been watching him for a fair few years myself, and yeah, he doesn't have self-imposed mistakes very often.
Oh, whoa, Nelly saying, does Aaron Creed have any weird Casamets facts? I don't know. Aaron, you got anything? And then Audrey Casamets, my dad's car was literally a bare tub 2 weeks ago. So proud of him for getting it done. You know, Adri, he always seems to get it done.
Certainly does. Well, that concludes our coverage of the Speed Tour. Where are you next, Ben?
I think I'm with you in Lime Rock.
Yeah,
the
that's
All-Star
true.
race.
Yeah, the All-Star race. Looking forward to that.
I'm going to my nephew's wedding. You met him, Zach, at Watkins Glen a few years ago.
Yes, I did.
He's getting married in Kansas City over the July 4th weekend, so that's my next adventure.
All right, and yeah, take a look. All-Star event at Lime Rock, mid-July. Should be a cracker in the sunshine of Connecticut. And looking forward to that one. But our thanks to Road America for hosting us this weekend. That concludes our coverage of the Speed Tour. I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll be back again for...
That is the fastest cool-down lap I've ever seen. That's like at race speed from Tonis.
I know.
Sorry.
No, you're right. Well, the others are still finishing the race. So I hope you've enjoyed the action, and our thanks to Greenlight Television for bringing it to you. And next up, it's Lime Rock, Watkins Glen, and the run-in to COTA at the end of the season. From me, Jonathan Green, from all of the crew, bye-bye for now.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.